It is time to see if the miracle, or some say the expected run of some, will make their way into the grand finals. We have the underdog team from the lower bracket, Isurus Estral, making their way through stompingly, I might say, but they are now up against one of the two strongest opponents that they will face throughout this split. It is Furia on the other side. Here in the LTA South, my name is Orbital. With me is Superbrand, and we will be your casters for this matchup. Superbrand, how you doing today?
Oh, I mean, I'm just absolutely cheesed to be here because I'm just hanging out, getting to watch some very interesting League of Legends, and watch IE just hopefully continue this blitzing pace they've been on. No one has been able to stand against them, like, even slightly, and Furia's gonna have their work cut out for them today.
Yeah, I mean, we set it across every single platform that I think we have here with the LTA South. I don't think anyone really expected Isurus Estral to make it this far. When you take a look back at their round 1 performance here in Split 2, they look like a shell of their former self from Split 1. A lot of us were like, dang, where'd the magic go? And then all of a sudden, you get them out of the BO1s, you get them into those BO3s, BO5s. They look like a whole different squad. Let's go ahead and take a look at the roster, the members that have made it this far for Isurus Estral. It is Summit, Jose Dioto, Miru, Snaker, and Ackerman. These 5 looking god tier, and Jose Dioto specifically on a warpath.
Yeah, Jose Dioto, once Isurus Estral really honed in on their identity, understood what their big draft, wins were, he has taken over for this team as just this big front-running carry. And that is not to discount the other members of IE that the mid and bot have been playing exceptionally as well, but Jose Dioto really feels like he's the heart, soul, and face right now.
Yeah, I mean, Summon has had some very high highs and some, interesting lows in there. I mean, I think last time you, IU, as well as JoJo, and these 5 are looking for a little bit of revenge for a rematch in the grand finals.
Yeah, Furia looked pretty much untouchable during the positioning phase where they did beat IE when they faced off, and they looked really good throughout the group phase as well, but they've taken a bit of a step back up now. Only really against Pain Gaming, who have the better of them, have had their number so far. So Furia kind of looking for a bit of, like you said, redemption here today. Hopefully going to try and take on IE and, get their way back to the winners finals where we expected them to be.
Yeah, and if there is one person that I think you and I were kind of discussing on the side of Furia that still has that light in them, that maybe wasn't quashed in the winners finals, it was Gigo. Gigo specifically, I know they didn't have a great series against Pain, but overall has looked amazing. If you just take a look at them in the vacuum of the top lane, Gigo has looked amazing, and Summit has been a little bit hit and miss, so that's where we're kind of taking a look, maybe seeing if that's going to be a shakeup, a change for that top lane, and see if Furia can take advantage of.
Yeah, Furia with Gigo has looked so good. Gigo just, I would say, the best top laner in the league. Some people might argue with that and try and dispute it depending on the week, but I think top to bottom, Gigo has had just a fantastic split. And we talked about this before where, okay, there's this big question mark of the top lane of how is Summit going to do into one of our top laners. And the last time we had that was against Loud, and they were able to shut down Robo very convincingly in that series. And so I think if, IE comes in with a game plan today and really understands how to play around that top side, we could maybe see something very interesting happen up there. Because the matchup is not as bad as you think it is, because apparently IE know what they're doing. They know how to handle that kind of hyper threat from the top side.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the other sides of the coin is the fact that even if top lane falls, as you said, it seems like IE had that right strategy in mind. We already hit on Jose Dioto, but let's take a look at that bottom lane. I mean, very specifically, Snaker and Ackerman have been 2 of the most solid and foundational members of IE. I talked about them. They looked a little bit quiet in a lot of the earlier round 2 and split 2. It looked a little bit simple, but at the end of the day, they are doing quite well. There's the Furia squad, though, rocking it out on the stage, a squad that, a little bit of a tumultuous loss, but coming back here on Saturday looking for a bounce back, and are hoping to do 2 series back-to-back, one today and one tomorrow if they win, of course, today's.
Yeah, look at those Furia jerseys. I think the black and white is such a clean color scheme. and they look good on stage. They look maybe a little tense though, because a lot riding on today. Like you said, have to win today, and that only gets you into tomorrow. Have to play another best of 5 against the undisputed top team in Pain Gaming. But here comes our other squad, the merger of 2 LLA teams, Isurus and Estral, in our guest slot. And it's so unfortunate, just the nature of the beast, the nature of promotion relegation with a guest slot in franchising means that these 5 guys, even if they come out and they win the split tomorrow, they still might have to fight for their lives in that relegation tournament. There's still a chance that we don't even get to see them burgeon into some, possible dynasty, because people are coming for their spot.
Yeah, and that's something that they got to kind of work towards. So this is not just a proving ground for them, but a proving ground to all, saying even if they fall into that relegation, it's going to be a test for anyone that goes up against them. And they are set to play. They are set to rally. And let's go back to what we were kind of talking about, because some of these lane matchups will be very interesting to watch for. Namely, for me in the bottom lane, Snaker and Ackerman, these two have been very, very solid. And I want to go back to that point because they have looked nigh flawless. I mean, Snaker specifically only died 3 times in the previous series as a whole when they were going up, I believe, against Vivo Stars. It was a ridiculous match to watch. And granted, you play things like Zai, you play things like Estral, you're meant to be safe. But 1 death across each game specifically is crazy to look at.
Yeah, just an astonishingly high KDA, I think 17.7 across that series. Like you said, on defensive champions, but not the just straight support that we might have expected from Snaker early on in the split. We're like, okay, he's a supportive AD carry. He can play like utility Ashe, Jhin, Senna, and he'll be like fine. And we thought maybe that was going to be a weak point. But IE have kind of scaled into these playoffs, and Snaker, I think more so than anyone on IE, has like stepped up. We knew Jose Dioto was good. We knew Miryu was good in the mid lane, but we had questions about that bot lane, and they have just silenced the doubters, because now that Snaker is coming online and playing so well, it frees up Ackerman to move across the map and have impact all over the place. And that's what's really allowing IE to gel together as a team, is just everyone's coming online at the right time.
And that's actually something that we worry a little bit about for Furia. If you look at on the other side for Furia, IU and JoJo have had some missteps across the path. It's not like they played terribly or anything. The entire team has done very well, obviously, through this split number 2, but they look shaky down on the bot side. And we've always talked about the fact that when looking at IE, if you want to shut them down, you try and look at the bot lane. But since they have shorted up, I'm curious to see if IU and JoJo are able to make that step, shut down Snaker down there and say, hey, you aren't going to have that freedom. And then you landlock Ackerman to that bottom lane. I wonder if they can pull it off, and if there are going to be any surprises from Furia's side.
Yeah, IU and JoJo, they're a very strong laning pair, and where they've had these missteps has mostly been against the Pain Gaming bot lane of Titan and Curry, which you cannot hold that
like
too harshly.
I keep talking about this, by the way. I want to put out a little bit of a asterisk beside there. It's Pain Gaming, like, bruh, like, it's Pain. You can't really you can't really use them as a benchmark.
But coming off of, like you said, momentum is a fickle mistress, but she's currently screaming the name of Isurus Estral, who are coming off of all these big wins. And like you talked about, Furia is coming off that loss to Pain where they didn't look good, and that could get in your head. So we're going to need to see IU and JoJo have a bounce back game if they want to control that bot side and, play out of there and, shackle down Ackerman, like you said, to prevent him from roaming and helping the rest of the team.
All right, well, there's another thought here, but you know what really is going to make me think that IE are going to win? It's the fact that we got you here, Superbred. We have got some words. There was supposed to be someone else here on the desk, and unfortunately, TDS cannot join us here on the LTA South English side. The fact that you have cast a win every single time you have had IE here on the BO3s and BO5s, are you expecting that curse or blessing to continue onwards?
I'm gonna say nothing on the matter, because if I say like, yeah, actually I'm IE's good luck charm and you guys don't know that, then they'll lose and I'll look like a fool. I'll give you a wink, a solid wink. Hey, I'm not saying anything, any connection, no causation. There's just a correlation. When I cast Isurus Estral, they do tend to win a little bit. I think we have part of our draft cut off a little, so I cannot see that first full rotation from IE, but we will get that fixed in just a second. But we do see the Jhin in the hands of Snaker and Ahri with Miryu, and I've been told that that is a Vi first pick for IE. So Vi Ahri, always a very potent combination, plus a very comfortable pick for Snaker in that bot lane. But not a half bad draft on the other side for Furia there.
Yeah, and you can take a look. It feels like a very compositionally sound. I can talk, don't worry. What we are looking at on the ban side as well, IE have banned away the Rumble, the Sejuani, and the Naafiri, as well as the Nautilus. You can see in there. On the flip for Furia, you go ahead and ban away the Yone, the Gwen, and the Kalista, all these targeted towards the top jungle and ADC role, plus the Ambessa. As you can see, they're now a target towards that support role with the Nico as well as the Karma. Great utility supports to come out here and to be denied away as well.
Yeah, it's smart to take away that, especially the Karma, the really easy early poke. Allows Jhin to kind of set up. If you have a support that can bully and just constantly get damage down, those deadly flourishes can lead to big setup pick plays. So it's a smart ban away. I'm not sure if I've seen Ackerman play the Karma too much, but obviously it's a more of a compositional ban. Nico received some slight downgrades this patch. This patch had a massive run of nerfs and buffs, all really targeted at pro play, just slight tweaks and adjustments, but still the premier kind of bully bot laner. And we talked about not letting, Ayu and Jojo run over that bottom lane. And so, of course, you're going to take away picks that would let them do that in the Nautilus and the Nico, giving them a safer lane to play through, especially with the Rakan, who could disengage so well. We see Ackerman was hovering his Pike and his Bard. He seems to do every single draft, and you know what? If he believes it's bringing him good luck, it's like rubbing the Buddha statue to grant you good luck. He has to just hover Pike to make sure he wins lane.
Yeah, and you gotta enjoy it, but it is gonna be the Gnar. It is gonna be a nice little treat there in the top side for Summit. You're going up against a Scion, which Gigo is gonna try and use that to great efficiency, but that does mean that for the Gnar, you get a relatively free lane for at least a little bit, unless you make some mistakes along the way. However, we do get eyes. We're wondering what that last support is going to be in there for IU's side and be able to help out there.
I believe I saw Renata Glask.
Ooh, okay, it is.
There we go.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Renata Glass, a great deterrent at the very end of the day, especially considering Furia are going for a very frontward facing composition. You have the Scion, you have the Xin Zhao, you have the Taliyah. These are all champions that are going to make their way forward into the battle. Granted, you also look at the Vi, the Gnar, and the Ahri. All of these are also going to do the exact same thing. So the Renata Glass in R5, very, very nice pickup for Furia.
Yeah, overall, the compositions are pretty stylistically similar. They both have this, top three that want to go forward in the top jungle and mid. They all kind of want to get in your face and duel. And then a bottom two that want to sit back and have a disengage option in the support. The quickness, being able to just charm a huge chunk of that front line and keep them off of your ADC. And obviously the hostile takeover being able to relatively do the same through a bit of a different method of deployment. But compositionally, they're super, super similar.
Yeah, they both want to do the same thing, which actually brings in the question for me where a lot of these lanes are going to shake out. We talked about the top lane, we talked about that bot lane, we talked about literally every single lane except one. One in particular is something that I think is going to make the big game-altering change. We didn't talk about that mid lane, and specifically because when you look at Miro as well as Tuts, both of them want to do relatively the same thing. You know them as players that love to trade, love to get into the mix, love to fire off those skill shots. But it makes sense. Of course, the main subject of today's series is going to be that jungle matchup. You can see Jose Diodo, I believe, up there having a bit of fun and hopefully giving us a treat. Yeah.
And talking about that mid lane that you had brought up, this matchup is going to be kind of a steady one. It is really going to matter, who is able to play out their lane better and shake out to help their team, because Ahri has a relatively safe laning phase most of the time. Now, if you play it really well with the Talia, you can shut down a lot of what Ahri wants to do. The Unraveled Earth can really, put a thorn in the side of an Ahri who's using Spirit Rush. But overall, both of them going to probably try and just trade and poke and chunk. And then once their opponent is finally low enough that they say, oh, I have to back, I have to get out of here, then they will rotate and try and make a play elsewhere on the map rather than trying to force it through the mid lane.
Right now, we go ahead and get that little touch of action. Summon and Gigo are going to be going at it like cats and dogs up there. Summit trying to proc that Grassy and dying as much as possible. But at the current start for IU and JoJo, both of these players are going to be stepping up and being a menace in there. We talked about that safety factor, that control the supportish style that'll be coming out, and it's in spades here for Snaker and Ackerman. They have gone with a relatively safe style. They've gone with a very comfortable style as well. And that means that they have to be really worried about some of this poke damage coming down as IU dancing inside that brush early, making sure Snaker can't get that freedom, can't get that safety moving in. Already about 50% HP there on the Jhin.
Yeah, this is the way you're going to want to play. You have a much stronger early game, at least at that level 1, where Snaker has to essentially choose. He can either get his Bouncing Grenade for the farm, or he can get the Deadly Flourish for poke and disengage, but he can't have both. And so you just have a lot more options and utility, especially the lethal tempo here that you see that IU has picked up, means we're not going to see him probably opt for a lethality-focused game plan. He is going to be, going for probably the on-hit build, going for a lot of upfront, not upfront damage, but rather damage over time, being able to pick up and constantly push out DPS. And that's going to be a little difficult for Snaker to play around, but it does mean, when you aren't half health, when you come back to lane the next time, you won't be able to get poked out as easily.
Well, there we go. In the matchup that we kind of touched on very briefly, Miru and Tuts in the mid lane just going ham, making sure that they burn their mana pool as far as possible.
And this is what we expected, was them to just really kind of get after each other very early. And it works out here for Miru because they're about the same amount of health, but Miru with the RA passive is obviously able to heal and had some mana left, so they're going to back a little bit later than Tuts has to and try and take some advantage. You'll see that Tuts burned the teleport there early in the game. Not going to be a huge decision maker, going to appreciate that extra XP and gold getting back to lane that little bit faster.
Yeah, you got to make it. As smart as possible. Make sure to use all your back timers as simply as you can. What we are seeing is a trade of the scuttles as per usual. So both junglers completing their full clears, recognizing that there's nowhere really to go, and so you go ahead and back away. It's pretty simple as that. It's a quiet start to the game. No one really getting an excessive lead outside of the CS lead in the bottom side. However, IU getting chunked down a little bit. Snaker trying to throw in a little extra with the forced shot and is able to lay down damage on JoJo and IU. Very nicely done there. But Snaker and Ackerman starting to battle back here in the bottom lane.
This is one of my favorite parts about Rakan as a support. I think they are so interesting and fluid to watch, because you get a lot of flexibility with how you want to sequence your skills and what you want to do. Once you've hit that battle dance going in, you can choose to immediately E back out, give the shield, get out of harm's way, and you'll see a lot of times you essentially poke by engaging as Rakan. You go in with the battle dance, you hit your Gleaming Quill, you immediately dash back to your ally, and you heal both of you and get some shields down, and all the while you've been trading out some damage ideally. And so you get just so much ability to kind of skirmish and flirt with the idea of going in without actually having to commit as if you were a Leona or a Nautilus.
Yeah, it's a nice little piece of that. Nice little piece to be able to work with. You have the option available. At the current moment, though, we are still waiting for the big explosive start. Both teams seemingly very comfortable with this start, not wanting to get too over aggressive, which makes sense when you have an Ahri and a Talia in the mid lane. Both junglers are also wandering around there, but it is going to be Dragon Scene number 1 with a little bit of a later recall from Snaker and Ackerman. It's a chance for Furia to go ahead and get onto this dragon ASAP. Pink ward goes down, but Tatu is already chunking that dragon down to about 3.5, which already signals that it's going to be finished, considering also Jose Diodo is on the complete other side of the map. easy take for the side of Furia for Dragon number 1.
Yeah, and you've been seeing that a lot recently, the red side, because of the nature of where junglers are choosing to start, where junglers are choosing to make their plays. Red side is almost always picking up that first dragon. For IE, it's important just to make sure that you are using that time wisely to get control in other spots of the map, not just giving over the dragon for nothing, getting vision down, getting, perhaps a gank in, and setting up for the next objective, which is going to come up in 2 minutes, and that is those void grubs.
And with those void grubs enabled, it's a question of, are you going to chase for it, right? As you mentioned, Furia has a chance, but for IE, they are prepping their wards appropriately. A pink ward, though, that was placed by Jose Diodo, may be scouted out by Tatu in the future, but it's very aggressive, which is always kind of surprising. Summit, though, on the top side, saying, hey, I'm going to keep chunking you out, Gigo. You're not going to have that freedom, but Gigo's doing a very nice job in terms of the CS numbers. Yes, they traded out some of the HP, but it's a relatively safe. However, that is going to be a heal now. Jumping into the mix as Jojo needs a decent amount of damage, but Snaker now with a 4th shot is going to land one on IU, but IU with that lethal tempo, it's going to bring even more. Quick Q comes through. Snaker getting taken quite low. Barrier is popped, and now you're looking underneath. That is going to be a final shot to the back as Ackerman has to flash away. First blood to IU.
Yeah, and that's the power of a lethal tempo Varus as opposed to the Arcane Comet. Didn't have a huge upfront overload, but while Snaker is stuck in that reload animation, this guy's just ramping up attack speed, constantly pumping out DPS just over and over, and he takes all 4 summoners from the enemy bot lane, plus gets that kill. A very good exchange, a very good sign early on for Furia's bot lane that we were hoping, would be able to bounce back from last week. So a good trade allows them to get ahead early and should prevent Ackerman from utilizing that recon across the map, prevent him from truly roaming and enabling. He is in the mid lane right now, but he's going to have to head back down to help his Jhin at some point.
That, or you just leave him alone, as we do have that rotation coming through here. IU and Jojo now up to the top side of the map, going ahead and gathering up for these grubs. As we mentioned, it could be a huge piece of play for. What a nice snag by Summit. Summit throws him straight into the wall, even burns the chain of corruption from IU. And Summit can consider that a win, in my opinion. However, Jojo's coming around the side saying, hey, we're going to mix it up a little bit. Ackerman now in a little bit of a rough spot. No slam to catch Jojo out, but a flash out means Ackerman and Summit are both safe. No tag by Tatu either. So it is going to be IE grabbing a couple ults out of IU and Jojo. The problem being that still gives a lot of coverage over to Furia to take these grubs.
Yeah, they took a lot of damage in the process. Ackerman too low to really survive another engagement. And without the Meganar ready to go, you'll see Summit's bar particularly low right now, having just come out of the form. Means that all 3 grubs are going to go over to Furia, who's playing this early game really well, and we have an engage here.
And I like it because you knew Summit has no flash and no Mega either. Even with Mega, now that you chunked out a majority share of the HP, it's a pretty easy catch right there. And they're going to feed it straight into IU as well. IU now up to 0. No chance for IE to be able to fight back. Furia finding everything, even the scuttle behind. All of a sudden, Snaker's in a really bad spot as well. Gigo being flashed with. Snaker has no out. That's a final slam, and that's 3 kills total to Furia as Gigo goes man mode.
The feat of a warfare picked up for Furia, who's having whatever they want in the early game. We've asked this question a few times about IE. Okay, are they good or did they just 2-0 Fluxo? Okay, are they good or did they just 3-1 Loud? Okay, are they good or did they just 3-0 VKS? Well, now you're all of a sudden up against Furia. That's not a team we're ever going to question, are they good or did they just beat Furia? No, sir, this Furia squad came to play today.
And they're looking hungry for a lot of these victories as well. They are frustrated beyond belief, I think, and Furia is saying, we want that rematch, we want that fight. And step number 1 is taking IE down a step. You also take a look at the composition, and he shut down those laning aspects. Right now, Mir is the only one untouched, but in the bot side and in the top, you already shut down the likes of the Gnar, you shut down the likes of the Jhin, at least to a decent extent. And it's going to put a little bit of a hamper on what IE wants to do. All of a sudden, it's only Jose Diodo and Mir that can make moves. And we talked about Jose Diodo. Jose Diodo has been very, very quiet in this game. We take a look again at this Summit catch as, it's a 3-1 gank, and Summit really has no out.
it's a bit of a criminal misposition by Summit. You know, as a pro player, you know what Talia can do. You know what composition you're up against, and you did have vision on everybody in that pit, so you knew, you know, this is a punishment for what's going to happen if you step forward. And oh no.
The barrier pop at the end just feels like a little bit of desperation, and I don't like that. At the same time, you're just trying to survive as much as you can, but there is no surviving that one, as that's going to lead not only Furia to take control of the mid lane, but also take control of the second Drake off spawn. 5 minutes to the dot, and it's already gone. Well done to Furia, as they have now not only collected the feat of warfare, but the feat of strength. You go ahead and grab 3 objectives, and you got the upgraded boots to play for.
Yep, they have those upgraded boots. For some of them, for many of them, I believe it's going to be before they even have the second tier boots in inventory. Or at least I know it is the case for Tatu, who I don't think even has boots right now. But across the board, just what we expected from Furia, a very strong early game, something that IE, you know, hasn't really had to deal with out of the other teams they've played so far, as more skirmishing about to come out here. And this might turn into a bigger fight here, Orbital.
Yeah, it might, but for Ackerman and Jose Diego, they want nothing to do with it, which means Miru has to jump out as well. With the Dragon going down, Furia now just fight for fight's sake. I think they're more than happy about it. Nice flash away, though, as Tuts is able to burn the flash out of Miru, but that's a jump right back in. All of a sudden, Tatu is jumping into the mix, and it's a 3v1, but Miru's taken quite low, and a final sling of the stone, but there's a heal to come out here. Well done by the side of AE. They're scrapping the way to a possible victory. They burn through Tatu's life, and they've done it, but Ackerman says there's still more HP. Unfortunately, IU is very, very strong. Flashes in for the mix. Another arrow to land, and one more piercing arrow should finish out. It's a double kill so far. Ackerman waiting with their life. An arrow misses, but it's still Furia to come out with a nasty ankle breaker.
Yeah, Jose Diodo arrives and puts Furia very, very low, but that's really just a wallet diff moment. They had higher stats on the side of Furia. They know, okay, hey, well, if we really want to continue this fight, we can do it. We're not going to lose too much ground. And out a 5-0 IU, and with the on-hit build, it's going to get just continually worse and worse. There's no one on IE that can survive, and you see they really forced the continuation of the play. IE could have just left, but they forced forward and almost, I mean, look how low so many members of Furia are here. The bailout does not save Tatu, but it buys enough time that they're not able to get any more kills, and that's what allows IU to just free fire and clean up the rest of the fight.
It was beautiful. And, you know, I had my reservations about IU. We mentioned that this bot lane, can you contain Snaker and Ackerman, who love to play that utility, love to play that safety? IU's taking them to town right now. Let's be completely honest. IU has done a fantastic job reaping the benefits of these early fights, and this is Varus, which has been highly prized by a lot of players. Domination. I'm surprised and amazed and completely blown away with how in control Furia have looked. Summit trying to do some work against Gigo, which you might be able to, but at the end of the day, you're so dang tanky. Summit's only going to get some of the HP, and now Gigo's actually going to try and turn it Summit. Last little chunk flash to the side, and that's going to be a hop into the brush, but Summit one punch is you're gone. Gigo says that ain't without its payment. 1-for-1 in the top lane.
Summit, it's Gigo who's the beneficiary. Summit, the victim of some nerfs to grasp on ranged champions. When he's in his ranged form, when he procs that grasp that way, he only gets 40% effectiveness now, which it used to be 60% effective for ranged champions. You really don't get that much healing, and so as soon as he kills Gigo, he is just far too low, and one punch does him in. Maybe forced to burn the Spirit Rush here in the bot lane. And IE just don't really have an angle back into this one at the moment. They need to find something, but everywhere they look, Furia is just one step ahead.
Yeah, that's exactly how they want to play as well. Furia want to keep this pace up as well, make sure to contain, as IE already has a Blade of the Rune King, Tuts building into that Seraphs, and it's going to be overwhelming at the end of the day. For Snaker, you're still looking, you're going with that lethality build, you're just trying to get a little bit of that speed up, but with the Dragon up in just about a minute, it's nothing to play for. Jose Diodo has been very, very absent from a lot of these battles, so we're still waiting for IE to even find that chance. You mentioned the fact that IE just don't have a way back in. I gotta agree with you. And I'm wondering where they're going to start forcing things, where they're going to start looking and going, hey, we really got to find something. Summit now going into Mininar, trying to fight Tatu a little bit as the Herald is procced. And everyone's kind of coming around the side. IU ghosting out of harm's way, though, as Ackerman burns their ult. But in comes a fight around the side as Snaker starts to try to chunk through Gigo of all people, which allows Tuts to roam right on in. Honestly, for Furia, it's just about keeping your team alive, which has been done. Herald started up again, though, by IE.
Yeah, IE trying to find something here, going to try and play for this objective. Furia just not wanting to give over any huge shutdowns.
Tatu, no. Tatu, no. Okay, good smite to come out here. Everyone kind of walking away because Mirror's off on the edge. I honestly thought a smite was going to come through, a smite battle. It looks like Tatu actually tried, but I don't think it went through in time. So Jose Diodo able to collect that Eye of the Herald. But guess what? Dragon is on the table, and that means Furia put themselves on sole point at about 17 minutes. For Gigo, it's the price you pay, though, for the rest of your team to come out on top. This is just, a little bit of free farming as you reset the tower aggro. And Gigo's actually out unless Jose Diodo can find a little bit of a mix, ulting in with the cease and desist. And Gigo tanking up so much extra. No way Gigo lives. No way Gigo lives. What a punch by Summit. Someone was pissed off and used the Herald to finish off the kill.
Oh my goodness, he's so tanky. It was a good play from Jose Diodo, who used the bounce off when you throw yourself out of the Herald after a charge to make the gap.
Miru.
Oh, and it's gonna get Snaker in a bit of hot water as well. Tatu backing off. No need to give over any more. You got a kill. And here's the problem for IE compositionally here is that while yes, they are fairly similar, in the bot lane, you have a much utility, and I would say Jhin, a very snowball-centric ADC, where if he gets ahead early, he can just unleash unholy damage with the fourth shot and the ult. But if they are behind, Jhin is really he's just kind of a guy. He's like out there on the rift. He's not this masked menace serial killer that his lore puts him up to be. He's like your neighbor Dave. He's got a gun. That's cool. Meanwhile, he's up against a
that might only be
archer.
US base. That might only be US based, I'm just saying. But what we are watching is Miru get completely deleted. By the way, Jojo perfectly timed on that Q, making sure the tether ensured Miru couldn't go anywhere, right? Jojo essentially locked Miru down in perfection style. And Miru, once again, 0-2-1, not having that great of game. We talked about a lot of these laners for IE. They started to look like miracle workers, and they made this lower bracket run, but Furia right now just saying, look, you're now having to break through the top ranks, and you're not finding it. 2 towers to 2. You can go ahead and take a look at the gold as well. It's spiked very quickly for a moment after the 2 towers by IE, but it's right back in that comfort zone of about 800-900 gold.
Yeah, it's a... It's not as big of a lead.
1.9, sorry.
I'll say, it's not as big of a lead as you might expect given the scoreline and the objectives. Good engage to come out here.
But it's showing, right? This gold lead is showing at the end of the day as Jose Diodo and Miru dump everything they can into Tuts, but Jojo and Tatsu are there. And all you gotta do is sharpen your claws because Furia are on the hunt. Summit now trying to dance, misses out on the boomerang, which means Gigo gets to walk away a little bit more comfortably, but Summit is trying to take this stance. Remember, this is Mininar. You're not exactly going to win this, and you miss the boomerang again. Gigo wins it out for the second time in a solo battle.
Yeah, this again, the gold lead doesn't seem that large. It doesn't seem insurmountable, but Furia have just been steadily playing the game better. Sure, they don't have a massive 9k unlosable gold lead, but they've got so many intangibles. They have all of these dragons. They have 3 whole grubs that are just going to melt through towers anytime they do find themselves in an advantageous position. And they've just been moving around the map better, just picking their fights a little bit better as well.
I think it's only going to continue. Gigo now with their second solo kill of the game. Yes, they lost out earlier to Summit, but it was a 1-for-1. And now Gigo is handedly winning these 1v1s, which means the side lanes are even more dangerous now. It is going to be the Otacon started up. It's on top of ward, but Furia don't really care. I think they can go ahead and do this on top. Yeah, they go ahead, lay down that pink ward. and it's going to be taken. Who's going to stop them? Who's really going to run interference? Summit and Jose Diodo are in the area, but it's a 5v3 for the moment. You can take a look. Mirror's nowhere close. You might have to TP, and Ackerman's just gone.
Ackerman's already
Ackerman
gone.
is slaughtered where they stand. Curtain call used, but the wall's enough to deter. And Furia have every piece of leverage that they could want. They have gathered every single global objective this game around.
Yeah, this is a pretty thorough shellacking going on. All three bot side members, the mid and bottom two, have yet to die. They're sitting on these massive shutdowns, but it's not going to matter because I don't know if IE's ever going to be able to collect. They're just look nigh untouchable at the moment, and it's a little spooky. I'm gonna be honest.
I'm surprised out of the gate. Where is the IE that we've seen in the previous few series? Where is the squad that has indefinitely looked better and better every single series they play? Yes, they're getting some of these towers. Yes, they're able to answer back with some of the lanes, but that's not the end of the day. You're down about 3.3k gold. You got Dragon coming up in about 10 seconds. You do have some wards, but is this teamfight actually going to get your way? As Summit's right back into Mininar.
Summit about to fall into Mininar, doesn't have the huge tool to use. Gonna try and, I guess, build some of that Fury back up. That puts him well out of position.
Yep, and I mean, you're so squishy. You now have to get ulted in by Ackerman. Ackerman's going to try and keep you safe, but Jojo's around the corner. It's going to be another jump. Tatu slaughters Summit, and now it's a chase for Miru. Miru's going to try and run as quick as possible. The Chain of Corruption locks you down. It's a quick moving Earth, and it's a killing spree for Tuts. With 2 down, you have a 5v3, and unless Jose Diodo wishes to sacrifice her life, it's going to be Soul in one of the fastest Soul games that we've seen. Furia are going to go ahead and get the Chem Tech 4th for themselves.
Yeah, Furia getting Soul about as fast as you really can possibly get it. Getting every dragon pretty much off a rip, and now looking for more here.
Ackerman, I mean, you just came back and alive. You're trying to do what a support does, but, I mean, you're squishy, bro. You are a Rakan. You got no real item in your tank, and it's a 4-man death squad rolling down on this bottom lane. Recall coming in from IU just to spend the gold, making sure, I mean, what are you going to buy? You're going to full item out. I'm kind of curious. What do you pick up? No, you pick up an axe. That's about it. Now you go ahead and grab an extra pink ward. It is destructive work. Furia now up 5.8, and they're looking to do even more. Miru with a great charm, and with the Spirit Rush out, you're going to keep yourself safe. But still, towers falling, objectives falling. Furia have this game in their hands.
Yeah, it's Furia's game to lose right now. They've got not only this massive gold lead, but all these intangibles. I forget exactly,
Ooh. No,
maybe
Jojo.
Someone can pick one up.
Okay, thank you. When the support has a shutdown that you needed to collect, you know things are out of control.
Yeah. I forget exactly where I remember hearing this from, but if I recall, the assertion is that a 4 dragons plus a soul is about 2,000 gold worth of intangible stats. Like, it's not going to show up in the gold lead, but you do have all of that extra combat prowess, as Summit once again just in no man's land.
I mean, I know you want a duel. I know Summit wants a duel. But at this point, Gigo is way too tanky of a boy for you to think that you can chew through them in under 20 seconds. In under 10 or 30, like all these numbers, you're not going to be able to shoot through. Because Gigo is now being followed around by Tatu, by Tuts, by IU, at least a member or two, which is more than enough to shut down Summit. We're looking at this 24.5-minute game. And Furia, they have 4 towers to 3. They have everything in the bank to close this game out if they wish. Baron up in just a few seconds. Furia looking in the god tier realm. They already got this game one on lock.
The credit to IE, the copium take, okay, it's a best of 5. And
true.
Think with the way this game has played out, I think a lot of people would be like, I'm surprised it's not over already. Good for IE for pushing it a little longer and at least battling.
Okay. I have to stop. Are they really pushing, or is this Furia getting lax? There's a difference there.
If anyone's getting lax, I really think it's IE. I feel like they came into today maybe a little too confident after their last 2 weeks just what it's surprising. This draft I also don't think has been what we've seen out of Summit. My guy. Stop fighting Gigo!
You know the definition of insanity is doing the exact same thing over and over again and expecting a different outcome.
Rough to watch. At least Miryu getting some value across the map, right? It's going to be a Baron given over, but an objective bounty to be given for i.e. they will split some gold for the team as they're going to pick up a few towers here. Ideally, they're going to get both the bot lane and mid tower with the objective shutdowns, as Jose Diodo going to have to go on the run. Flashes, but I think it's night for the Vi.
Well, let's see if this is going to go a little bit different, as that's a slap in the back of the head. Quick little grab. And it is a piece of that puzzle. Jose Diodo getting shut down. You can maybe see a little bit of frustration. Miru wanting exactly what's going on here. Jose Diodo as well, not looking too happy in that cam earlier. I mean, Furia have everything that they could possibly want, right? They are looking so comfortable in the mix, and it's just powerful, powerful work. So Furia at this point, they quite literally have everything. They have the golden spoon in their hands. Tatu's even getting jumped on by 2 and does not give a crap. Gigo on the top side, ready with a little help from the TP, and that means Summit's about to go mega. But it is going to be a top side push for Furia as they're looking to try and close the doors down. How are they going to do this? Well, it's just a little bit of a wait for the rest of the wave.
Yeah, they're just going to slowly suffocate out IE a little further, use their Baron to push forward in. And here's the thing. I think IE in this game got away from what has worked for them. Vi is a fine jungle. I think actually she's got a pretty poor win rate in LTA South. But she's a good setup, kind of force plays kind of thing. As we will see the replay of Jose Diodo getting run down around this Baron. But it's not a true carry for Jose Diodo. And we're seeing that come through. Snaker going back to the Jhin, which I don't think he played in either of the last 2 best of 5s where they looked so good. It's a purely supportive pick. It doesn't offer any of that hyper kill threat unless it gets going very, very early. And so I just think I needs to reevaluate and look at last week and think about what worked for their draft. Now, obviously, you have Furia doing the exact same thing. They've probably also looked at your last few weeks and seen what worked in your draft. So it's not going to be easy, but they have a chance to collect themselves and regroup, because I don't think this game is much longer for the world.
Nope. Snaker is also not long for this world. You have Flash and you have Barrier, but there's only so much that this threat can do. You're barely able to get out to safety, and now you're going to use that curtain call, but really, what damage are you going to do? Tatu is level 16, full HP, and no care in the world. Good charm on the side, but Miru barely tickles the Xin Zhao. And it's just power at the end of the day. Elder now up and available. We're getting a couple TPs in as IE are realizing this is their last desperate act. They only got one more chance for a team fight. Is it going to come here?
I struggle to see the angle. If they don't fight for this Elder, they lose anyway, so they do have to fight for it. But ultimately, it's just going to lead to another 5 dead members of IE. And Summit, again, pushing lane, but that leaves him once again in a poor position, as here comes the vast majority of this Furia squad.
Okay, I kind of get this. There's not much else to do, so you're just going to try and get tower. You do actually get tower. No way. No way. And now the Elder's actually being started up here. That's going to be Tatu and Jojo to rotate back, so a tower to IE. Are they going to get more? No, that's going to be the hostile takeover, crushing anyone else's hopes and dreams. Snaker is already down. Ackerman is out. Miru is out as well. But the Dragon down to about 4k HP. Jose Diodo running around the side. You're kind of wondering if the rest of Furia actually want to take this. Remember, Summit's still up and alive. Summit is actually dancing this one out well, and all of a sudden we're seeing this shift. But The rest of Furia are waiting. Jose Dioto jumped in, though, and recognizes that they might not be in a good spot. The bait works perfectly, and it is going to be one more tag. All they need for Furia is that kill. They unleash the Elder, and that means Summit goes down. The long-standing battle between Gigo and Summit is done. And just like that, Furia have left nothing for IE. That is a grand total of 6 global objectives to 1. IE watching their base crumble.
Not to rate on your great cast there. 7 global objectives because they got all 3 grubs and Otacon and 4
True.
dragons and Elder and a Baron. So 8. Just
I can't count. Casters can't count at all. But
matter.
it really doesn't, because Furia at the end of the day get the one thing that they needed, which is going to be a few more kills to pad the stats. But the Nexus at the end of the day, Jose Dioto, the final to fall, a quick TP out, hostile takeover for funsies. Furia with a controlling game number 1, 25-4. Power back to Furia.
Yeah, I mean, Furia doing what we want out of them, right? This is a strong team. We said IE was going to face their greatest challenge. And again, I touched on the draft. I don't think it was a draft diff. I don't think that IE had an unplayable matchup. But I don't think it fit their identity fully. And Furia were perfectly fine to play it out from there. They just knew they were very comfortable with every moment of the game state. And so we're going to need some re-evaluation from Isurus Estral in game 2, because otherwise it might be a very swift exit, from this loud roar to go out with a whimper would just be really, really unfortunate.
Yeah, it's something that would make us all very, very sad. Estral have had an amazing run so far in the lower bracket, but as you said, they run into a challenge. Furia looking very much in control, very ready for this battle. We can only hope it continues. We got game 2 headed your way here in the LTA South. Before we go, we want to give a big shout out, because if you enjoy what you're listening to and enjoy what you see, please go ahead, give us a like, give us a follow, give us a subscription if you're watching over on YouTube or anything like that. We'd highly appreciate it. There's more to come, though, for this lower bracket final, so please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. It's time once again to get right back into the action, but of course for Furia, they're saying we want a quick exit, we want to go home, we want to get ready for tomorrow. That was by far one of the most controlling games we have seen thus far from this squad specifically, and if IE don't change something up soon, it's going to continue.
Yeah, I lost the plot. I'm looking at the script here and it says, IE, you were supposed to, come out storming with all of that momentum, and when you get silenced like that in game one, that momentum's gone, man. It's you're gonna have to rebuild here from scratch. Like I said, they definitely need to change something up because Furia looked comfortable. They looked in control the entire time, and without any changes, that's gonna continue.
And I think you pointed out best, both compositions fundamentally wanted to do the same thing. They had the same objectives, they had the same kind of win conditions, and when both teams have the same compositions, have the same conditions, the better team is going to come on top. And Furia showed that they were the better team here in game number one, and we have to look at that bottom lane, because Snaker and Ackerman look right back to that utility support style, which we've seen them do better with in previous series. The Jhin we haven't seen, we've seen a few times, but it did not look comfortable, did not look like the right piece for the puzzle for IE in that game.
Yeah, that's what I think was like the biggest issue with IE's draft. I think when they are at their best is when Jose Dioto is able to ball out through the jungle, Miryu can have big splash plays coming out of mid, and they didn't, and then you have a defensive but still powerful ADC in the bot lane. We have seen them do fine with more utility oriented picks, but when both teams have like this skirmish mage, this force engage, early game ganking jungler, and then ideally some sort of supportive disengaged support, they were compositionally too similar, and so Furia just rolled over IE. I'm hoping that in the second game here, in this second draft, they're going to look for some alternate win conditions and not just try and play out a very standard 5v5. Look for your jungler, your mid laner to, play through and try and make something happen that is different.
Yeah, and you're taking a look here. We are getting just a tiny bit different, but one of the main components still staying the same. We still got the IE on that blue side and Furia on that red. That will, of course, stay the same for quite some time, in my opinion, until one team decides that, hey, we really don't like blue side. But we are seeing the band still stay the same as well. Sejuani, the Rumble, and the Lucian. I believe Lucian was a change from last game, versus the Gwen, the Kalista, and the Azir. I believe Azir was also a slight mix and change this time around. First pickup, though, might be a little bit of a shift. We'll see what they opt for. You can go for that ADC, you can go for that bot side, or you can go for a comfort in the mid Miru, grabbing that Rise automatically.
Miru's Rise looked so good when he played it last week, so I'm hoping we'll get another game where he can just comfortably play through his lane and be just a real menace, a real thorn, and ultimately a really good team fighter. Not just play for these skirmishes and picks, but play front to back and really just dish out the damage, because I think that's kind of what he's been best at as a mid laner, has been showing that he can win lane and then just deal damage late.
Well, we're going for a good old wombo combo to deal with the Rise. You go ahead and lock in the Wukong and the Orianna. Orianna, of course, here in the playoffs has looked, here and there. You saw the 6.6%, I believe, in terms of efficiency, in terms of pickups, but it makes for a very nice combination, which now means IE have a pretty good idea of what Furia are going to go for. They're going to come out with some nice wombo combo pieces, maybe an arrow to come through as well.
Let's go.
There is, the Viego that we've been wanting for Jose Dioto, which now means you need a little bit more utility to round out the rest of the composition, really give Jose Dioto the chance to shine.
Yeah. Jose Dioto, when he's on a carry, has looked so good throughout playoffs so far. I'm hoping we get to see that continue here. Yes, you have this big ball delivery device that Tatu will be playing on the other side. Just put the ball on his head, let him dash it, and everyone gets pulled in, knocked up. Very good. Now, and I think this is another smart pickup for IE with the Yorick, because he's just kind of unassailable during the laning phase at the moment. And so you just kind of play a very uninteractive lane, because otherwise, you saw what happened when Summit tries to interact with Gigo. Summit just punches his lights out.
Well, yeah, this time around it will, but this is also very blatant, I gotta say. From IE, you're going for a very heavy-handed, obvious showing. You say, hey, we're already showing you our top and mid. These are two pieces. Obviously, we ran some level of comfort in the past, but this series specifically, Miru and Summit have been shut down to go ahead and blatantly show your hand with these blind picks and to allow Gigo the likes to bring that Jax around, which we've seen Jackson do a lot of work in the past. It scares me. Honestly, it does. You're also leaving a lot of priority towards that bottom lane. Snaker and Ackerman are going to get their comfort picks, but how comfortable is it really going to be? As we look at the bans, it is going to be that karma once again for Furia. Really don't want Ackerman to run that.
Yeah, a good ban out. You'll see, obviously, we have Kalista and Lucian, who are practically pick ban right now, even with the slight nerfs to Kalista to try and make her early game a little worse. IE doing something, I think we saw them do this last week where they banned the Lee Sin, which is not a champ that anyone else is playing. And here it makes a little more sense to ban out the Senna that is a strong champ that Furia could pick up that would work fairly well with their current composition. IE gets to pull double duty because Snaker looks so good on that Senna. So to ban it away from Furia, they can't play it this game, and you hopefully save it for yourself in a future game.
I'm surprised that the Nautilus is being banned away, though. For IE, I don't know if you really want to run an all-in composition, an engaged tool. It feels like what they're aiming for is a little bit more of that routing. You go ahead and kind of diverge away. Granted, though, it makes sense that you're trying to pair it with the Jose Diodo Viego. But there is that deterrent once again. The Nico banned away. This is a great combination as well with the Orianna. I like what IE are banning away, but this bot lane, we talked about the fact that the Jhin really didn't make a lot of sense previously. Now you got to bring in the big dogs. Now you got to have a really solid bot lane setup, the battery of the ADC and the support. Meanwhile, on the flip side, Furia, draft whatever you wish. You can grab any piece of the puzzle that you want. You can go for support right now. You can go for ADC. It's really all up to you. At the end of the day, you go for the misfortune. You're going for a full tilt wombo combo. And I mean, this can do a lot of work in its own.
Yeah, Furia setting up for just this huge, like I said, wombo combo. Everyone gets their ults off at the right time. We're looking for Cyclone. We're looking for Shockwave. We're looking for bullet time all together. And this is what I wanted from Snaker. I kind of wanted to call it out. Was the Ezreal gives him this opportunity to play defensive and play safe, but still really dish out damage. And he should be fine to get through the laning phase now without getting run over by Ayu and Jojo, who looked really just so good in the previous game. And Rel to finish out Furia's draft, almost taunting, almost mocking who IE picked up the Alistar, who's like the known Rel deterrent, and Jojo just doesn't care. He's going to pick Rel. It makes sense with the Wombo combo. Go in, land a huge crash down, land a Magnet Storm, and let your team just unleash a firestorm of damage.
Well, the thing about it as well is you take a look at what Furia have built, and they say, well, Rel isn't our only engage. You got a Jax engage, you got a Wukong engage, you got the... Essentially, you just want more opportunities to use that shockwave. That's really what I'm looking at. The Rel at the very end, it could have been any engage tool, I think, but this one just it is going to be a terrifying thought at the end of the day. That's all I can really think about right now. We're getting into game number 2 between Furia and Isurus Estral. Isurus Estral on a tear through the lower bracket, but right now getting hard stopped by Furia, who are wanting that revenge matchup against Pain Gaming in the grand finals. And we'll see if it all happens here, because if Furia wins, it puts them at a 2-0, just one step away from their rematch. It's successful, though. This is the time to make things turn around and come back in their favor. Let's see if they can pull it off. You can see the Furia fans in the audience, and they have got to be happy, but at the same time, it's successful, hoping to show what they can. 3-1-13. Let's see what we can do. All the fans hopping up and about, but at the same time, it's all down to those on the Rift. Have to wait and see exactly how this game pans out. Super Bren, do you believe in your own powers to bring IE a victory, or do you think this game is going the side of Furia?
It's gonna depend a lot. I think the watchword for this game is positioning. Because when you have this big wombo combo, everyone just drops all 5 ults into one big firestorm of damage. When it hits like a cement truck. Like, it's going to be just brutal to watch. But if it misses, you are suddenly left without any damage, without any tools. And then you're going to see things like the Rise, like the Ezreal, continue to just pump out damage that aren't dependent on these huge, big, one-time use ultimates. So, maybe I want it to be true, right? I want to be like, yeah, I'm the good luck charm, but they need to watch their step because the ground is treacherous on the Rift this game.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a test overall, and to me, it's just, it's a scary thought overall. One of these moments where we want to see IE do really, really well, but that last game did show that they need to watch every single step that they have, watch every single movement. If they play things wrong, it's going to be a problem. On the top side, though, for Summon and Gigo, I have to talk about this, because last time it was the Gnar versus the Scion matchup, which we know a good Gnar can really take advantage of. At the same time, it really didn't go their way, and now you're going for just meatball against meatball. You're just bopping each other on the head as much as possible, and you're hoping to get that value. For Summon and Gigo, I'm really curious if Summon is going to be getting the chance to free farm like they did before.
Yeah, now we're going to have to... We're really going to have to see, because yes, it is meatball against meatball, but I feel like even with the slight changes to Yorick to try and make him a little more assailable in the early game, he plays such a safe lane just by kind of being Yorick, that it's going to... I'm interested to see what Gigo's strategy is to play around that. If he's going to try and force fights, and if he's going to try and get ahead early where, you can see a Jax take over a game in that way. Or if we're going to maybe see some cross-map teleport, some rotations, where he might try and force things to happen in other lanes.
Granted, the other side is Gigo can also do a powerful push if given the right opportunity. We've seen Jax's go ahead and cruise through some of these laning phases, and I mean, Gigo can do so. Gigo looked amazing in the previous game as well, being able to play, that tank side and still win some of these 1v1s. Now you're going to be looking to do the same, as Mir started off this laning phase in a healthy HP deficit, I should say. Right now, trying to fight back, was able to burn both pots, but burn both pots out of Tuts as well, which means both of them are willing to kind of back away and be like, okay, we kind of don't want to deal with this one. But we are watching for his heavy wardage as well. Gigo trying to get some wards down, and then Tuts warding out that top side, as you know where Jose Dioto is, and they started from the bot to the top.
Yep, pretty standard clear out. We're going to see Jose Dioto try and make some plays closer to level 5, I would presume, or once he gets that ult online at level 6, he can really start to shine. Get those resets online, as we're getting some skirmishing in the bot lane. And this time, IE does not look... At this point in the game, last game, IE was already struggling in the bot side. It looks a little bit safer now.
I think that's also understandable when you play something like an Ezreal, comparatively between the two.
Safe is a good word for him, yeah.
Yeah, if you're not safe, I don't think you're playing Ezreal right. That's all I can really say. If you're not safe, you're in trouble. And it also stands to reason that Snaker is very happy about this because you are safe. Take a look at the CS differential. You're doing okay, but Jose Dioto and Tuts are both trying to make it not so safe. In that essence, as Snaker gets a flash out, actually just an arcane shift. I thought that was a flash as well, but it was just a weird headbutt. No, it is a flash. Yeah, I was like, that is a flash. So double piece of the pie. Meanwhile, Gigo was able to deter out a gank in the top side. So a little bit of a win over the Furia side.
Furia able to survive the gank on the top side, does not have to burn any resources, really, just the health. And it's fine. The wave's in a good spot for Gigo to just kind of sit there and farm up the rest of it. Not really in any danger in the bot side. Yeah, you are going to value Snaker's flash. Even when he has Arcane Shift, his flash is more valuable in this early game than JoJo's. Later on, the big flash is going to matter for huge engages on Rel. But here in the laning phase, you can rely on the Hex flashes. They're going to try and dissuade each other from backing so brazenly. Gotta try and get the resets in and come back to lane a little bit stronger. You see already the Misfortune going... Oh my, Gigo very low.
Gigo, you don't like this. Yeah, you have to burn the flash. And that was off of Summit getting an early TP back. Gigo kind of greeted for that wave and now lost out on their Summoner spell. That kind of hurts. Granted, you got the swap out. IU and JoJo are going to be joining in on this top side. Early Dragon hasn't gone their way as cleanly as before, but the call for the swap at such an earlier state is really quite interesting.
It works out really well, though, because of the timing of where the wave was. Ayu and Jojo collect immediately to get a wave that otherwise would have crashed into the tower because Gigo was so low and had to back. And Gigo can then just immediately teleport to the bot lane and collect that wave as well.
Oh, no. Oh,
Ooh.
okay. I was going to say, one recall stopped is pretty rough. 2 in a row, though, is about, what, a good 20 seconds burned? That would suck for Summit.
Would have set him really far behind. And as you can see, Gigo was already on the tower in the bot lane. Summit making his way there, does not have the teleport. And one of the things that happened this patch is Jax did get actually a fairly significant buff to his passive. He gets a lot more attack speed per stack, even at a low level. At early on, the earliest levels, it has gone from 3.5% to 5% at your earliest levels. So you get a lot of value out of that passive, able to very quickly push in. As you can see on the map, was able to take a plate in that bot side, so a little bit of gold going into Gigo's pockets.
Yep, and considering how neatly that goes as well, it's a nice little tap. Furia right back on that course of making sure to have control over the global objectives. We mentioned before it was 8 global objectives to 1 versus. I miscounted very heavily. This time I'm going to try and keep track, but for Furia, it's all about that control. It's all about keeping pace, and namely for me, I'm curious if Summit is going to be able to match, at the end of the day. So, pieces of the puzzle coming together. Mid lane, of course, we're not going to be watching that one until level 9 or 10 at this rate. We'll see what they have to say as well. Summit, though, with the Maiden, singing the songs of the Shadow Isles and saying, yeah, we're going to press this wave into tower, and Gigo isn't exactly going to have that freedom to play with as easily.
Yeah, a huge crash into the tower, plus the Maiden is going to pick up the plate here. A good counter-strike to try and stun out the wave, lose as little ground as possible here for Gigo, but the early game looking so much better for IE. By this point in the game last time, the Dragon had been taken much earlier. They were already threatening to lose a bunch of ground in the top side because even though they had wards down, they were not in position to take care of the grubs, as Tut's gonna get some good damage on Miryu. But yeah, overall, IE playing a much, again, I keep saying this word, safe. They feel like they're playing a much safer game this game, and that's good because they got just bowled over so early last game. Even though it went to 30 minutes, it felt like Furia could have ended that game anytime they really wanted if they, wanted to really push for it. But instead, IE going to play a little more calm, a little more measured this time.
Not only that, getting that extra freedom. Summit still doing Summit things, though, here on the bottom side. As we take a look at the picture-in-picture, it is going to be Jose Diodo getting some help over here on the grubs. It's a nice little piece of that pie, which means that Summit is actually going to really enjoy this. We haven't talked about the fact that, this kind of collusion of abilities and the collusion of damage can become a cascading waterfall, can be really, really damaging. That dam almost breaking in there. You get 3 grubs onto something like a Yorick, it's going to be devastating. It's going to be a problem, and all of a sudden that shift from Gigo being able to match plate for plate, it's going to be 2 plates to 1. It's going to be 3 plates to 2. It's going to be tower versus half tower in favor of Summit. So these shifts in, comfortability level will be very interesting. As you mentioned, safe is there, but the difference is these shifts, Summit now reaching into that top side and showing their face saying, let's start breaking down that top side tower as well.
Yeah, especially with the 3 grubs, Yorick going to be a far better split pusher than the Jax, even with, Gigo being as talented as he is. But the one thing is that split push alone is no longer like really a win condition. I think this season you still, even with a split pusher, have to team fight. Now, what you can do with that split push when you are adept enough at it is to peel the other team apart and force them to play in a way that is not comfortable for them. But, Gigo, when both those top laners are inevitably forced into a fight, forced to play with their team, the Jax, I think, is going to be far more adept at that than the Yorick is. So it's a bit of a trade-off.
Right now, what the trade, though, is Gigo eating a lot of extra damage. Ackerman taking 2 tower shots, though, and being forced away. The plates are drawing to a close very, very quickly. That gold lead is starting to expand out much further. That's going to be 3 plates ripped away here on the bottom side. Very nicely done by Snaker and Ackerman, taking advantage of the fact that Gigo isn't at that major power spike, doesn't have that Triforce. On the top side, though, Furia are about to try the exact same thing. Jojo and IU inside of that rush, forcing a back off by Summit ever so slightly. Level 8 versus level 6 and 7. IU and JoJo can do a lot of damage with the deep board as well. Just outside of tower range, Jose Diodo was spotted alongside Ackerman. So no one's really able to make that massive move just yet to break the cycle of the 0-0.
Yep, no one able to force the game open yet. But the good thing here for IE is that they've gotten, this early start, even though they're not super ahead. It's the first time they've had a gold lead for any substantial amount of time this series. That last gold graph in the previous game, you can see them just ever so slightly dip into a positive gold lead very early on, and then immediately it is just Furia the rest of the day for that game one. So there is something to play around. They've got 3 grubs. They're up about 1,000 gold now. And I want to see where IE is going to push this, because we've unlocked the game, right? We are no longer stuck with everyone in their standard lane assignments. We see Ezreal now in the mid lane, Misfortune in the bot lane. And so the moves to be made, I imagine, are going to happen soon.
I mean, we say that, and yet, we've been proven wrong before, right? We've seen some teams actively chase that quiet pacing, that very comfortable pacing for what feels like multiple minutes. Topside, though, we're seeing Summon and Gigo actually go at it. Trade of ults yet again. The main thing is this dragon. They're on the bottom side. Furia once again at it first, which not only gives them mountain, but also a little bit of healing behind with the ocean. 2 dragons that give very good defensive stats, if you will.
Very, very good defensive drakes, but we will see almost a counterbalance that an infernal soul coming out. You pick up 4 of those, and all of a sudden you don't feel so bad about giving over the mountain and the ocean with the sheer amount of damage that can come out with that soul. So overall, again, the early game continues to be a measured pace, but a lot of plates being taken in this one.
Yeah, and I don't think it's stopping anytime soon. I know that you said, Superman, I know that, poor JoJo. JoJo couldn't get over the wall, but I don't think they were actively going for the wall. I think they were just trying to get away from that one shot. The fact that we are seeing IE play a little bit more into a split push style and a variance, you can see how they're rotating a lot of their members, just trying to keep this off balance of a 2-1 factor for Snaker and Ackerman. And then they're always making sure Summit has a comfortable lead in that CS, in that gold. It really feels like they are hammering into it. They're really saying, hey, I know that split push isn't exactly the thing. I know trying to get that solo gold isn't really the best option, but we grab the York. We're going to try and make it work as much as possible.
They're playing, and to their credit, it's working, right? They have a gold lead in every single lane except for mid lane, where the gold lead going the other direction is ever so slight. And Toots is the only one on Furia with, a significant amount of gold higher than any member of Isurus Estral. So overall, it's working out very well. It allowed them to pick up quite a lot of gold off of the plates. The plate's about to fall here in about 15 seconds. And so the next thing we're going to see set up for is probably that Herald in the top river. But again, it doesn't matter, because Summit and Gigo probably not going to be there, and just barely able to sneak in one last plate is Gigo in that top side. But yeah, we're going to see probably a 4v4 or even a 3v3, as split push going to continue to kind of be the name of the game for both these teams.
Yeah, and honestly, if we're looking at split push, I'm leaning towards the crew that currently has 3 grubs, right? You always got to lean into that one. You can see the gold difference as well in terms of the plates being granted as Jose Diodo hops over the wall, makes sure to be in range, as this is going to be tower. It is a comfortable first tower as well, without a single kill on the board. IE are saying, okay, screw any sort of fight. We are going to take the PvE objectives instead. Very nicely done first tower. You break open the top side, which now alleviates some of the pressure up there, but it also means Miru is about to get jumped on here. No TP for Summit means Miru is going to have to try and dance their way out of this one. It's going to be the Cyclone into Shockwave, and Miru barely going down there. It is going to be a tough one, though, as Tuts took one too many tower shots. First blood, though, at 14.5 minutes, almost 15 minutes in, over to Furia.
Yeah, finally, they are going to pick up a kill. But the first tower already taken in the top side, you can see a lot of pressure being put on by Summit. And because of all of that pressure, it means that Jose Diodo can go ahead and just take the Rift Herald pretty much entirely, comfortably, safe, doesn't really have to worry about getting too much, playing defensively, doesn't have to worry about any of that. He just takes it for free. You lose the kill in the tower in the bot lane, but you're about to pick up quite a few towers on the flip side. Whenever you do decide to drop that Rift Herald, I do imagine we're going to be seeing it used mid lane to pick up the next dragon. As we see Miryu here just caught up, unfortunately.
And I guess
Well,
if you got that last room prison off, I think Tuts would have gone down as well. But you flash for flash, it still leaves Tuts very much up and alive. So either way, it's a kill over. Miru goes down, and now you're looking for that hunt with the Rod of Ages done and only about 300 stacks on that tier. We're looking at this next dragon. That's going to be very interesting. Dragon up in about a minute. You can see the rotation of wards and advantages over to Furia's side. They're the ones putting a lot of emphasis down here on the bottom side. You can see almost no vision for IE as they haven't really had time to place any wards down there just yet.
Yeah, IE having been pushing through the top side, been taking that Rift Herald, not paid that much attention down here to the bot side, going to start trying clearing out that vision, establishing some prio, maybe going for this tower. As Jose Diodo does still have the Rift Herald, can choose to drop it bot lane and take that turret, or try to add some pressure mid lane. You have to be careful. 4 members of Furia here.
Yeah, and I mean, there's no out right now. So you are going to sacrifice Ackerman, who has the Unbreakable Will, but it's only going to do so little. A little bit more chunking down as Ackerman is going to try and walk their way out of this one. But there's a jump in by Tatu. Tatu getting that flash pulled. But now it's going to be a nice Magnet Storm in. Mirror can only do so much, but Snake is trying to throw down damage. But guess what? Ayu does so much more. And yet again, as soon as Furia and IE match heads, Furia come out with a nasty damage spike.
The Cyclone was used by Tatu there, though, and they do pick up Jojo, so Jose Diodo able to get that reset, avoid a lot of the damage. But yeah, they're just going to have to sacrifice that fight, not able to push for the dragon, and going to go ahead and use the Rift Herald in the mid lane to salvage something out of that lost fight as the bullet time comes through to limit what that wave can do to the tower.
But I mean, look, the tower still stands, right? So that is, in essence, a wasted Herald. It feels bad. But guess who's on Soul, right? Furia are like, great, we burned the Herald, we burned a lot of that fight. We're in complete control at this point. They are not worried a bit. Even though on the top side, someone was able to regain a lot of HP, you're still sitting at 161. You're looking strong. If you're right back in that same spot that they were in game number 1, albeit quite a bit slower, they're still at Soul Point. They're still looking pretty healthy with the gold lead. They're not even behind in the tower game either.
Yeah, unfortunately, yes, they're not that far behind in the tower game. They are about to lose that mid lane turret at any given moment. It is so low. But for IE, it just feels just so rough that they were so close to making that good play. They had it in their hand, and now, Miryu going to go down in the river. Furia establishing an early prio on dragons, and it just seems to be working out for them because despite IE playing a safer early game, they didn't give up too much of a gold lead. They also didn't take that big of one on their own. So that means that Furia is going to start really, really punishing now that you are forced to go to this next dragon. You have to fight for it to give up, or else you give up soul. And that's where those big wombo combo team comps tend to do their best, is when they can just force those fights, force them into small, tight corridors, and then unleash all of their big damage potential all in one spot.
I mean, that will even deter the likes of Jose Diodo, who we seem to be very quiet yet again. In this game number 2, has not really had a big impact, barely any gank potential, barely any control over their over the mid jungle territories. It's felt rough. I have to give credit. I mean, Furia have made sure that Jose Diodo has not had a comfortable game. They just haven't been able to play how they want. That's going to be a little bit of a jump as Gigo tries to dance it out, and a big damage back as Summit is trying to throw down, but IU's down here on the bottom side as well, which means it could be dangerous. Someone actually turned for it. A flash for flash, though, into the stun. Summit has no out, and it's a free kill over to Gigo as Gigo gets some help from the team.
Yeah, Ayu so fast with that Misfortune W, that Shrut passive, allowing you to just go so fast. Get up, set up your big ultimate, pump out damage, and yeah, makes up a free kill there for Gigo. Now IE trying to respond in this topside jungle.
And they even get stopped as Ackerman tried to headbutt Pulverize, but now gets caught out here. And there's no extra damage behind. TP in from Gigo. And IE with their first proactive move. Furia shuts it down with a Vengeance Mirror over the wall. IE, every twist and turn, whether a door by their own making or not, it feels like Furia are shutting it right in their face.
Yeah, IE keeps almost finding. They keep almost, you talked about a door. They go up to the door. They put their hand on the handle. They start to twist it, and then immediately someone on the other side kicks it through their teeth. They just have not found any opportunities where they solely take full control. They call it a definite win. It's not okay, well, this trade was in our favor. Oh, this was fine. There's been no fantastic plays for IE so far, and that has to change sometime soon, or else we might be looking at a swift exit for a team that looked oh so hot coming into the day.
I mean, it's only continuing here as all 5 of Furia were placed onto the top side of the map to make sure that Otacon goes their way. Permanent buff to them. They are going to sacrifice a tower on the bot side, but at this point it doesn't really matter. However, recalls are being stopped here as Ackerman is looking also for another flank option. And they're going to try and give Summon as much time as possible. A little bit of freestanding gold is knocked down as IE knocked down that mid-outer as well. I don't think this bottom side inner will go down, but damage has been done quite well overall. Actually, I take that back. I keep forgetting that they have the grub, so they are going to chew through 2 more. So, massive gold swing right back in favor, but it's only in the tangible. Total of 4 towers taken for 1 Otacon.
Yeah, it's 5 total towers, i.e. at least establishing themselves on the map. But again, we're talking about that neutral objective control. Furia able to establish it over and over throughout the game. And you see that IE, like I said, had a long gold lead for quite some time. But now it is solely in favor of Furia for the last 5 minutes. And then it swings back to IE. They can do this. They have some opportunities, but they have to take a big fight win and turn what is right now a slight gold lead, something that is okay, into a neutral objective, into a big win, some extra stats on the board. Because if they just, okay, we took a bunch of towers and then we gave up the next Dragon, Soul, Baron, Elder, you're gonna lose again. So they have to force something to happen here, right now, at this Dragon.
Well, they're going to try as Tatu sets up a little bit too close, clones out to safety, dragging down to about 6.5. This is doable in the dance moment, but Snaker is now going to try and run interference, and IU's taking a lot of damage, by the way. It's taken about 6 or 7 dragon shots. I don't think they actually like that. Acker is trying to find a way in as well, but you're not really going to have it. Tuts running interference. Watch for that shockwave wherever it collects. Dragging down to about 3k. In they flash. Ackerman trying to hold him off. Summon a little bit slow to get back into the fight, but there's the wombo combo around, and there's a smite as well. Tatu ensuring extra damage comes out for the side of Furia as they claim one more kill behind. And yet again, Furia pumping out the fury of their loss directly into this series. The second soul for themselves, a complete shutout of the Dragon objective.
Yeah, a second 4 for 0, a second very early soul. Furia is loving their just complete dominance over the neutral objectives so far this series. Yes, it says, okay, there's 100 gold lead over to the side of IE, but the game is solely in the hands of Furia right now. No pun intended. As you can see, what ends up being just a great setup. Tatu with the clone, the Cyclone, able to pick up the Dragon and set up for his misfortune to have a huge impact with that ultimate. And they find the kill on the back end as well. Just kind of excellence from Furia in the jungle there.
Yeah, and you called it, right? This split push style of gameplay has been neutralized in more ways than one. It's been difficult to play for, and that's why Furia looks so confident. Even the fans know it. Furia are looking confident in their way right back. One game can be a coincidence, a mistake even by IE, but 2 in a row with this dominant of fashion. Furia are right back in the driver's seat, and they are showing that they have what it takes to be able to fight as a grand finalist at the end of the day.
Yeah, they need to keep this momentum up. If Furia really wants to prove to me, I think prove to most of the LTA South viewers, a lot of the people that really follow this region, that they can even contend with pain, they need to finish this one out in the same dominant fashion that they have played throughout these first 2 games. Because at this point, okay, if you really want to show like you are a contender, you can beat pain, you have to be able to take care of IE handily, and they're trying to do that right now in the mid lane.
And I don't know if it's really going to work. Quick little tap on the Realm Warp just for a little bit of funsies. Mio trying to bait them out, but Ackerman yet again stonewalled in what they want to do. And all of a sudden, this 2-piece combo is going to come around the corner. Quick Cyclone to drop Snaker so low. Bullet time to finish it off. There ain't no chance in the world. Summit still pushing like their life depends on it, because it really does. You cut the wave, but there's a big purple worm that is much tastier than any wave could ever be.
Yeah, Summit has the vision on the Baron, hesitantly trying to step forward and establish some presence into the river, but doesn't have vision on multiple of the members of Furia, doesn't know where those guys are. And here they come. They're getting good damage onto him now. The Ignite coming out. He's on the run. Furia's going to take another neutral objective as they kill 2 more members of IE, and this just dominance over the neutrals continues to be the name of the game.
I mean, it's just all out aggressive, and I want to say this time, as Mir is run down, it feels like Furia have done this off of excellent team fighting. I want to point that out. They have looked excellent in all of their team fights across the entire series thus far. I don't think there's been a single time where they've ever been in a fight where they've actively lost, and even if they did, they went even in that fight, right? Like, Furia have basically taken these team fights, turned it around into the Dragon objectives, and they slaughtered in games 1 and 2. You can even see a little heart from Gigo. Gigo's like, yo, what's up? Let's go ahead and have a little bit of fun. We are 4.7k in the lead with extra intangible stats behind to pump that up to almost 6k. You got the Infernal Soul to play with. All hands on deck to close this game out.
Yeah, it was great work to take those towers and keep the gold even for as long as they did, but IE solely just completely cut out of the game. They are unable to do anything. Furia has just clamped their jaws shut, so to speak, and is going for the kill now. We are in this final stretch here once again. And it's another moment where if IE doesn't do something, they're just going to slowly starve to death. Furia isn't going to make a big radical mistake. You've seen the way they've played these last 2 games. When they have this lead, Furia is not a team that gives it up. They are not a team to have these huge throws. So if IE doesn't force something to happen, it never will, as they pick up another kill in the bot lane. They continue to siege. And there's just no response. IE's going to lose another member here.
Yeah, I hate the fact that Gigo even stopped for the Seeker's Arm Guard. Like, that is the most BM item purchase, even though it's part of the build. It's annoying, and it's frustrating, and you're realizing that it's done its job as the rest of Furia come around the corner, find IE struggling, and there ain't no response. Ackerman run down a bop on the back of the head. IU untouched. Tuts untouched. Furia only losing 1 member the entirety of this game, as in yet another one-sided matchup. Furia put themselves 1 game away from the LTA South Grand Finals.
I said it at the beginning of the day, momentum, she is a fickle mistress, and that first game just cleaned out, silenced any of that roaring momentum that IE had through their last 3 series where they looked so good in each of them. Now it is all Furia, and it feels like the crowd is behind them, the energy is with them, and they only need 1 more game to close this out.
And if you're looking at IE, I mean, what has gone wrong? Because they've now tried a teamfight composition. They tried well, I say teamfight in the loosest sense of the term in game 1. You tried a split push angle, which worked for the first 10 to 15 minutes. Someone was getting a gold lead. You were getting towers. You're getting damage. But both games have collapsed under the weight of Furia's excellent team fight and coordination. Where do you go if you're Isurus Estral?
This is why I said, like, split push is only so good. You still need to be able to team fight with a split push composition. When you pull out, you get all these towers, yes, but once you crumble under that weight, once they're able to get all those neutrals and you lose a big late game team fight, and then it's all over. There's only one option that IE has not tried. There's only one thing compositionally I think they can really do. Put it all on the line, bet it all early, and just try and run over Furia in the early game. Take what should be Furia's strength, where they have this solid early game, they accrue a lead, and then they hold on to that lead. Furia does not play particularly well when they are massively behind. So if you're gonna lose anyways if you keep doing what you're doing. You want to make something happen. You need to force something to happen. Play a composition that forces it. Come out, punch them in the mouth real early, and then just see how they recover. Stagger them.
That is the best advice I've ever heard for a team that so far hasn't been landing any punches. Just throw as much weight as you can behind a fist. See what you can get for IE. At the end of the day, though, it is all down to them to see what they can do. But Furia have very closely followed the series, and they're already saying, we own this as much as possible. They're already looking a little bit further to a Pain Gaming rematch. With that being said, we will go to a short break. Before that, I want to give a big shout out. We got the Gringos Liberados podcast that is also talking about a lot of these matchups as well as what could be to come tomorrow as well with the grand final. So if you want to catch up on some of the matchups, some of the thoughts, and some of the expert insights as we have seen across the entirety of the LTA South, please go ahead and give it a check out. It is on the LTA South YouTube channel. Go ahead, give a like, give a subscription, and all that fun stuff. Maybe even go make fun of RMC if you can as well. We'll go to a very short break. When we come back, LTA South to go ahead and finish things up, so please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. One more step for Furia to make it to the grand finals to have a chance at redemption. But for IE, it's one more step until the door fully closes in your face and your run in the lower bracket in the LTA South playoffs will be at an end. And one more chance at possibly seeing Jose Diodo actually be able to do something in games 1 and 2. He has been shut down over and over again, and I cannot figure out for the life of me if it's a team issue or if it's just Furia playing out of their minds right now.
It feels like Furia are untouchable. If they carry this momentum into tomorrow, you know, if they win this game 3 and just come in screaming against Pain, we will have a hell of a series on our hands, because overall, you're right. It's hard to tell what the issue is for IE, but I can tell you there is no issue for Furia. They have looked so convincing these past 2 games.
Yeah, one of the ways to really tell if a team is really on top of things that we always talk about is, yes, kills. Kills have looked immaculate, right? Double digits every single time for Furia, and then single digits at most for the side of IE. Another metric that we have not talked about is the fact that we are seeing 4-0 Dragons across the board. To put it in a larger perspective as well, there have only been 2 global objectives, I believe, that I have taken in this entire series. It's been a set of Grubs and a Baron. That has been it. They have not gotten a single extra objective outside of that. They lost both Autocons. They've lost 9 Dragons in a row right now, as well as a Baron on top of it from behind. Like, this has been out of this world impressive from Furia, even on the macro level.
Yeah, to their credit, IE got the Rift Heralds, but Rift Herald is such a...
I don't count those when you can't break a tower with it.
Yeah,
like, you broke only one.
It's such a nothing objective if you don't take the mid lane turret with it. You use it to try and, like, okay, well, yeah, we can use the Rift Herald to pull them off of Dragon, or they're going to lose their mid lane turret. They get the Dragon, you don't take the mid lane turret, and then you die. Hard to argue in your favor there.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, this neutral control has been so good from Furia. Like, we've talked about this, you know, before the break. We talked about it a little bit over the break. If we're going to see a change, it has to come from IE. Furia are such a strong team when they're playing comfortably, when they are ahead, that they're probably not going to just, like, roll over and give Isurus Estral anything for free. Which means the onus is on Isurus Estral not to wait and play for a mistake, but to force something to happen. They need to either, through their draft or through their gameplay, make plays. And those aren't always going to be winning plays, but when you're behind, if you sit and do nothing, you're going to lose. You ever wonder why Nautilus has the highest deaths at every single international event? It's because when you're behind, you got to make plays.
Yep. It's the same reason that we see Leonos also have that high standard of deaths. You know, anyone that wants to engage is there, but I gotta agree. We gotta see IE shift things up, and I want to ask you specifically, where do you look at? Because Summon has been given control in game number 2. Game number 1 was also given a little bit of counter pick potential, but Summit so far has not been that big leniency. We talked about Jose Diodo trying to get that Viego in there, trying to get that mix-up. Didn't work there either. Bot lane, you tried to go safe once again. Snaker right back on that safety value, hasn't found the options. If we are IE, what are we looking at outside of a side swap?
So like you said, you brought up the side swap, but where am I looking? Honestly, the one lane that they haven't, like, really played through, but who has looked solid in both of the first 2 games, despite the team crumbling around him, Miryu in the mid lane. If you're gonna make something happen, I think it has to be Miryu, and not necessarily in his own lane against Tuts, who is a fine laner in his own right and will just be able to outtrade you. If we can unlock Miryu to go to other parts of the map and thus let him accelerate other lanes, that could be a potential win condition for Isurus Estral.
All right, now, what the big thing that we're watching for is the fact that major power picks have actually come through for both sides of the battlefield. The Gwen first pick coming in for Furia, headed most likely into that top side, or in the jungle if you wish to get a little bit spicy. I don't think so, though. But the Nico being locked in, as well as the Mbessa. Heavy hitters coming out now, much heavier indication on the dueling aspect as well. IE are basically taking every bit of power picks that they can grab and tossing it into this comp.
Yeah, and we talked about, can we get the power picks and can we win early game? And Bessa can duel very early on, and Nico is, like, the premier aggressive, keyframe, hunt you down in lane kind of support. And we see the Karma come out, which is a good response. It will keep IU safe in the bot side. I do want to talk about with the Gwen coming out in that blue 1 pick. Gwen actually did receive some slight adjustments to make her just as fine late game, but a little weaker in the early game. So if Summit it wants to pilot the Ambessa to its full potential, it's going to have to be very early on. As you see the Ashe come out, which works well as IU is going to, eventually with a very safe style of game, eventually come online with the Ashe, but also denies it from Snaker, who is piloting the Kai'Sa?
I'm not gonna lie, I don't like this that much, considering you're going into a poke composition or a longer range composition. Snaker so far has not exactly won that bottom lane as cleanly as we would like. Yeah, game number 2 was a little bit spicier, but you're going into an Ashe Karma, which Karma has been banned out multiple times throughout the series. Snaker has to show some excellence here if you're going to be showing up and really putting out that damage. Now we go into that mid lane ban phase, though. You go ahead, see the Victor. I wouldn't be surprised to see even more thrown in there. If you want to go with that Syndra ban, you can. I don't think Syndra is that high priority, though, right now. But identifications are there that is going to be the next point of contact for both these teams.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how the comp shapes up, because there are some rumblings that maybe AP Kai'Sa has returned. Now,
Ew.
I don't like it. If you lived through the AP Kai'Sa every game meta, you would too despise that champ when she pilled that build. And if it is, it's got to be piloted well and drafted around. So I am interested to see, as we are banning out Victor and LeBlanc in the mid lane, and we're banning out another big playmaker in the jungle with the J4. I really feel these last 4 picks could be just about anything. We're in game 3 of Fearless. A lot of big, powerful picks are off the board. Both junglers still need to pick, and both or one support and one mid lane pick remain to be seen. Or sorry, no, both mid lane picks. I am so used to old Nico being in the mid lane. Nico's a support now, guys. I forgot.
Well, we see AP Kai'Sa. We've seen people run it in the mid lane as well. So, but that's like super old school. That's like old school seasons that I don't even want to think about. At the current moment, though, all things are on the table. As you mentioned, we could be looking at a blind mid here for IE. If you wish to give a little bit of a chance in, it is going to be an Annie running into that mid lane. Something in the bank, which we have seen Mirror use before to basically unleash hell on opponents. It makes sense here, though. I like it. You go ahead and grab it. You got to get that hard CC rolling.
Yeah, and with the hard CC, it pulls double duty, because now if you do have the AP Kai'Sa who is sitting back and unleashing missiles from the, from the rear, from a very safe position, they can, once you drop that CC, rapidly reposition into the fight. It responds with the Galio. Now, Galio, logically a good pick into a possibly magic damage heavy composition, but he's also looked pretty terrible in the LTA South. I think he's got something like 14 losses. Has not been a particularly powerful pick, but the Nefiri somehow makes it all the way to blue 5. What a powerful jungler to wait to that end. I wonder, and I don't have to wonder for very long, the response is the Nocturne for Jose Diodo.
And another very aggressive jungler, if you can pull it off as quickly as possible. I mean, I want to see Jose Diodo in lanes. I want to see him being able to gank lanes. This is the best way to do it. You have a paranoia, you dive right on in. As you were mentioning, though, the Nefiri was banned out in game number 1, I believe was open game number 2, but no one really wanted to go for it. So now you're looking at game number 3 and being able to pick it up. But with the composition that's rolling out here, all of a sudden my eyes are drawn to that mid-jungle synergy for IE. You mentioned that Miru has had a fairly comfortable game throughout a lot of this series and saying, hey, even in the losses, Miru has been farming. Miru has been trying to transition into lanes. Miru has been following their lane opponent. These are the right calls to make, and I have to identify that. Now you're given a front row seat, and Annie and Nocturne can make a lot of hell happen for Furia.
Yeah, and if they're able to not even just get the kills, but just bully Toots out of lane and make his life hell and unlock that Annie to reposition for these early team fights. We saw that the early dragon stacking, getting control of all those extra stats online early, worked out very well for Furia. I wonder if Isurus Estral says, that is a good idea. We're going to do it too, and pays a lot of attention to that bot side to start stacking those global objectives early on.
Well, let's see if they can pull it off right now. Furia, just one more game. That is what the audience is cheering. That is what Furia is thinking, and that is what everyone in the audience will most likely hope for. Of course, for those that are Isurus Estral fans, you're happy that they made it this far, but you need that reverse sweep to come on in, and it all starts with this game number 3. Will the Annie and Nocturne be the turning point? Well, things still slide into Furia's way. Only time will tell as we are onto the Rift for what could be our possible final game here in the LTA South Playoffs lower finals.
And this is going to be quite the defining one, right? You talked about everyone in that crowd, all the Furia fans knowing that they just need one more game. The IE fans desperately hoping for a reverse sweep. And if they get that reverse sweep, we have not yet had a game 5 here in LTA South playoffs. Everything has been decided in 4 or less. And so we are maybe in store for the first one of the split, but in all likelihood, Furia just looks unstoppable. I want to see something out of IE early on. They have not a terrible composition to do it, especially in that bot lane where even against something that's a little more poke heavy, a little safer in the Ashe and the Karma, it's so easy for Nico to just bully enemy laners and be a problem for them to deal with. I would love to see them actually take advantage of that and try and play out that early game and take a big advantage early on and make Furia play from behind, not from down 1,000 gold like they were doing with those towers in the last game, but make them play from behind.
Well, let's see if they can do so right now. Ackerman trying to show a little bit of gumption there, getting some extra damage down on IU. Make sure to change into that form and even change to the Annie to get a little bit of extra range on there. You gotta respect some of the Nikos out there really making sure to know how to make use of that cloning ability. It's so good in the right hands, especially in the laning phase. Topside though, Gigo and Summit gonna be trying to throw down their best as well. This topside matchup has been a little bit back and forth, but Gigo pretty much after that once you reach mid game, has always looked just extremely solid.
Yeah, and overall, we are seeing just an overall solid early game composition from both teams. There's nothing, as we're seeing an actual brawl come out.
No!
Can't he get the kill? Is Tatu overstepped? And here's Miryu to pick up the first blood. Finally, IE making something happen in the early game. Or is it perhaps a sign that Furia is slipping? Because that's a bit of an overstep from Tatu.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't really think that was IE. IE just responded to Furia, so that was Tatu, I think, getting a little bit antsy, and I can appreciate that. You get a little bit messy, you get a little bit silly, and you see what you can get away with. The kill does go over to Annie, so Miru is just like, okay, that can be a little bit of a dangerous spot to be in. Not the worst, though, right? You give a kill over, and it's an Annie, but Tatu, you still run interference. You're still trying to be a bully at the end of the day. For Summit and Gigo, though, it's still that 1v1 on the top side as both junglers rounding out the rest of their camp clears. I think only for Tatu, though, you're missing the grubs on the bottom side, or the Krugs. Oh, Tuts. Very low.
Very low.
Yeah, that was a little bit spicier than I would have liked, as Summit's doing the exact same thing. And we are seeing that spice. One more auto can be there. Summit 1v1. Second kill for IE as Summit shows off on the Mbessa.
This is what I had asked for. Okay, IE making something happen in the early game. They took some advantage. Tatu overstepped. They made him pay for it. They're taking some advantage in the mid lane, poking down Tuts until he cannot stay in lane any longer. Taking a kill in the top side, and it is going to be regular Kai'Sa, not AP. Thank goodness. I would have been very mad if AP Kai'Sa came out in this composition. But that means that you have a pretty strong dual lane very early on that can just go in and force fights if they need to. Now more than ever, this is your time, right? We've already taken about 1,000 gold lead, only 4 minutes in. 2 kills up. They have already doubled their kill count from game 2.
All right. Well, don't put it that way, but you're not wrong. We are seeing Gigo as well try and dance it on the top side, and I think Summit and Gigo, I feel like that kill was, again, Gigo kind of overextending, saying, hey, what can I fight with? What can I get away with? As the scissors theoretically can do a lot of work. For Summit, though, you're having a little bit of fun there, saying, hey, I got my solo kill. I'm still getting pressed under tower. It's going to be the worst in the world, but, you know, you can still make some magic happen. Also taking a look at the wards, making sure to keep coverage around there as IE using Ackerman's clone to keep vision on Jojo and IU. But namely, I'm keeping eyes on that dragon, which has now been up for about 10 seconds, and no one's really moved over towards it.
And nobody taking the dragon immediately like we saw in the previous games. We might finally see some delay on the dragon. Gigo falling low here. And Summit is level 6, does have the public execution, knows about Tatu though, and is smartly holding back to not overextend himself, you know, showing some restraint in his positioning this game.
Yeah, but the problem is because of that, Jose Diodo now gets an advancement into the enemy side jungle. And remember, Tatsu was fighting it out earlier, and that's one of the things in the Nafiri and the Nocturne matchup. You can clear the wolves very quickly. Tatsu doesn't actually get the wolves up as cleanly as you would like because of that sweeping attack. So it's very nicely done by Jose Diodo. You go ahead and put this a little bit low. Smite away on the camp, and yeah, both of them with the Rammus say, okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, and again, this is finally IE using this, you know, power they have in the early game. I told you, I wanted something different from this team. They're showing it off, and for once, they are not just kind of... They had an early okay game last time, but they are actually taking a lead here, and I want to see them continue to press it. Don't just sit on, okay, we're 1,000 gold up, and we might take some objectives, and that's fine. We want to force fights and continue to push for a bigger and bigger lead. Snowball that gold and make it difficult for Furia to play, because the further behind Furia has had to play from, the worse and worse they look.
I like how we say that, like, not every team plays pretty roughly from their back foot. It's like, you know, any team does so, but I do agree. Furia has some of the worst kind of end game potential when they're down, when they're in these situations where they have to fight back. They don't look as clean as maybe some of the other teams, but granted, maybe this is the time to do so. We saw them battle it out in, I believe, game 1 and game 2 of some of the others, you know, even against Pain Game, and we've seen them fight from behind. It hasn't looked great, but maybe they can do so. For Furia, though, right now it's getting a lot of these mishaps back under control. We talked about that gold lead. It's only about 1K, but Summit is drawing a lot of eyes right now. We're taking a look at some of those lane adjustments coming out here, and Summit is currently completely blind, which is allowing Jojo to sneak into this river brush. Gigo trying to dance out, trying to bait out maybe a couple extra abilities, but I think Summit has a good idea that things are mixing up. You already know that the mid laners have gone to bots, and the bots have gone to mid, which means Jojo is in the area. It's going to be a nice little slice. Summit should be able to survive, but in terms of the HP value, Gigo coming out very much on top.
Yeah, Summit takes a heck of a lot of damage there, and getting that advantage in the top lane is going to allow Tatu, or at least tell him he maybe thinks he can start this neutral objective here, start up the grubs. But Jose Diodo is in the area, and this could turn into a fight. Tatu able to secure the first grub, Snaker coming in, but now Tuts is there as well as IU, and now maybe Furia's gonna look for it.
I mean, they're going to try and dive from Tuts. This is going to be Furia decimating IE yet again. We called it before. Furia, when it comes to the team fight, are unmatched yet again, sealing away 3.
Oh, I know I said, like, okay, you have advantages early. We need to make things happen. But I did not mean throw away the game at Void Grubs. You just weren't in a position. Summit had half health. Mirror had to use the TP just to get to mid lane and wasn't even in the fight. And Ackerman still isn't level 6, so you don't have the Pop Blossom. You didn't have the tools to fight that one. And so we forced at the wrong time. And because of that, Furia, now they are the ones in the driver's seat once again. Oh, Isurus Estral, why must you do this to me so?
Granted, everything has really been at the start of Furia's call. Take a look at this. Once again, it was an ult in from Tatsu that kicked everything off, and then a dive in from Tuts, which was the follow-up. But you have to respect this. Look at the back off from Furia, making sure that this was Gigo in range, and then the taunt. It's such an easy catch. And the miss by someone as well to not reach that back line meant it was free pickings. No one was scared, and this is why we see Karma panned away so often. The empowered shield on 5, destroying any hopes of IE getting some extra damage down. It is a painful one to mark. So well done by Furia.
Yeah, lots of little things went right for Furia there. Just really well executed. You mentioned backing out, making sure no one was overextended for the paranoia to reach any of the squishy members, dodging the public execution so that Summit could not get into the backline and start causing issues, forcing this comp from IE to play front to back. And my goodness, Summit, no, not again. It's all falling apart, Orbital. It's terrible.
To be fair, I can't put this solely on Summit. Summit won the 1v1 earlier and then had to deal with his team granting Furia Gigo 3 kills. Like, as a top laner, you're kind of frustrated, but like, you knew it was kind of inevitable. That is going to be a smite away, though, as Jose Diodo gets the first of 10 total dragons for their team, or at least what I hope. And that's going to be a slam down on Tatu's life as well. Really nice catch by Ryu, as there was an attempt at a revenge story. That's going to be a taunt in from Tuts, though, with the flash, but there's no extra damage to play for. Gigo even joining in on the mix with the TP. However, at the end of the day, it's a nice sneak away as IE gather their first dragon of the series.
Yeah, first dragon of the series, and at least it is a starting point. They have finally picked up something that they can stack on and get some, objectives. It gives some tenacity, which is all right here. It's not like Cloud where it gives some nice slow resistance, which would have been wonderful into this matchup. Overall, though, it's still gotta feel really, really rough for IE. The game state they are in, even though they're only down 500, 600 gold, it just feels like they were in charge of the game, and now it is being dictated by Furia. It is definitely Furia that is dictating the pace at the moment.
I think it's never going to change either. I'm a little bit scared, honestly, because Furia, every time a team fight has broken out, IE has looked so rough. And I just don't see it stopping. Gigo is now 4-1-0, already has a Riftmaker in hand. It's looking like this solid piece of the pie, and it was a first pick Gwen. We know Gwen can be absolutely destructive. We know Gwen's can take over games, and it's only been accelerated here into game number 3. Furia already seeing that end of the tunnel, that final breach into the light, and saying we do not want to be down here in the lower bracket any longer. Of course, that's an arrow coming out here as that lands directly onto Summit. And Summit is just deleted. Even a TP from Miru ain't gonna save him. And the poor Annie is calling in the rest of backup. But Furia yet again, destructive kill, even underneath the tower.
Yeah, I talked about
Wait,
those.
did they dance this? Oh, what a flash in. Miru said no, you don't get that freedom, and a nice denial. However, this is going to be the plot blossom to deny. In comes the paranoia, and that's a tower dive gone awry. Great call down. And you dive straight onto JoJo. Poor JoJo is going to be eliminated right off rip, and it will be a couple kills back as IE find another misstep by Furia.
They will not go quietly into the good night, but Furia, they are doing their best to make me look silly at every point in the game, where I'm like, guys, don't worry. Furia, they play so well from ahead. They've got the advantage in this series. They're not going to make crazy missteps. And what have they done that has allowed IE to stay in this game? They've had a few pretty callous missteps where, okay, they got a great dive here, great arrow onto Summit, and just a great overall pickup to get that kill. And if we back out now, it's a big dub. We won. We got it. But we forced the dive further onto Miru, even when we see the remainder of the team arriving. We try to go on to Miru, and look at this flash, Tibbers. It just sets up the rest of the play for IE so well. A huge pop blossom here, a paranoia from Jose Diodo, and they are back in the game once again.
Well, we say that, and yet Summon is still getting eaten up. I would also like to point out, Mew actually went with the W, the Cone of Fire, instead of the ult, because the Cone actually has a wider spray on stunning everyone, which is the right call. That's going to be a tower dive, though, as Gigo wants a little bit more, but that's a blast forward, and Gigo gets the heal, and you're out with a sliver! Double HP, 20 HP is what I saw Gigo flying high.
And you know what's insane is I talked about Gwen getting some early game nerfs. One of those was to base health, reduced by exactly 20, and that's almost to taunt poor Summit who dies under tower. The Hallowed Mist got an increased cooldown, but that doesn't matter once you have 4, 5, 6 kills in hand now, a full item. Those slight early game nerfs are gone. We are solely into the mid game, and Gigo's feeling good.
Gigo is a one-man wrecking crew and is going to continue to be so. The Gwen furiously sowing their way to victory. Ain't no way anything changes. Even though we're at 6-6, even though IE have 1.4, it still looks insurmountable. Because step number 1 is getting this next dragon, right? For IE, they have been so tethered down in so many of these global objectives. If they can get the second dragon, I'll be so proud of them. But it's going to be a difficult one to play for IE so far. They haven't really set up. Take a look at the vision around that bot side. It's been negligible. They've been so focused on the laning phase that they got no vision around this dragon. Instead, it's actually Furia, who have good ward control over that mid and then some. So for IE, I mean, they might be gifted it at the end of the day, but it's going to be a very, very scary one. They're always going to be looking over the backs until someone shows on the map.
Yeah, Furia only showing 1 in the top side right now. Do have 3 up there. They're going to look to push these towers to counter and punish. And the one nice thing for IE right now is that no matter where they drop the Herald, the towers are low enough that they should probably get them. I imagine we're going to see it dropped in the mid lane to buy more space for this dragon take in just a moment. Yep, you do see here now, here comes the Herald charge. It's going to pick up that mid lane tower, likely the bot lane tower to follow as well, but a fight now breaking out in the jungle.
Yeah, and that's Gigo just going like, do you really want this? Do you really want to fight this? Guess what? We're going to collapse in on you. Quick flash out by Jose Diodo. Runs straight into IU. IU with the arrows is going to power down 1, but that goes the pop and the whistle. Miru shuts that down in a heartbeat. Of course, a little bit more action on the backside means Saker has to flash out of safety, but Tatu is ready with the chase. Jose Diodo getting chunked down the jungle v jungle matchup, but that is Tuts to run away with their life in hand. An overall 2-for-1 in favor of the likes of Furia means Tatu is on the wrong side of the map. However, you can get over the wall if you wish, but Miru is on the hunt. Tatu ready for fight number 2. But the rest of the team might not be so. Quick stun denied as Miru throws out a Q. But the dragon is still up, meaning Furia can recall and reset.
Yeah. The one positive there for IE is that at least they didn't leave Furia in such a position that taking the dragon would be, free and easy. But the ideal there is that we just drop the Rift Herald, we take the mid tower, and then we go and we take the dragon. Like, we should be going to take the dragon right now, but Ackerman, in a kind of brutal misposition, is trying to 1v1 Gigo and set up a pick, but look how much healing Gigo has with the Riftmaker, with the needlework. And of course, Jose Diodo caught out so far with a big slow. They're able to delete 1 back as IU just ceases to be. But a kind of brutal misposition, a miscalculation on the part of IE, who should have been picking up their second dragon of the game.
Yeah, they're just now starting it, by the way. And we mentioned before that IE, they just now started getting control over the dragon. Keep in mind, in both games 1 and 2, Furia were already on soul point at this time. They had collected so much, and that's what's causing the problems. As Miru has to flash away from the arrow, Tatsu doesn't want to get into that mix. Overall, it's a dangerous play, as now it's Jojo to have to flash over the wall to safety. Jose Diodo might want to follow up around the corner, but no flash, as well as IU doing some work here. Furia go ahead and keep everyone alive.
Furia able to keep everyone alive, pick up the dragon. They burn a few ults there. You see the paranoia come out. Obviously, the flash from Miru as well had to be used to get to safety. But they don't give up too much ground. They're not going, there's not another fight immediately coming up. Otacon's up in a minute, but most teams are not going to take that immediately off spawn. So I'm not going to feel too bad about having to give up some of those ultimates if it had worked out, if they got in a play. I feel like it's worth it to at least try. They just need to set up, okay, now we have 2 dragons. We have something to play around. We need to kind of hunker down. Furia has shown that they're willing to make mistakes and tower dive and overextend if necessary, but IE needs to cut out some of the mistakes on their own end because we've seen how costly they can be.
I think at this point it is all about the, what can we find? What can we do? How do we take control? And for IE, it's grasping at straws. I hate saying this, but a lot of their fights and a lot of their wins have come off of Furia engagements. It's a lot of, as you mentioned, Furia missteps, Furia overextensions, and never really IE saying, we want to take this fight. We want to be the ones to engage on you. This one, of course, a little bit of a bait out and might work, but Gigo getting a nice little bell out and away. The Mikhails keep Gigos alive. IE, though, yet again, unable to find a kill, even though they dump a lot of resources into it. Pop Blossom plus more. In the mid lane, though, they found the one squishy member that they needed, and Snaker able to pick up one for themselves. Very nice catch.
IU finally gets caught out alone in the mid lane, his support up in the top side trying to save Gigo. And that's something to look for because now IE has that advantage. They have an extra member on the map. They can look to get this top tower perhaps and then play for their next objective, get set up wherever they want to go. Ultimately, it's going to matter a lot whether IU particularly needs to have the time on the map to carry. I don't think so. I think we're looking around Gigo here. This 6-2 Gwen, he has the vast majority of the kills for his team. And it's Gigo, man. He can absolutely just carry his team forward if given the opportunity. So I get why IE is looking for picks onto him. Just hasn't worked out so far.
Oh. Mirror showed a little bit too quickly, and now things are going really, really bad. All of a sudden, it's a misstep by IE's side. Mirror's got nothing, even with the TP coming in. Arrow landing on the backside. A perfect cleanse to come out here, though. As it is going to be a little bit more safety. I lied, there is no cleanse, it's just a heal. But it is well done to keep everyone else alive. Disaster striking for IE, though, as we know Furia like to play off these kills as soon as possible, running straight for that Otacon.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and smartly take that pick. Such a huge burst potential now just gone. And the teleport burned as well, so you know that even once they back up, they have to waddle their way over here on their little toddler legs. It's not gonna be very fast. Certainly not as fast as Furia can take this Otacon. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's already down to about 5.4. It has to be a dive in, and Summit's ready to dive. Yes, they do. They snipe out a little bit of IU, and IU flashes over the wall to get back to safety. Ackerman is going to try and jump right back in, but he gets taunted and into death. Snake are trying to do their work, but unfortunately, they can only do so much to get one kill. Otacon down to about 1,900, but are they going to be able to find a Hosadiato running away? But will Summit be able to turn it around? Snipe comes out as a smite works for Tatsu, and Snaker says, please. Summit, though, says, nah, we're going to find you. As in comes Miru. Miru with a chance after the respawn brings it to an ace for Estral.
And Isurus finally find a play off the back of their own engage. They actually don't need a pure overstep from Furia. Now, Furia did not have the cleanest fight there, but that was definitively Isurus Estral making a play and making something happen. A spark of life here. Yes, the Otacon went over, but 5 kills, and now your run of the map. Wherever you want to go and set up, obviously you will be uncontested. As we get into the replay here, a lot of good poke. You can see a great amount of damage coming out. The Pop Blossom only lands on one, but they are able to scatter the team effectively. And so even though they lose Ackerman very early on, they take out Gigo. And from there on, it is Snaker who's able to take out so much damage there from the big frontliners. So a overall well-played game plan. They're able to find Gigo. They're able to then cut through the rest of the team. Good work from IE.
And for once, IE have actively won a team fight. In 3 games, we have not been able to see them come out with a comfortable fight, but they proactively chased in. They proactively made a move without Miru, and they found victory. Not only that, at 24 minutes, they have finally taken Dragons 3 in a row, I might add, and they are now on Soul Point. Super Bren, in the entirety of this series, for the first time, IE looked like they could take this game. Tuts now being taught a little bit about overextensions of their own, as there's no way out. Summit runs them down.
Yeah, results-based analysis, some observation on the series. Man, red side's really good, huh? Dragon stacking seems to be working. It's the strategy that both teams have used on this red side. Take control of the dragon pit, take a lot of dragons early on. Obviously, IE has not been as fast at it as Furia was in games 1 and 2. But both teams that have had a huge lead coming into this 25 to 30 minute mark, this when you start to really transition into the very late game, it has been the red side that has been able to take control of the dragons early. So that is something to watch out for. Gigo, though, doing a lot of work to split push, and no one on the side of IE is going to be able to respond. And with Baron coming up in 5 seconds, with them being forced to back, it feels a little bad if you're IE there not being able to find a lot of value on the map. Well, you just lost about a tower and a half from Gigo's push.
I also want you to keep in mind that in the Pain versus Furia matchup, Furia were able to push, what was it, a 48-minute victory. So, you know, I want to say they're no stranger to having to take a game towards that super, super late game, but you can see that gold really leaning into IE right now as another team fight could be coming out here. Gigo, though, with that extra damage, is going to watch as the arrow is eaten by Jose Dioto's shield. Very, very nicely done. Now comes that paranoia as they dive right back on in. Pop Blossom going to land on 3. IE have found their team fight yet again. Solo out on the back side. But guess what? Snaker says this is our game. A quick killer instinct right back in as Gigo goes down. Another tether on the backside as Tatu is taken low. Summit wants to dash forward. No energy to play for, though. But IE finds yet another window of opportunity.
Yeah, and finally, IE are playing, you know, with some gumption, with some spice to their play. They're not just kind of sitting back and waiting for things to happen around them. And I think it comes down to maybe they needed to just like build up a confidence. Maybe they needed that wake-up slap from the first 2 games, because they're not just picking, okay, well, we need Snaker on utility like he always plays, and we need Ackerman on like some engage like he always plays. They're actually forcing some things to happen. They have Snaker on an ADC that can actually take over fights. They've got Jose Dioto on a big jungler that can make huge plays, and a plate-making support that wraps it all together. Finally, IE is looking a little proactive, getting out there on the map and actually making things happen.
And not just that, it's banking off of these small mistakes from Furia. I want to point out that fight completely started because IU fired off the crystal arrow. It was not used properly. It was eaten by Jose Dioto's spell shield. And you saw that follow-up. You saw that even though Furia weren't able to catch anyone, they were willing to still try and step up into the battle. They were still willing to try and fight. And it just didn't work, so IE were able to capitalize off of that. However, we are seeing some chunk differences come through. Keep in mind that we just saw the boots upgrade for Furia. A little bit easier to buy those upgrades now, but one of the big things is it provides an extra shield behind it. One of the big things with the Merc Tread upgrade boots is you get like a free Kennick Rukern, which is brutal. By the way, if you're something like Mew, who's like, I want to do some AP damage, it can be the make or break moment. For Summit, though, you're realizing that, hey, they might have the boots, but they do have the follow-up as well. Summit now looking to dance right back as Gigo gets ulted, but Summit trying to run back to the rest of the team. Take a look at where IE are, and now another fight ensues. Guess what? It feels like a dive in. Snaker and Jose Dioto, though, chasing a little bit too far and away. Summit, though, says, I can get right into the mix if I wish. Ackerman with the Protobelt flash grabs 2 more. You might sacrifice your life, but it does not matter as Mew's in the back line, cutting off the retreat, and Furia are sent packing back to the base. Granted, not many have died, and it actually looks like a majority share of them will get away, but Summit makes sure that is not available. Gigo slammed down thanks to the chains and roots, and it's IE to break the base of Furia here in Game 3.
There we go. IE is just taking small mistakes and turning them into big mistakes. And yes, they dropped 2 members there for their trouble, but they're able to open up a tier 3 turret. They're able to pick up a lot of kills. And overall, it just works out as another gold extender. I talked about don't just take the lead, use your gold to make more gold, right? You gotta have money to make money. And IE is making money right now, up almost 10K. And we're all going after Summit, but Summit's just pretty survivable here on this Ambessa. Buys just enough time for his team to follow up. And overall, just a great fight from IE, picking off the members that they can. A great Pop Blossom from Minion Ackerman here, coming in to just hit a bunch of knockups. And it kind of just lingers. We get this moment where everyone's going after Miryu, and we're just trying to take down the tower so that we can go help him. But they stick around to try and kill Miryu, and that's what allows Summit to get back into the fight. And we go immediately back into what could be another fight here, Orbital, around this dragon.
Well, the Dragon is going to be smited away. It will go IE's way, so they get the Mountain Soul to play for, which means they have a lot of shielding to work with, and that means they can just bluster their way straight through. Yet another Pop Blossom means this fight goes the way of IE, and with a 10k lead plus Dragon behind, they ensure that if they don't get everyone, they keep themselves alive. Isurus Estral in Game 3, with their backs against the wall, seem to have found their mojo.
I think one of these teams that plays on the blue side is gonna have to realize, like, oh yeah, dragons are a thing and we should contest those, because we have seen a dragon sweep for 3 straight games, and that's gonna be 3 straight dubs for the red side. I mean, unless IE has some sort of catastrophic brain malfunction here, it's gonna be another game picked up for the red team. IE's first win of the series, and they look real good. They're up 12k. What a way to finish out this game.
Super Bren, your magic might be alive yet again. You are keeping IE's hopes here, and to all the fans in the stadium, you know they're saying the exact same thing. Thank God there were some missteps in there, because let's be honest, Furia, they had an early lead, they had some of the early kills, they had the potential. And then things snowballed out of control. You tower dove topside, it didn't go your way. Come that mid game, you started fighting over some of those objectives, it didn't go your way either. And as you called, the entirety of the dragon fight, every single time, all the dragons have gone to red side teams. If we're looking at Furia, it still feels like a slight hiccup. Maybe they get things under control, and of course we'll probably see a side swap. But IE, I mean, they've woken up.
Yeah, they finally woke up, and now we're getting into the point where, hey, we don't know what Furia looks like really deep in these drafts. You know, for the most part, they've kind of they either stomped their way through VKS or kind of got stomped by Pain. And so now this is where the real test, this is where Fearless starts to really show its stuff. Is we're in game 4 now. All of these power picks are gone. You got Gwen last game, you got Nefiri last game. Those are huge pieces that are now off the board. What's going to happen when you start to have to get really funky? Because there are some funky champs that I know Isurus Estral can play, and they have not yet come out.
Yeah, there's gonna be a little bit of silliness to come out. We already saw the Annie, which is it felt like a treat coming out of IE before, but now it's a standard across a few teams. It's gone though. You can't play it. Let's see what else they can provide. Either we end it here on the 4th game, or we are playing Silver Scrapes. One way or another, we're gonna have an amazing time here in the LTA South. So please do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with game number 4. Off we go. Game number 4, and my eyes doth deceive me in more ways than one. I honestly had lost hope. Isurus Estral had looked rough in games 1 and 2, and from here on, we're hoping things turn around for Furia, though. Things are looking a little bit wobbly, but not out of the woods just yet. Now you get to have your side selection, and I can only assume you're going back to that red side.
Yeah, it feels like red side is like where you want to be, right? I mean, it's purely results-based analysis, but we're looking at a 3-0 on the day for red side. Might as well go back. And for those confused, like, man, why? Where was this IE in the first 2 games? How did Furia suddenly start making? Welcome to the LTA South. It's not the cleanest region in the world, but by God, is it one of the most entertaining. I would have been so sad if on finals weekend we watched just a clean 3-0. No. We are here for chaos and entertainment, and these 2 teams look like they're finally going to provide.
Yeah, one of those things is learning how to tower dive appropriately, because Furia missed that about twice in the previous game. Now, is that the only reason they lost? Absolutely not. It really does feel like, i.e., their draft was a lot more engaging, to say the least. We were mentioning that Snaker on that Kaisa might have a rough time in the laning phase. Well, they said screw the laning phase. Multiple rotations kept them out of harm's way in terms of IU, who IU played amazingly well as you could as an Ashe in some of these team fights. But Snaker, I believe that first team fight that we saw pumped out, what was it? Massive amounts of damage, like 5k alone or something like that. It was ridiculous. So huge shout out to Snaker on that one, and we'll see if they can do it again.
Talked about IU playing well as you can when you're just getting harried by Nocturnal after Nocturnal.
Yep.
Just constantly under pressure from these big dive threats that IE was able to draft up. They obviously had the Nocturnal, but also the public execution. It felt like all of them were going after that backline. There was no safe place to stand and fight for Furia. And so I do wonder, You know, I said last game, okay, hey, you need to pick a comp that's going to come out early, punch them in the nose, see how they react, and then try and roll them over. IE mostly did that. So now, you know, it is Furia's chance to respond. What do you think that Furia's play is if they want to secure it here in game 4?
Oh, see, that's not how this works. You don't get to ask me. I'm the play-by-play, meaning I don't have to think at all. You know, I get to say, you know, Furia are going to lose this one. We're going to go to a game 5, first game 5 of the entirety of the LTA South playoffs. And my words mean jack. Like, I am completely wrong in this essence. I don't know. However, I do think it is going to be a good game at the end of the day. As you stated, I don't think anyone really wanted to see a 3-0. I don't think anyone wants to see a 3-1. We want to see that full series go the absolute distance and see what they can throw down. So to me, for Furia, I still want to see them play cleanly. Games 1 and 2, it was all about controlling the pace, making calculated risk dives, making sure to constantly be on that right foot. And maybe this time it does mean that you don't dive that top side. Maybe you don't look at further engaging Miru, who has a nice wombo champion that can really engage on top with that stun. There's so much to think about, but honestly, I'll be very curious to see. Out of this gate, though, Super Bren, do you think we're going to a game 5? Do you think we are getting Silver Scrapes to come out here?
Oh man, how awesome would a reverse sweep be? It'd be like IE's trajectory encapsulated in one series. They started off so poorly this split, and then just to surge back out of nowhere for 3 straight series, and in this series 3 straight games would be pretty cool. You know, for a fun narrative, it'd be pretty fun. But IE going to remain on red side as Furia side selected blue, saying, no, we got the draft we wanted. We just played it wrong. We're going to draft better this time. It's going to take another good game from IE, and they're going to have to remain vigilant, looking out for those small Furia mistakes just to cannibalize them and rip them apart when they find them.
Yep, and one of those ways is to try and shut down this Aurora, which has been banned out in a few of these games, making sure that it's available, is going to go into the hands of possibly Tuts there. But the Nautilus that has also been banned away from the likes of Ackerman across the entirety of this series, it is left up and available. Because you banned out the Lilia, the Yone, and the Callista still on the blue side, it's left open, so you go ahead and grab that one. All of a sudden, that means to me, for Snaker and Ackerman, you're going a bit more heavy-handed. You're looking for a little bit of that hard-rolling bot lane. Or you go for that Senna, still a little bit more alleviation, but still can be very powerful in the right hands.
Yeah, Senna going to provide a scaling option, and Furia going to say, okay, we want one engage and one scaler. We can do that. Let's see who's stronger in the late game. Fun fact, your guy has a bunch of extra attack range. Our guy has an execute. So
yep.
It's going to be interesting. Both supports are able to provide a lot of lockdown CC, able to just kind of steamroll into the enemy backline and cause chaos and problems. And now we're seeing an interesting pick here, a good pick, in my opinion, with what you see on the board in the Silas. Lots of juicy ultimates for him to pick up here from both, you know, the Aurora as well as the solar flare can be so powerful. Just being able to use an extra engage option. I like the Silas pickup.
Yeah, and it makes sense. I mean, anytime you see something like a Leona on that side, you love it. Not only that, though, you get a little bit extra hop in with the Aurora between with the Realm Warp or the Between Worlds. It's annoying to deal with, and if you have a Silas doing that as well, getting straight into the mix, also getting that Kingslayer off, it's gonna be destructive. However, ban straight into the jungle now. I was seeing both Tatu as well as Jose Diodo losing very aggressive junglers, the Lee Sin against Jose Diodo and the Trundle against Tatu.
That is such a targeted ban, and you know, that's what you should do, right? You know, it's a best of 5. You're only going after one opponent here. Banning out the Lee Sin, which we've really only seen here in the LTA South, Jose Diodo be able to pilot with any semblance of skill, but man, when he picks it up, does it look good? I think that's a smart ban overall. I am interested to see how IE responds. You see a second jungler ban on their part, Sejuani, which I don't think Jose Diodo had any intention of picking up, and the Ooh, another good ban targeted at Jose Diodo, whose pool is getting awfully narrow now with Lilia, Lee Sin, and Pantheon all gone.
Yeah, 10 junglers total right now that have been gone from this draft. You're dipping into your 11th played champion. It is a rough one to dig into, but I'm sure you got it somewhere. Might as well break out the Amumu, if you will, but they are going to go for that top side instead. Make sure to gather up a comfortable glue between you go for the Renekton, you give Summit yet another chance to dominate Gigo in some of these matchups, and Gigo's going to turn around and say, I'm going to try and do the exact same thing back, because it's been so back and forth between the two of them.
Yeah, you have to be careful because, yes, it ended up all working out. Some of those public executions were so good. But you got to recall, Gigo was up big in the early game with 6 kills on that Gwen.
Well, before you talk about that, remember who solo killed who in the opening top lane battle. We got to remember that one.
That's true. No, you got me there. You got me there. When Gwen was at her absolute weakest and Ibessa was at her absolute strongest.
Okay.
Gigo did lose. We're going to see a Cassante come out. Now, that's a pick I used to hate to see in the hands of some of these Brazilian players, because when he first dropped, it was just it was like the Brazilian Jace meme, but on Cassante. They could not pilot it, but they have really, like, Gigo especially has been one of the people that has actually learned to pilot this Cassante and is still able to make good use of it. So you see Jose Diodo on the Poppy, which will get some decent value here, as there's quite a few dashes he might be able to shut down.
Yeah, the question is are you going for a little bit more early game centric? We've seen a lot of poppies in the past also go for a more solo queue build. You angle into a little bit of early game damage. We've seen people run the phase rush as well. We've seen some fun tanking as well. So, you know, there's a lot of abilities in there. Super Brand, you good?
Orbital, did you see what I saw before the thing faded out? I don't know if they did this, if they just hadn't finished swapping yet, but before we cut back to our cameras, I saw that the Cassante was still in the mid lane and that the Aurora was still in the top lane. And I don't think that's going to hold true, but the possibility that it could makes me frightened and scared.
Well, I mean, we'll see how it goes. As right now we dive right back in and we take a look at the players that are on our screen once again. Isurus, Estral, hoping for a reverse sweep option here, going up against Furia, who once again want to make their way into the grand finals for a chance at redemption against Pain Gaming. It is going to be a big call out, and you and I will have to wait and see exactly where that Cassante and the Aurora go. We got the fans in the audience happy to be here, more comfortable than not. And you know, for those that maybe are also cheering for Pain at the end of the day, those that are happy in that side, everyone's saying, you know what? The big dogs on top for the weekend are waiting to see who is coming out them. Taking a look there as well. Game 5, everyone wants it. We'll see if it comes to that. It'll be the first Game 5 of the LTA South playoffs. If it does come to it, and only be fitting that it'd be in the lower bracket finals. Super Brand, I'm excited to see what we get. Let's hop onto the Rift.
I am so excited as well as we get here onto. I comment on it every cast, but I love the Ionian Rift, the Spirit Blossom Rift. I think it's such a nice little design, especially after we spent all of last season with no color anywhere on the map. Isurus Estral still have their work cut out for them. Yes, their fans are excited. Oh, so over. We could get Game 5. We could, but they need to win Game 4 first. And what is ahead of them? Okay, it did not hold true. I thought they were going to swap, but I saw them just, like, not swap for a second and, like, sit there on those picks. And I was like, don't do that. That's a bad idea. As we're going to see all 4 members here walk into the enemy jungle and force out Tatu's flash.
Yeah, I mean, whenever I see a Nautilus, I like the invades coming out here. But you have a lot of good upfront burst damage from Mirror, from Ackerman, from Snaker. Well, Snaker, we say so. But, you know, you got some good damage. So I like the invade. I like the idea of chasing him in. But for the first time, it feels like IU and JoJo are also going to be playing this elongated game. Because we have to talk about it, right? You mentioned the scaling on both ends. You mentioned that IU on the Smolder has a good execute at the very end. But if you don't reach that barrier breakpoint, if you don't reach that, I think it's like 225 stacks, you're not actually going to get the execute, whereas Snaker is going to be outputting a decent amount of damage, no matter the number of stacks that you do have. So that's what I'm going to be watching for. As right now, it's a good sidestep from JoJo, just being like, yeah, you're not going to get the hook on me. I'm not going to allow that extra damage.
Yeah, at level 1, you don't necessarily want the Nautilus to hook you. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if they are able to reach level 2 early, if JoJo just puts his arms out and accepts the hook, because that's a free engage. Listen, I play a lot of engaged supports, and my understanding is that if the enemy's going to play a hook champion, that's a free engage for me. I'm just going to go beat your ADC over the head with my shield now. So
I would agree with that one. Yeah, try and get that extra damage. Just might as well, especially if you hit level 2. As we see on the top side, Summit trying to chunk out 1, but in the mid lane, Tuts and Miru. This is a matchup that we've seen a few times before. The Aurora going up against the Silas. Again, Tuts does very well, or Aurora does very well into these melee versus ranged matchups. We're going to see that HP bar dropping quite heavily, and there's another massive chunk out now as that secondary tag is about to drop Miru, and Miru having to chug that potion as much as possible. Also with the door and shield, making sure to get that HP, but still massive trade difference as Jose Diodo getting a bit of a cheeky invade off.
Yeah, and Jose Diodo did this, I believe it was against Loud during game 3 or 4. He just invaded Shinny over and over and over again and kept taking his Gromp and made Shinny very, very sad. So I'm not surprised to see him pulling this out again, as we're going to see some more trading in the top side. Both Summit and Gigo very happy to just kind of slam their heads together.
Yeah, they get some extra damage, and honestly, the meeting of the minds of Jose Diodo and Tatu also were joining in each other. I wonder who exactly is coming out in that trade value. As you see the call down coming in, Tatu might be calling for some help, but on the bot side, we're seeing Jojo and Snaker do some work to each other. But that is going to be the collapse now, as Jose Diodo recognizing that you're not going to enjoy this one. Summit with the flash forward, but the HP bars are not in their favor, as that's going to be a chunk out. Who gets first blood? It's first blood over to Summit, and Summit is going to try and bring this Conqueror to a value. In comes Miru, though, as all of a sudden, IE on the right foot. Summit running for their life. Tuts doesn't want to burn the flash, but you're about to. Last auto. Do you get the stun? Yes, you do. Do you get the heal up? No, you don't. Now Tuts is out, but a flash for flash means that you're going to follow him. Miru knows Tuts is out of mana, which means the red buff transfer is complete. Miru securing the 3 kills for IE.
Yeah, first blood, not the biggest deal, but 3 kills. Now that's where you're really talking getting the feat of warfare over to IE. We saw Miru miss the abscond abduct earlier in lane, makes no such mistakes, and you talked about that conquer for Summit. That put in work, that fight. He was able to stay so healthy for so long despite not actually having that much health to begin with. And that leads to a good fight for IE, my apologies. And they're able to secure that first feat. And again, we're seeing them get active early. Something of a mixture of Furia thinking they can take a fight that they actually can't, and some actual proactive play from IE. So we might be in for another good game here, Orbital.
Could be. Of course, it's all down to the players themselves. As we know, both teams are actually chasing that late game status. So for IU and Snake, it's all about reaching those breakpoints. It doesn't matter what happens on the rest of the Rift, as long as it doesn't really impede you, as Gigo is starting to dance on the Summit already. Keep in mind that that little bit of the Bramble Vest can do so much work against Summit. So we're already seeing that shakeup, already seeing that advancement here for the side of Gigo, and maybe they can make this expand even further, and also the Kasante becomes the meme.
Yeah, it is a smart pickup, because you rely so much. We talked about literally in that last fight the amount of healing that Summit was getting, both between his Qs as well as the fully stacked Conquer. And that goes away, but now the Ignite going down. Gigo is gone, and they still have enough health. They can fight Tatu here.
Oh yeah, Tatu might not be in the best spot. You're waiting for an extra stun, and you're going to get a huge chunk out with the extra rage. But here comes the rest of the team, as IU and Jojo are ready to fly on in. Keep in mind, there's flash up for Jojo. No flash on either side for the others. Ackerman does have theirs, but they're going to be tethered out. But the main call is for Summit. Quick Ignite goes down, and a quick chunk as it's neutralized. IU picking up that kill and bounty.
I would have maybe ideally liked to see Ackerman just go face first into the enemy team there and try and buy time for Summit specifically to get out, as Summit did have the shutdown. You see neutralizado pop up on your screen. Means some gold given, extra gold given over to the side of Furia. But unfortunately, you trade 1 for 1. It is going to happen sometimes, a little overextended in the lane. Now, Toots is in the mid lane, but Mirio does not know about Jojo, and this is a great engage.
Double realm warp, and actually Miru accidentally unleashes it early, which means that Tuts has a chance to fight back. It is going to be the finish. Miru can't hop out, and it is a great call from Jojo and Tuts. Well done to cleave through Miru.
Isn't able to use the realm warp to get the damage. I would have seen if you realize we cannot get onto Tuts.
Jojo, what a heroic save right there. Very nicely done to ensure that your mid laner stays alive. Jose Dioto, though, chasing on the top two a little bit on the back end, forcing the flash out yet again. So we are seeing that make and model move their way in. Jose Dioto on the Poppy, getting very comfortable in the enemy jungle.
It's the fight that never ends over here in the mid lane. I would have liked to see Miryu use the Between Worlds to actually run into it and teleport back to his tower once he realized he was not going to be able to kill Toots and try and save himself and not die. Unfortunate. Now you see that Aurora is 3-1, 500 gold up, and Miryu still opting for the Darksteel, knowing that if he wants to have a big impact this game, he's going to have to scale up and get a lot of that damage and snowball.
I love the fact that IE is still trying to chase forward as that's Dragon headed over to IE's way. It was a Hex 6, so a little extra attack speed and ability haste. But Ackerman making sure to keep Snaker alive here. At the current moment, Furia are up about 400 gold, even though those fights earlier were a little bit messy. But they're going to be happy about that one as Grubs now started up as well. Jose Dioto doesn't really want to give this one over for free, though. First one taken now. Statu and Ayu and Jojo all kind of peel off here, waiting for Tuss to come around the corner. Is it going to be enough, though? Ackerman and Snaker on the top side, saying, nah, we don't really want to trade, don't really want to fight this. We know what happened last time Grubs were fought over. Things became extremely messy, so all three Grubs go the way of Furia, and it's a trade of global objectives.
Ooh, and Nautilus barely dodging out on the Zenith Blade, getting back to base. And you are right, a classic Dragon for Grubs trade, even despite their timers no longer being synced up. And it's the smart play, I think, from IE. Yes, they want to fight for those objectives, try and take a gold lead early on in this game, but they are slightly behind after those Grubs come out, not detrimentally so. And so they don't want to throw away the game in a position that they think they're kind of comfortable with. They're not happy necessarily with the way the early game has gone, but they're not upset either, and they're playing fine at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's really upset. Considering how one-sided some of these matchups have been, I don't think anyone's really upset about how this laning match is going so far. For Gigo, you go ahead and get a good recall off. And now Snaker and Ackerman back to that mid lane. We talked about these shifts that IE have done specifically to keep Snaker in a really comfortable spot. They've rotated the likes of Summit and Mew around in all three games so far, now into the fourth as well. So it's not uncommon, to say the least. What we are interested in seeing is IU pushing this wave in on the top side and making sure to recognize that things can go a little bit south if you overextend. But of course, Jojo is in range as well, just making sure. But that's a solar flare landing, and that might be the catch threat as IU also ate the tower shots. Disaster striking for Furia on the top side as IU goes down. Great snipe from Snaker, though, to finish it off.
Yeah, Snaker picks up that kill from mid lane, recognizes once he sees that tower shot hit Ayu, who's probably spectating that fight, and just says, okay, I'm going to pick this guy up. He's low enough that I know I can get the kill with the Dawning Shadow. A little bit of an overstep from Ayu, a great play from Miryu to set that up with the Solar Flare. Jojo tries to CC him in response. It's really the best thing you can do as Leona. You don't really peel by taking aggro. You kind of just throw yourself back at the enemy team. But just a tiny overstep and takes the tower shot there, and a perfectly timed Dawning Shadow comes through to pick him up.
It's rough to see that, and yet again, Furia are misstepping here, and it's very, very scary, right? It's the dangers of those mistakes, because that's exactly how they lost game number 3. The fact that, of course, IU was the one that got pinched is even rougher, because you want to make sure those stacks continuously flow into their pockets. It's not going to happen just yet. We see the double mask in the mid lane for Tuts. Very standard build path there for an Aurora. But for Mir and the rest of the squad, IE hoping to get some pressure here on the top side. Really make sure they start getting some advantages. On the bot side, though, great stun to come out as Summon is running in the opposite direction, even grabbing Gigo's flash. Summit getting a lot of freedom here on the bot side.
And he didn't have to pop the Dominus either, so he's comfortable going back into the lane and just trying to pick up the rest of this farm. You see the ult timeout, and here comes the Dominus finally.
Yeah, but of course, Gigo is saying, yeah, you tried to do the same, but all of a sudden, my power is stronger, but a flash now. As Snaker comes in from the mid lane, Summit tried to get aggressive, actually lost out on that trade. So both top laners may be overestimating how much damage they can do.
Yeah, definitely there. Summit overestimating perhaps the bulk he would get out of Dominus, or maybe underestimating the amount of damage the Gigo would still do without the ultimate active, without the all-out damage bonus coming through. Overall, ends up kind of becoming a bit of a nothing burger, a flash for flash, an ult for ult, and both top laners going to go their separate ways. And now you'll see Miru move into that bottom lane to pick up that wave. And Summit back in the top side.
I think this is going to be that call because Summit recognizes that, hey, I don't really want to be here. You lost the flash as well, and all of a sudden this tower dive is going to be so much more controlled than previous. Good tank up by JoJo. And this time there's no one else around to overextend on.
Yeah, finally, Furia makes a tower dive work, and then just that's it. There was no other members of IE to serve as some form of bait for Furia to be like, oh, we can get more. They take their tower dive, they take their tower, and Furia is going to have to quickly respond to the bottom side because Jose Diodo going to start up that drag immediately off spawn.
Oh. And I believe this is also the first of the series of a tower falling with all placed before 14. So very nicely done by Furia as well to extend that gold lead that they were kind of hoping for. IE on the other side, though, saying, okay, let's go ahead and get this dragon. We know what red side has to do. Let's go ahead and do it at a little bit quicker pace as well, or at least a little bit faster than in game number 3. You can see that gold lead branching and cresting into Furia's way. So they're now sitting at about a 1.2k lead for themselves.
Yes, this is the first game where it's been like truly back and forth, not just some little scuffles like you see at the very beginning, and then suddenly one team finally takes it. So far, we've had like a real back and forth game. Genuinely, both teams making some plays across the map. This is, I think, the closest game we've had so far.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Say that,
thank
and
you,
then
production.
Yeah. We see some other stuff coming about here. As this is going to be a fight for the ages. A nice double knock up into JoJo and IU. But the call from Moms segments that fight very neatly. Of course, on the top side is really where we're watching. Is all of a sudden the all out is forcing Summit to run the opposite direction. And I don't think there's any way out. Keep in mind, Gigo is so happy about dancing on top, clearing out that pink ward, just making sure to get a little bit extra. You can go ahead and dance this as well as possible. Dominus being used, but it's only going to delay the inevitable. Or Summit running away. A quick tomfo on the back of the head might be enough, but Jose Diodo coming in to try and help out. However, again, Jose Diodo, who only has the Sundered Sky, is going to be able to do too much. However, Miru with the snag of the ult from Tuts. Watching as this is going to be that dance. A nice dawning shadow, though, is going to keep you alive for a little bit longer. But again, that range from Tuts brings them to a close.
Yeah, the Abscond Abduct goes wide. Tuts just repositioning down there and setting up very nicely with the high burst damage. And this is going to be the first game I think we've seen in quite a while where Tuts is always a solid mid laner. I don't think he ever really throws away games. But he is really the focal point here for this Furia squad. 4-1 is he on the Aurora, and it does not show any signs of slowing down. Going to be very, very powerful in these team fights to come.
Oh, no way! Even Tatsu knew they made a mess up. Oh my lord, Jose Diodo. Just making sure there's not that extra bit of oomph behind Furia's push.
Yeah, not only that, but that is the third objective, meaning he didn't just go in and deny them from getting the Rift Herald. He also secures the extra upgraded boots for his team, being able to secure those feats of strength by taking that Herald. A really, really well-executed steal, and something we love to see from a player like Jose Diodo.
Of course, now on the bottom side, we're seeing a little bit of a dance of its own. Tuts recognizing that you're not in the right spot. Quick tower dive. Even the solar flare can't stop it. However, it might be able to turn it around as the tower shots work wonders. JoJo suppressing the likes of Jose Diodo. And now Miru having to run away. But guess what? You're going on the opposite side of the rift. Snake are going to try and help out. Gets a little bit extra, but the Shroud ain't going to do enough. And all of a sudden, Miru in the wrong spot. Punched against the wall. Kill granted to the all out of Gigo. As Furia now lift themselves to a 1.8k lead.
Yeah, they get a good amount of damage onto Tuts, but he is just survivable enough, able to stick around just long enough that tower puts in a lot of work and takes out Jose Diodo. And then the teleport in response, able to get Gigo down into the bot lane, pick up his first kill of the match. And he's going to start to come online because, like I said, he really knows how to operate that Cassante, especially in team fights where sometimes Cassante can struggle. He's a great duelist, but if you don't operate him right in the team fight, he can be a bit of a liability. Don't think that'll be an issue with Gigo in the top side.
Absolutely not. I mean, Gigo is just having a ball right now, 1, 2, and 2. Also, Tut's doing an exceptional amount of work, just dancing on everyone. It feels like Summit barely getting out of dodge, but the fact that you're in a lot of these positions where you're constantly being forced away, constantly being pressured, this is where that Renekton, if you're not ahead, you're kind of weak, is starting to show.
Yeah, and that can be a real issue because you want, ideally, when you have a Renekton and you see that the enemy has a Smolder, this is where you want to try and be your strongest so that you can get far enough ahead before that Smolder has time, you said, to hit that 225 is the big break point when you get the execute online in the late game. And we have seen teams win games solely because Smolder hits that threshold. But if Furia is already ahead before they're there, ooh, good cleanse from Snaker.
Yeah, what were you? Well, okay, I was gonna say what were you talking about, but that's gonna be a miss on the impale. All of a sudden, Miru is gonna try and turn it around, but again, you gotta wait for the rest of the team, and they're gonna try and wait it out as much as possible. In comes Mom, though, calling over the side. It was, guess what, Gigo with the double blast cone sections everyone away. That is a scary threat around the world as IE completely disengage.
Yeah, IE forced to just back off there, weren't able to continue, stacking up the damage using the extra range that Snaker provides. And they're going to be, for the first time in this game, we are going to see Blue Side pick up a dragon. And that might be the scariest sign if you're IE. Is not that Furia has a gold lead with a big scaling ADC. It's that they are picking up a dragon on Blue Side. And this is unprecedented.
We've never seen it happen before. It's happened. The sky is falling, pigs are flying, and I don't know what else is going on, but it is a dragon over. Of course, it does mean that it was just a pickup at the end of the day. For Summit, you're trying to break back, though, and trying to get something for your team, and you are going to get the tower for your squad. For IE, you are able to mitigate a little bit, start breaking open some of that extra gold standing about, but of course, it's only one, and the fact that it went to Summit as well is a good and bad thing. That means you're able to buy up a few more items, but you're kind of hoping that maybe that goes into Snaker or Miru's pockets.
Yeah, Snaker and Miru both down, 700, 800 gold on their respective counterparts. Would love to pick up some extra gold and get, their second item online. Whereas you see Tuts is more than happy to kind of sit there. He's going to have his second item fairly shortly. Essentially on his next back, he will be ready to go. And also has the advantage that his Dark Seal is probably going to stack up. He has not died as many times as we have a dive here in the mid lane.
Snaker can't get out of this one. You're going to take a lot of damage. Besides stepping, that Solar Flare is going to work. Impale on 2, though, into the Between Worlds. And damage is going in either direction, but that is a neutralization. A shutdown in favor. Miru trying to bounce back and is able to step away. But it's still deletion of 3 for 1 as Furia find the battle.
It looked good for a second where Snaker didn't get taken over the wall, wasn't completely kidnapped, and his team could fight to save him. But when the tower goes down and you still have that Impale up and ready to go to force the team fight even longer and let your team just stack up a bunch of that damage against your opponents, where they can't even respond, it's a really well-executed fight from Furia. Yes, they lose Gigo, but they're going to pick up the Otacon in return.
And guess what? So far in the 2 games Furia have won. Don't worry, I read the script. They have taken Otacon. They've taken all of these late game objectives, and they're looking to do it yet again. It's already gone by the time IE reach. And maybe they only get JoJo in response. Quick shield to the back of the head. Ackerman waiting. No pinch against the wall, though. Miru steps into the wrong spot, though, and recognizes you don't want to be here. So that's disaster striking for Furia yet again. Summit, what are you doing on the wrong side of the map? Gigo is ready for that battle. And Summit has to flash over the wall, but this is going to bring even more pain as the TP is coming in from the side of Tuts, and Tuts is about to rout the rest of IE. This is going from bad to worse to disaster. Tuts hops over the wall, ready right in Summit's face. And they might bring even more pain. JoJo has that threat available, but they got Jose Dodo as well. IE crumbling in the wake of Furia's wrath as Ackerman can only do so much. You're drawn back because of the impale. And the fight's not over. IE brings some fury of their own, but will it be enough? Miru calls down Mom, a second Mom, if you will, and grabs one in response, even catching IE on the back pocket. We get some extra bursts. In goes the tether. Miru chucked out yet again. Gigo sends it right back to the gray screen, as that is Furia to now round out a 4.6k gold lead, double to Gigo to ice that cake.
Miru died twice in the same fight. That's just not what you want to see.
Yo, Tatu! Talk to them, Tatu!
Look at him. You know this, Tatu had like surgery last week. I believe it was Tatu had like his appendix removed. And here he is up on stage getting rowdy. That is what we love to see from the LTA South. And it all starts, okay, they get the Otacon, everyone leaves. We're gonna get this pick on a JoJo at least. We don't get the pinch. And this is where the bad starts. Then Miru goes down because he's caught 1v5, and the bad becomes worse. Summit is fighting Blue Buff over there. The worst becomes disaster, as now you're getting chased down, and it just keeps getting worse. IE went from, okay, we'll at least get a pick, to now we've given over an ace +1 because Miru died twice. And it just turns into a brutal disassembly is the only word I can use to describe that. So well played from Furia. They woke up after that game 3 loss, and they are once again just dominating IE around these neutral objectives.
And then this follow-up, right? Miru trying to dance on in, but look at that slow, look at that damage. Gigo playing this frontline brawler, this stalwart bodyguard, the bouncer of the club. That's how you want to do it. Look at this. Stand on up, shout your stuff.
Oh my goodness. Oh my
Even bumped the monitor. I love it.
He's into it. He's into it, and I'm into it now. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Gigo, that guy, hits like just a stack of bricks, which is really funny when you see he's building full tank out of. That's what happens when you have the all out and all those resistances suddenly become all that damage. And IE, they radically changed their draft strategy for game 3, found a win condition, but were not able to, continue that trend. Nothing to play around right now. They need to hope Furia goes back to making those, those mistakes. But we called out when Furia was overstepping, when Furia was giving over a lot of kills and gold to IE in game 3 and early in this game. We were like, that's uncharacteristic. That's not what Furia does. And Furia seemed to have remembered that as well and have maybe gotten back on track. Notable, Furia's coach, ThinkCard, is not in the building today. He had some family obligations to attend to. But I do imagine that after game 3, he called them on the phone and gave them a nice talking to remind them how to play the game.
Saying, look, listen, we can't let ourselves fall to IE right now as Baron just started up in the blink of an eye and it is gone. IU now at 269 stacks. The executions will be glorious in the wakes of Furia. They have nothing to worry about. Summit taking another tower, but that gold lead is slinking into the upper 5k, 6.6 in favor of Furia. And Super Bren, I'm all of a sudden reminded once again of games 1 and 2. Structured solidification of the game, the closing of the doors as it happens once again. A TP cannot save you, as that is 45 seconds in the death chamber.
Yeah, knock, knock, open up the door. It's Furia. As they're looking for more with the TP here into the mid lane. They catch Jose Diodo.
Yeah, there's no way out here. You get a nice hammer off, but there's only so much justice you can bring. Solar Flare brought back as Miru tries to slow them down, but Jose Dioto is running for his life. A little bit of a pop-up, though, missed timing, but minus 8 Jose Dioto as they are out. But the fact that you're run out of your own jungle is still a problem to deal with. IE are going to watch as their top lane tower falls.
Yeah, IE once again, just once they've fallen behind, we talked about Furia has been one of the weaker teams when it comes to playing from behind, but playing from a lead, they are just so good. They don't make those big mistakes, those characteristic throws of weaker teams. They continue to just press their advantages. And here we're going to see another fight come out under tower.
Well, they're going to try at least, but Miru tried to go in with the Impale and Abscond, but it did not work. And now you have to let your base fall. You talked about the highest of highs and the lowest of lows for Furia. And right now, they are the kings of the seesaws. Furia only need one more good battle to take it away. And they're looking to clean it up. Game 3 was a slight hiccup. Yet here in Game 4, 19-9, 28 minutes on the clock. Ackerman slapped back to base. Baron empowered minions to call the end. Furia have the light in their eyes and they say, GG, we get our revenge against Pain Gaming. We will give ourselves that chance in the grand finals of the LTA South. IE's run is gone. Ace for Furia as they take it in 4.
They're so excited. Tattoo shirt. As Furia send the fans excited for a reason. They played fantastic today. They had one uncharacteristically unclean, mistake-ridden game, and they're gonna have to clean that up tomorrow because their best 3 games today, those aren't guaranteed wins against a team like Pain Gaming that they're gonna have to face off against tomorrow because Furia has proven that the top 2 teams of LTA South are a different beast compared to the other 6. But man, Pain Gaming still sits atop, ironically, the summit, waiting for Furia to challenge them, waiting for someone to remove them from their thrones. But man, what a good series today from Furia. You know, just overall, they had, again, all of Game 3, a little bit of Game 4, some mistakes, but the rest of it, games 1 and 2, were so clean. They put themselves in a position that they could afford to make a few mistakes because they won those first 2 games so cleanly.
Tatu showing off for the crowd as they should. Powerful stuff here in the series, and I can only imagine they'll bring even more till tomorrow. Super Bren, your curse and blessing ends here, unfortunately. IE are out, but dang, did they give us a show on the way here. I mean, I don't, again, going back to the beginning of Split 2, I don't think a lot of people had faith in them, but they showed up and they said, hey, we're a crew that can play. They just faltered here towards the upper echelons of the LTA South.
Yeah, I don't think there's any... It wasn't the cleanest series from IE, but I don't think there's any shame in losing to a team like Furia, especially with how rough the start of their split was, being able to run most of the gauntlet. We've still not seen a team run that lower bracket gauntlet and take the crown, and we still won't see it yet. But to play as well as they did for those series and kind of remind everyone that, hey, we did
That's what I felt, right? And as the split went on, it was like they were actually good at early game.
Okay.
They were actually pretty decent at mid game, but then they couldn't win the game.
Yeah.
Like they were just start throwing. So like at least they improved on that. And then now I feel like when they get into a good spot in the game, they can close out the game. And I actually feel like they're a pretty good team now. Mm-hmm. So I don't think it'll be like a stomp when we play them or something. I think it could definitely be a close series. Mm-hmm. But I'm confident in my teammates. Obviously, my teammates are different this time than when I played him. Their teammates are different. I do think my teammates are better.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I have confidence in my team.
Fair enough,
I have
man.
confidence in my team.
What about Contracts though? Because I feel like Contracts is the jungler. When he's hitting his stride, this guy just is like popping off right now. Do you feel like he's in that form? Does that intimidate you at all?
No, I wouldn't say I'm intimidated by Contracts.
Okay.
I mean, I think he's been playing well recently. I think him and Fudge have both. I mean, their whole team's been playing a lot better, but I think him and Fudge have been the two best players on their team recently, or at least the most consistently good players on their team. And I think Contracts has a lot of good plays, like especially today, that's the Juani game we're talking about. He ulted Nico like 2 or 3 times. And yeah, he just finds really good angles. I think his early games have been really strong, especially that in Furia game. I don't know how he got the second chickens when Viego had item on him. It's like stuff like that I think he does really well. But yeah, I mean, just in general, I think their team's playing well right now.
Yeah, I mean, they are playing very well. What do you think, though, about the statement of, it seemed like you agreed a little bit of like, tough to end games, to close them out. Do you feel like you're getting better at that?
Oh,
and
yeah.
where do you credit that to?
That was, I credit to us losing the FlyQuest series, to be honest.
Oh.
Like, after that, I feel like it was like the most disgusting mental breakdown from everybody. Is like, how do you lose those games, Like, especially that you won, like, I think it was a Yorick game or something versus, I forgot what I was playing against, but I was playing Yorick and I killed 2 people and I was like 2k gold up and I didn't like carry the game. I was like months in. But yeah, after all that, obviously like everyone had a mental breakdown. And after mental breakdowns, as long as you recover from them, you will improve.
Breakdown, rebuild it.
So we improved.
Okay.
And the whole thing about like the teammates being better thing, on some games, I definitely think we are pretty inconsistent, like all of us, really. But we do improve. I think we'll improve before next week, once again. Keep it a little bit more clean. Less ints on the Jace on the side lane or the Yorick. And then I think we have a good chance. Obviously the series will be close.
Yeah. And to the credit of your teammates, I feel like when Energy was able to do it with Palafox and Contract, it was more like the greater than the sum of their parts type of thing, right? Like things just clicked for the team as a whole. So I feel like we get a little bit of that magic with Shopify Rebellion right now as well. But the winner of that will go up to face FlyQuest. So Bwebo, first off, you said you think it would be a 3-1, but you didn't say who wins it. Who do you think takes the series on Saturday?
I have to give it to C9 unless something happens.
Okay.
I think some magic needs to happen, in my opinion, for Shopify to win the series. I just have a hard time because, I held my opinion back on Contracts when you had the conversation about it. I'll share it right now. Contracts and Palafox are simultaneously the best mid-jungle in the league and the worst. In the same game at the same, within 20 minutes. It's like, they do some shit and you're just like, wow, pretty good. I wouldn't say the best because I still think ours clears like every game on cooldown, no mercy. But they're like up there. Like I think they can definitely outperform C9 mid-jungle in the same game and then do like the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in the same game. Honestly, today I didn't see that, which was like really impressive. Only Palafox had stinkers. Like Contracts honestly didn't have like really bad moments, so props to him. But usually he gets in there and he really starts doing some things which is like, whoa.
Sometimes the teammates are in things, so you have to like do
You have to join, right?
Yeah.
Well, he restrained himself is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Like,
he actually did pretty well
and
today.
to be fair, you say that, but not in his case. Like sometimes some of the shit he does in scrims, bro, like it is inexcusable.
Of course.
I'm just making sure.
That's true.
I'm just making sure we're all on the same page here. So I'm hoping we don't get to see him. But I just personally think that, honestly, I'm more worried about the bot lane. I feel like Sven and Vulcan are going to be hyper consistent and just make sure they're good positions in the game. And I feel like when, I think both teams don't have enough X Factor players, in my opinion. I don't consider Contracts to be X Factor player. He's just like, he steals objectives, but that's about it.
Oh, he's number 1 in that. He's number 1 in that.
He's tied with Smithy now.
Yeah,
They're tied at 18 apiece, and there was a moment that we thought maybe he could take it.
Bro. Like, let's be real, guys. Anyway, not to take away from my own teammate. He's great at smite stealing, of course. But
he does have very strong smites on average. But I just want to say, I don't think there's that much X factor on either side. I think both teams will just. Like the comp that has the better position will probably end up winning the game, barring throws, which I cannot account for. Which I'm assuming, because it's a finals weekend, there will be a lot of clenching. People will just be, playing their champions, not trying anything crazy, and people will just play their games in peace. And I just have to lean towards C9 because I'm expecting a little bit more firepower from the laning phase. And also when it comes to preparation, I think that C9 has a little bit more in the tank.
What do you mean by X factor though? Because I feel like there can be different ways to interpret that. So as a player, like when you say X factor, what exactly do you mean, and who on your team do you think provides that?
I mean, for me, it's like when I think about X factors, like it's not even necessarily like a game-winning moment or a clutch moment. I think clutch and X factor are two different things.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is like when you're playing against a team that has a very similar build style as you, because I think that you guys actually have a very similar build style as teams. Yeah. You guys have two top laners that are like very consistent performers that play meta characters that just do a certain job and they just do it well. They don't like to go out of their way to do crazy things on these champions. Like you play your Yorick, you play your Gnar. It looks the same when you look at 3 different Gnar games, 3 different Yorick games. You look at the nameplates, it's like you could swap them around. It's Fudge, Thanatos. I don't think it's too much of a difference. I think on the carry performances, maybe you would, like on the Ambessa and Gwen, I think Thanatos is going to look a bit better than you are. But I think on the flip side, when you're playing the Scion and the tanks, you're going to look better than Thanatos is. So that's where I'm looking at. And then when you look at the mid jungle, it's like you've got Blabber contracts. Both these guys will look for fights, bait fights, look for opportunities. I think the supports will do the same, as in like that's usually what you're going to have. They're going to be following their jungler. So the smarter jungler will have the advantage.
There was a point, I don't know if he still holds it, but Seos had like the highest jungle proximity in the league at one time. Because Seos just always went around with the jungler, yeah.
And then I think the mid laners are a bit similar as well in the sense that like they are just going to be playing whatever character they're drafted, and they're just going to play it to the best of their ability, and they're going to follow their teammates around. I don't think either is going to go crazy and do like mass risk taking. And then I think actually AD carries is the most similar. I think Sven and Vivo is like very similar style. I just feel like C9's players are a little bit better individually. And that's why I'm giving them the edge.
Fair.
Because I think in those similar games, drafts matter so much. Yeah. And barring C9 drafting some really strange things, if they keep it simple, I'm going to give them a 3-1.
Okay, 3-1 expectation.
No X factor in the sense that I don't think any of those players, like, they break out of the mold of their archetype as players.
Yeah, I'm seeing some like head nods here. I want to get Blabber and then your thoughts. Do you agree, Blabber? Like X factor wise, like this current C9 plays pretty standard, or do you feel like there is somebody that maybe isn't getting credit as like a potential X factor on the team?
I mean, I think the biggest thing that we do well is just we have good engages, I think. I think that's like, I wouldn't say it's an X factor, but I think that's like what we do well as a team. We find good fights. I think we take position in fights well. It's also, I think we're strong laners on the team. Maybe not like super strong, but like, I think we are strong laners. And I think that's where we get a lot of our advantages, especially like against Fly. I think because they play mid game better than us, we need to win fights. We need to do well in the laning phase.
And something we've noticed too, like Thanatos especially, and now Loki coming on the team, like following up on engages and like actually committing to the fight. But definitely like one of the strengths of C9 right now.
Yeah, so I don't know if like that's an X factor or anything, but I do think that's something that we do well. And yeah, I mean, I think that in general as a team, we draft very standard. I mean, the games you see on stage, you can tell, right? Like we're a very standard drafting team. But I do think that we play our drafts how we should. I think sometimes we throw a bit too much, but you know, just got to fix that.
Well, sometimes you also just catch right at the nexus. So you can do both of them at the same time. But Fudge, from you, the X factor on the team. And because I feel like, to be fair, an X factor might be necessary to take down C9 based on expectations. This would be the first time Shopify Rebellion's made it to a finals if you can't beat them. So what do you think that X factor is on the team?
I mean, I agree that there's no player that really like squeezes advantages on our team. I mean, we all kind of just have a vegan mentality a little bit. Like a little bit of a vegan mentality for sure. Like in our gameplay, we're like, we don't need to do anything funny, you know, play our comp out to its win conditions.
There's no hunters on the team.
Yeah, there's no like, obviously some games you play like Falfo's playing LeBlanc and he does some crazy stuff, right? But usually everyone's kind of like chilling. I mean, honestly, I don't feel like we really need to do anything super special to beat C9. I think we just have to play to our win condition and play well as a team and not make as many mistakes as they do. Yeah. Like, I think I agree that neither team is really going to like have big advantages in terms of like one player is like playing this counter matchup and gonna stomp someone. That's never gonna happen. I think in reality, in draft probably or on game, but I don't think they're that good. I don't think really any team is like super like unbeatable, but I would definitely say like C9 is not as good as FlyQuest in terms of just early game, mid game stuff, and and if find that once you get to late game, anything can happen, you know? Yeah. You know, no one's really that good in late game. Everyone kind of like runs it down a little bit.
Unless you have those X factors.
Yeah, I mean, obviously certain teams are better, but I just feel like We don't have to do anything special. I feel like when you think that you have to do something special is when you start inting, to be honest.
Okay.
That's how I feel.
I agree with this assessment.
Yeah?
You got to let good things come to you in this game.
Yeah.
If you overforce, it can be a bad thing.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think that's the name of the game, really. I think I'm happy to hear it from you because I think that's what the kind of was a big reason why you were struggling. I felt like maybe you felt like you need to make miracles happen. I know that's my experience. Whenever I feel like I need to overperform, make miracles happen, I start fishing for fights that I have no business fishing for.
Right.
But when I am playing patiently, and I think I think patience in the game is important. I think the most important thing was when the situation occurs that there is an action to be made is how you approach that. And that's what I like consider X factor in the sense of like, you know, if you're playing a composition that's like normally a very slow comp, like hard engaging and finding the right guy at the right moment to one-shot him, like that's like an X factor moment, you know? Like that is like a moment where it's like, damn, this guy just changed the whole pace of the game or like the whole pace of the comp. And I think that's probably why you don't like playing against me. I think I tend to do that pretty well. I think it's one of my strengths. And a big learning I had from the C9 series is I got to let good things happen to me. Yeah. I'm a scaling player.
Let them come to you. Let them come to you.
Yes, I am not someone that bullies you in laning phase. If I get advantages from early game, it's probably because of my mid jungle just pressuring people. And I realized that like that's a reality check that I got kind of for myself. So yeah, I'm just gonna let my team carry me, and hopefully I'll get a piece of the pie when mid game rolls around.
I mean, the way you've been playing the game and your performance has netted you and all of FlyQuest with first team all pro. The last time, this is the final stat that I have, the fun fact here, is the last time a team had all 5 players winning all pro first team, it was C9 when they won the split. So do you think Lightning's going to strike again? Do you want to look at the audience in the eyes and say FlyQuest is winning the split?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I have no confidence. No, excuse me. I have all confidence that my team is going to win. For me personally, I really think if we all just agree that we can play a slow game and a slow game will be in our favor, that's good enough. I think that the name of the game in NA is in fact playing a slow scaling game. I think Shopify cracked the code there for themselves too. They stopped complicating the game, made it about a good solid draft, play the game together and execute the champions that your players perform well. So I'm really happy to see that from their end. And I think Tanner, again, good vibes, but I think the vibes, it's because if you can make your team believe that just playing good League of Legends, standard League of Legends, is good enough to kill an enemy nexus, that is going to outweigh any amount of anything a singular individual can provide. And being able to recover from a mental breakdown, like you mentioned, this is what it takes to perform internationally, because it's not a matter of if you're going to have a mental breakdown on a team in an international event, it's a matter of when. Yeah. And you need to have players resilient enough to get over that. And for me, the big reason why NA has been, you know, having a resurgence in the last few years internationally is because of that. And I think TL First Stand, for example, they imploded and they had no gas. Like no one could revitalize the team mentally. And that's why I'm happy to see these 3 teams at the table, because I do think there will be enough mental there. Because I want NA to do well at MSI too.
Yes,
and that's
the mental break into the rebuild, and Blabber, you just agreed there. So I actually want to get your thoughts on that real quick here about the importance of having that experience at international events and being able to build yourself back up. Like, what's been your personal experience with that?
I mean, just being an NA team, going international. I mean, I've been on with Fudge in many of those rosters. Yeah. But it's just like you will get stomped by the LCK teams mainly. If you decide to scrim them, like Genji, Chile. If you decide you want to scrim these teams, like very likely you will, realize they know much more about the game than you. They're much better than you at the game, especially in practice at least. I think on stage anything can happen. I mean, it's unlikely you'll win, but anything can happen. And usually your team just, starts blaming each other, blaming themselves. Some bad shit just happens. You don't know why you're losing. You're trying to figure it out. You don't know what champs you're gonna play because it feels like everything's not working. And you just have to, play well together and, figure it out.
So, final question for you. How are you gonna mental boom Fudge on Saturday? What's the strategy gonna be? Because you played with him, so clearly you know.
I mean, I don't think that any good team will mental boom on stage that easily. Okay. It's more like a build up before your match. Usually people on stage are very let's try to win, try to boost up your teammates, try to boost yourself up. You want to be in the best possible condition compared to the preparation before is in scrims you can get very heated. You can get very, tilted at your teammates, tilted at yourself, whatever, your coach, I don't know, whatever's happening in the back room. But usually on stage it's people want to win, even if you're down 2-0, it's if you get tilted and your teammates are going to play worse, you're going to play worse. It's not that beneficial.
Yeah, fair enough. And again, well put. Well, best of luck to both of you for Saturday, and then for the winner to go up against Bwipo on Sunday. Finals weekend right around the corner. It's very exciting. Thank you for watching Pros. That's going to be it for us here, but we'll be back next Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific for C9 versus Shopify. Thanks for tuning in to Pros. We'll see you at Finals weekend.
Welcome to the waiting room of Finals Weekend.
Finals Weekend!
And we got Sniper's Woo! First time on the lounge for the whole day. You've been here plenty of times, but you're here the whole time.
You're not leaving.
Yeah.
I'll be here the entire time.
I'm trapped. The change in your expression there made me think that you just thought it was just this.
I knew there's gonna be like more, but I'm just here for the show, you know? I'm just here to enjoy it.
Yeah, you're not leaving by the end of the weekend, by the way.
By the end of
you're here for now and finals. Like both the package.
I guess I can't see my parents then, unfortunately. I really want to see my family, but it's all good.
I know. Well, we'll give you visitation.
Oh my God.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah. No,
How have you been the last few weeks?
I've been pretty good. Honestly, it's been pretty crazy weeks, I'm not gonna lie. I've just been going out with like my friends, playing some solo queue. I've been streaming actually as well.
That's true.
So I've been chilling, yeah. What about you guys?
Yeah, I've been watching LTA, following the playoffs.
Nice.
Yeah. You know what's really interesting about it to me? Shopify Rebellion, we didn't expect them to be here, man.
Yeah.
I thought they'd lose to you guys. I thought they'd lose to Team Liquid, but they're still here. So it's not the matchup we've been expecting. Let's look at what they've done. They were in the upper bracket. They got swept by FlyQuest. Then 3-0, 3-1 to make it here into the top three.
Indeed. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, you're completely right. Like the trek from Shopify Rebellion has been kind of like a miracle run. Even just the regular season, the record that they had is crazy to see them here as top 3 in the league.
Yeah.
Yeah, not to bring up bad memories for you.
No, you're good. You
Relive them.
Now you're chilling.
But like how, as we see C9 arriving, and I keep waiting for them to do a clown car thing, they're never gonna do it for me.
It's kind of happening already.
This is the most clowny it's been.
We are, they're all wearing sunglasses.
There's more people in that car.
Sick.
Yeah.
Ooh, the man bun as well from Tanadas.
Yeah, they
Looking
need to
pretty
all
good.
come out like in a line though, you know, like just keep like rotating through. Anyway.
Yeah.
I expected C9 to be here. Shopify though, it was a pretty big surprise. So like, what do you think of them as a team, and how shocked are you that they're here?
I think they were similar to us like last year, especially during Spring Split. They're honestly like not really a good scrim team. I'm just gonna keep it a buck.
Yeah.
But on stage, that's like where they shine, especially their solo laners. I feel like Fudge and Palafox, especially Fudge, has been honestly like he got me an impact, you know. So he definitely deserves like the top laner spot.
They do very much remind me of you guys, just because of how scrappy they are. Like, they're a team that's always willing to fight. This is the preseason power rankings that we had them at. Like, generally we had them as like 5th. Zale had them pretty low, but generally we all did not expect them to be where they are at right now.
Yeah.
And that's been pretty crazy. I mean, all of these players' individuals' journey has been like, they've reached the mountaintops maybe at some point, but then last year or two for a lot of these players has been kind of a drought. And so imagining them to be in the position that they are now has just been like all of the cards landing on the right side of it.
Yeah, and I think it's not weird that it feels surprising because their regular season was quite bad. We're not used to teams with this poor of a regular season making it this deep into the playoffs. We're going to have the graphic for it, but in terms of teams to make top 3, their regular season win rate, no one has ever had as low of a regular season win rate as Shopify to make top 3.
Wow. Wait, that's kind of crazy.
That's kind of crazy. And I know some people are obviously going to talk about the format, but we've had formats where 8 of the 10 teams made playoffs.
Yeah.
So there's been opportunities for bad regular seasons to make it deep.
Yeah.
And here, they had a 33% win rate
crap.
in the positioning phase into the group stage to now making it into top 3. That's crazy.
Some of the names on here, man. GGU, Vulcan.
2013 TSM.
Yeah. Wow.
Wait, us as well. What the heck?
Oh, there you guys are.
Yeah, 7 and 9. Wait, wow. We did that. Oh my god.
But it says a lot. It says a lot for the team, of course, like the journey of like their first week in positioning phase up until this point. They're a completely different team because the playstyle that they have, being as skirmishy as it is, if it doesn't work, it just seems messy and disorganized. But when it does work, it just feels like they're all in sync, all in the right place. We're going to be talking about it, obviously, but like, kind of disgusting looking at it.
Yeah.
I also disgusting. I also think it's interesting that you point out like scrims to stage as well, because one of the things that a lot of these players have talked about is how they actually do have a lot of playoff experience and a lot of title experience. And it was about reminding themselves like what that actually felt like, as we see. I mean, both teams do, right? But in the case of Shopify, these are every single player but B-Boy has won at least one domestic title.
Yeah, Fudge, OPL, 3 LCS, 102
and
playoff
Thanatos
games.
as well, right? He also didn't win.
Yeah, Thanatos and Loki are just 21 and 13 playoff games. They'd be the least experienced in this matchup, but I think it's interesting. Like, Shopify is such we've talked about how infuriating of a team they are, and I think it's because they had that 6 and 12 regular season. It's because they've improved. It's because Fudge has been looking, to your point, I have a Fudge presentation later that I'm gonna have your opinion on. He's been looking really good, so it's just cool to look. Like, Shopify is the most interesting team here because they're such an underdog story.
Yeah, just as a reminder, they are an underdog story.
Yes.
Just making that clear.
You think C9 is much better?
Much better.
Okay.
Wow.
We'll see.
No, what do you mean?
C9's much better, bro. Okay. I think Shopify is gonna beat them. Oh, wait, is it still rolling?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are, but that's crazy.
Wait, it's still rolling?
Yeah, I wanted to get your opinion. But they do want us to toss. Okay, meanwhile, Cloud9, they're getting their second chance at a championship after losing a close game to FlyQuest last week, which they cover in the latest episode of
Oh, hell no.
But I don't think we're that bad of an atmosphere. We're just very competitive as an org, as a team, and everyone wants to win. We had a taste. You know, we were first place in the season, for example. And once you're first place in anything, you can't go back. So I think it's good that we're all getting tilted. That means people care. But we have to be careful that we don't let it, you know, get in the way of our practice and our improvement. That's also something that I'm bad at. I care maybe too much sometimes. I get emotional or frustrated about how scrims are going, and I say something that I shouldn't have, or like, you know, I get into like a battle with someone, a verbal battle.
This is how I felt every day last year at Dignitas.
Now I can see you guys are hesitating or questioning a lot. Meanwhile, we are in the scrims, or when we are winning, we are like, yeah, this is good. Let's do this, you know? I think you guys can play confidently. Like, we are already down 0-2, right? It doesn't really matter if we lose one more. It doesn't really matter. Just go play like how we played, you know? Just have some confidence, but still It's not like overconfidence to like stress side or some shit. Just play good League of Legends with some confidence, okay?
I'd say what I learned from today's loss is that we can beat FlyQuest, and I think we came very close to today, obviously. And I think rather than feeling down, we should take this as confidence going into next weekend. And we ended up losing, but I think we can use this to build momentum.
I felt like we are actually better. It was close, and I think the next chance we will win.
If I had to say one thing to my teammates, it would be to not worry about today. If we win, after we win, we will not think about this moment ever again, so don't worry.
Focus up, guys. We can win this series. Let's go C9. Let's go MSI.
Yeah. I mean, I just have to fill you guys in. Sniper, we were just telling him Reaper used to be a pro player.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you had no idea.
I had no idea whatsoever.
And then it was like, I was also a pro player.
Yeah.
And you also just think, you believe me, but.
No, younger generation.
It was a long time ago. It was in 2012.
2012?
Yeah.
Wait, what team were you on in 2012?
Dignitas. I was the first Dignitas jungler.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Were you also a pro player before as well?
No.
Do you know who Boy and Scara and I'm a Cutie Pie?
Yeah, I know who all these streamers are.
Yeah, that was Dignitas. That was the first Dignitas.
Well, what happened then? Well, why aren't you still a pro player till this day?
Because I joined Riot back in 2012.
And he's an old man.
Yeah.
Oh, could you have kept on playing pro if you wanted to? Did you have an
Probably, but there wasn't much money in it back then.
Oh.
You could make all your money from streaming, and LCS hadn't even started. I didn't even know LCS was coming.
Oh my god.
Then I joined Riot, became a caster, and anyway.
Oh my god.
Here's another thing.
Yeah.
When I left Dignitas, I Will Dominate became the next jungler for Dignitas.
I Will Dominate out of everyone, bro?
Yeah, out of everyone. And listen, I Will Dominate.
What's going on?
He's coaching Cloud9, and he has some thoughts to share with us.
Okay, hey, I'm down to watch it. Let's do it.
What's up, guys? Dom here. I've been working with C9 a lot this split, trying to help incorporate a lot of things that I see on the daily basis when I watch LPL and LCK and other regions into their gameplay. It's something that I've done for a long time, which is watch other professional leagues, and I've decided this year to try to apply it more to team itself. It felt almost wasted in a way for me to watch so much league and then not have a place to apply it, and that's something that I'm really thankful to Jack for hitting me up and giving me the opportunity to do. As far as this match versus Shopify, they're definitely a team that's hot right now. They're a super confidence-based team. I believe that we're the better team fundamentally at League, but I think that they're scary because they're not afraid to pull the trigger. They're very willing to take a lot of fights, and if we come out and we don't play a disciplined game, it could get scary. So I think the boys are prepared. We've done a good job this week in scrims. I've been really happy with the practice, and I hope that it is a banger match today, and then we get the rematch versus Fly tomorrow, and we're able to take home the title this week.
Always great to hear from him. I like the applying knowledge from other regions, but then also, if you're ever curious, Dom actually co-streams the LTA, and he's doing that today. So if you're interested, you can check that out at IW Dominate on Twitch. It's really funny to watch him co-stream C9.
Yeah.
What were you were thinking something there? What were you gonna say?
No, I was just gonna say I Will Dominate is honestly a very smart player. He's there's a reason why he's a streamer now. He wasn't a good pro player back in the day, so that's kind of why he's claiming all the pros now. He's a bit insecure. I'm gonna keep it a buck. But, nah, Dom's the go. Dom's the go.
Okay, there it is. That's fine. That's fine. We're adding some fire.
I love this.
Right.
I love having
Dom is the go. Dom is the go.
This is great. I want to talk about Shopify though, because Jat and I have talked about how they are such an infuriating team because they would put together really good runs of play and then lose series anyway, or find a way to lose. And in this game, I'm gonna showcase a good run of play and specifically how they deal with APA's Ziggs right here. So if you notice, there's already a discrepancy in the mid lane. A lot of it is gonna be relying on this LeBlanc pick, which Palafox did say he was brought out specifically for this. He's actually forced APA to back, and they're both going to come into lane. The most important thing, though, is that Palafox is actually going to hit 6 as soon as he comes back in, right? So even though TL actually want to come in and start this Drake, they can't because APA gets chunked and has to immediately back Now we go later on in the game. Contracts is coming up for a gank after resetting, going Wolves to Gromp onto APA, who's been matched up against Fudge. Basically just, again, Shopify using their pushing lanes, and TL do look for something onto Palafox, but they're not able to do anything there. They've already pushed up mid-wave here, and Fudge is going to end up getting this entire turret on the top side. It's actually super important that Shopify were tearing down these turrets so quickly, because again, this is also, in addition to the LeBlanc counter, a way of stopping the Ziggs. So Fudge is going to end up getting this turret here, while they're going to look to make a play on to Impact here as well. And if you notice in the mid lane at the exact same time, they've pushed up that mid wave. So when Palafox actually goes back, he's going to immediately go up that mid lane and end up taking out this turret as well, as we see that play through. And I thought this is just the first 3 turrets they took, right? But also a really good indicator of they knew exactly what Ziggs wanted to do. They used their map pressure, especially off of this LeBlanc pick, super, super well. And it was nice to see, right? Because we've seen good runs of play from them before, and then as Sven was joking on pros, they would always find a way to lose somehow.
But no, that was a really nice run of play that you got to see. Primarily, I feel like a focus on Palafox, which is interesting. I do want to hear from Palafox. Azale is standing right next to him, so let's check that interview out.
Hi, I'm here with Palafox ahead of your series against Cloud9. So, coming into the lower bracket, you guys were 6-15 from the regular season plus the upper bracket. Now you've won 6 of your last 7 games in lower bracket. You guys are smurfing it. What changed?
I mean, we were always a good team in scrims. Usually, best of 1s don't matter. Best of 3s matter a lot more, but even in those best of 3s, I feel like you could kind of tell we're almost there, right? And this is the product of hard work.
So your first title that you won was obviously back with Energy. Back then, everyone was kind of underestimating you. Then you guys won. You went to Worlds. You beat G2. Everyone was underestimating you there. Do you feel that this is kind of a similar vibe, that you're being overlooked and you can achieve the same kind of things?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because after we lost to FlyQuest 03, Juan came back in the room and was exactly like NRG 2023. Same vibes, And yeah, I mean, we've kind of carried that so far. So
I heard you have a lucky playoff jersey. I heard this through the grapevine. You want to tell us about that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little superstitious, so I haven't shaved since we started winning, and I haven't washed my jersey since we started winning. So yeah, looking to continue the streak. Hopefully get to wash it after we win, the whole thing. So.
But if you win, doesn't that mean you have to keep growing it and not washing for MSI as well?
That might be a little too cooked, but you never know.
All right, fair enough. Well, best of luck with the games today.
Yeah, thank you.
Back to y'all.
Nice. No way! No.
He has a line. He has 2 more days.
I'm glad he has a line. It should have been crossed at this point.
That's amazing.
Superstitions are real, guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to talk about Fudge. I promised to do this earlier.
Fudge.
Sniper, I want your opinion on this.
Oh, yeah.
It's a bit of a Fudge compliment session, but it reminds me of Prime Fudge.
Yeah.
This is before you joined the league, so I'm going to get back there.
All right,
so
yeah.
it's analysis of Fudge, the player, versus Fudge of the past. So here's the type of player that Fudge is now, in my opinion. So he is a player with a large champion pool. You can see all the champions he's played here in Split 2.
Yeah.
I'd say he's often a glue type player, and it's a concept I use where he will just play the champion that needs to fit the composition so the composition is whole. If they need a tank, it's a tank. If they need a carry, he's able to play a carry. If they need a Ryze, he plays Ryze. I also think he has great game knowledge, and if you didn't know, he can bench 2 plates, which not many players can. Not super relevant, still impressive.
Yeah, I can bench that easily. That's all I'm going to say, but
There's no way you can bench 2 plates.
Bro, do you see my freaking
We'll get back to this. Biceps have nothing to do with the bench.
No, bro.
This is
even
proof
my
that you
chest.
can't bench 2 plates.
Even my chest, bro. I got a good chest.
Here's some Ryze highlights.
Yeah.
So I'd say just in this game, he aggressively roam warped for first blood.
Yeah.
And then even later in the play, he was able to make split-second small decisions with the kind of solo kill onto Senate, even though Vivo ended up picking up the kill. So he's actually been dominating throughout these last 7 games with a variety of picks, right? Gnar, York, Ornn, Ryze, Aatrox, York again, and Jace. Those are all very different types of champions. But I'd also say there's a reason that Fudge was out of the league, and there's a reason that he was underrated at the start of the split. He does have weaknesses. At his worst, he can play too much for the team, too passive, too safe, and that kind of results in him having no pressure. And I'd say 2024 spring playoffs, right before he was out of league for half a split, or for half a year, was an example of that. You can see Renekton games, Olaf games, he's playing these like kind of carry style champions, but he's playing pretty passively, and they lost all those games in a row. But I'd say the best version of Fudge was in 2022 summer playoffs, which is what I feel like he's approaching now, where if you look at this run of playoffs, he plays everything, Camille, Fiora, but he also has Sejuani, Sion, Kennen, Ornn, and he's able to be exactly what the enemy top laner is going to be worst against. So in this example, he was solo killing Impact with Fiora into Aatrox, but in the very same series, playing frontline Sejuani, allowing the team to team fight and dragon stack. So he could literally do anything, and he was up against the best top players in the league. Impact in the EG series, someday for 7 games in a row. That's to me
Thanatos too?
prime Fudge. So this brings us to Thanatos. Is this going to work against Thanatos? Here's the type of player Thanatos is. He's the best player on C9, I feel like. We can agree on that for now. He has a high concentration of his games on 4 champions. 6 Gnar, 5 Gwen, 5 Ambessa, 3 Renekton. So what I would like to see Fudge do, since he is a jack of all trades and Thanatos is a master of some.
What does that mean, master of some?
It's jack of all trades, master of none, but he's a master of some. It's like a play on words.
I see what you, okay.
Fudge needs to play the same champions as Thanatos early games. So by, I'd say game 3, he could be out of his top 4, and you'd have the rest of the series. And that's when I'd want to see Fudge go for the kill with the more counter picks that Thanatos wouldn't be as comfortable on. Anyway, that's the Fudge presentation. I think he's really good.
Damn, yeah, that's a pretty good presentation.
Nice, thank you.
That was actually pretty good.
Beautiful.
Just as a reminder, he's facing Thanatos, so I feel like all of that's kind of irrelevant. But
Thanatos is good.
The glaze on this guy, that's crazy.
Just putting it out there. Just throwing out some facts.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Throwing out some facts. But that being said, we need to hear from the other side.
We
so Azel is going to be standing right next to Vulcan, I hear. So take it away, Azel.
Thank you. Last time you were in finals, Vulcan, was back in 2022 spring with EG. You guys obviously won there. It's been a while now. Does that make you appreciate the opportunity to go to finals even more?
Yeah, I mean, back then I was going, in finals every other split, and now it feels, I cherish it a lot more when I have the chance to go. So it's definitely, I value it higher than I did back then, and I'm hoping we can make the best of it today.
Do you think, that makes you kind of like hungrier then to actually, be able to achieve it, to be able to win a title because you haven't had it for a while? You obviously were so successful early on in your career. Like you said, you're making finals all the time. Did you maybe take it a bit for granted?
I did, yeah, and it definitely had a long period of me not being able to make it. So there's, been some times where I wondered if it's going to happen again. And I feel like now with this group, we have a really good chance of making it and making it often. So yeah, like I said, I want us to make the best of it and play tomorrow and win there.
So last week, you guys obviously went 5 games against FlyQuest. Was incredibly close. In game 2, arguably you could have won that game as well and potentially taken the series. Does that make you extremely confident against Shopify? Do you feel like you're just kind of looking past them to the finals tomorrow for FlyQuest, or do you still really have to get the job done here against Shopify?
No, we made sure that we're focusing on Shopify. One game at a time. We've been preparing for them first, and then obviously we have in the back of our mind that we'll play Fly tomorrow if everything goes well. But yeah, the job's not done here, and they've been ramping up. They're a good team, so we're focusing on Shopify, and yeah, it should be a tough series.
All right, well, best of luck today. Thank you very much. Back to y'all at the lounge.
Thank you, Kangas.
That was very nice to hear from Vulcan. And Raz, you've been talking about C9 being good. We need to give you the floor.
Because I'm just hearing some biased coverage. Everyone, for whatever reason, is high on Shopify Rebellion, and we need to remind people that right now, they're the heavy favorites. Why are they the heavy favorites? People will distill it to like Thanatos' leads or their early game leads in general. No, I think they're generally one of the best, if not the best, when it comes to playing the map, and I have a few examples of that. Let's start with, of course, when they started to run it back versus FlyQuest. They were 2 up at this moment, but Cloud9 was making some great plays to start this one out. Now, let's start with the focus on the play. Zoom in on the minimap a little bit. If it doesn't want me to, let's just go straight for the play. Main thing is going to be Thanatos understands that Fluxo is here. So very understandably, they make it very clear that no longer is FlyQuest going to be looking for the Drake. They're going to be trying to make a play on top side. Thanatos is kind of struggling. Wave is coming in. What he needs to do is be able to try and cover this while not putting himself in dive range. So one thing that's made clear is red alert! Red alert, Vulcan is moving. Vulcan is on the way. He understands that top side is going to be a threat, so he's moving up. And so While all of this is being done, they understand now Drake is completely taken. We're going to be sending Thanatos to the bottom side of the wave, and we TP Azir top. But one thing has been noted is Busio and Bwipper are trying to push in this next wave. And C9 still have push on mid wave right here. So they recognize now, with Azir being able to catch top wave, with push on mid, they're not going to be in a position. Maybe I should have had the stick, guys. Maybe I should have had the stick. I'll just kind of talk this one through.
Yeah.
That they can actually try and punish FlyQuest on the top side of the map. This is just a run of play recognizing not only do they have Drake and that they can TP Azir top to cover the wave, now that this is their strong side of the map, and Kai'Sa doesn't need to base. So this is FlyQuest making a pretty grave error, and no one loses the wave. Thanatos is able to catch bot wave, all while being on weak side. Now this is going to be a focus on how they play around objectives here on Otacon. And in this situation, just want to zoom this one up. They had push mid, they had push top, they had made it very clear, got great wards. The ward in particular here is, of course, this board, right, as you can see, so it can catch anybody that's walking up from the river. And they have eyes from Vulcan, from anybody from FlyQuest that's walking up through the lane. So, main focus is going to be who is going to pull the trigger. And the one player that we know is ready to take the fight is Blabber. And in this case, Masu's feeling kind of confident. He has Shen ulti on top of him. Busio is right next door. He is very strong, by the way. At this point, Masu's Kog'Maw is the strongest player in the game. But he walks up a little bit too far. Snap engage from Blabber. And Thanatos recognizes this. Sven recognizes this. They immediately go right on top of it. Kog'Maw gets ulted by Mbessa. Ricochet coming in through from Sven. And immediately Loki comes in from the flank. He was already zoning out quad, but now that he sees Masu so low, he just goes in, ignores everyone else, comes in, gets the W. I think he used the flash on top of it. Yes, he did. So it's like two things to make note of Cloud9 and their strengths. Number one, very good at playing the map. Like, the only other team that you can say is maybe playing better than them on the map is FlyQuest, and even then they can have very competitive series based off of just map play. Yeah. But then in terms of team fighting, Cloud9 is very strong at team fighting. So I feel like something that they're very good at. They can take scraps.
Okay.
They can take strong engages like that. Yeah. I'm worried for Shopify.
Are you?
Yes.
Okay.
And I feel like I need someone else in this room to help me because I'm hearing too much Shopify noise right now.
Thank goodness you said something right.
Thank you,
brave enough to
Thank you.
okay.
Yeah.
Because this is what we all know.
Yes.
We all know this information.
You need to teach some people here.
Our championship winning caliber of team.
Yeah.
At least that's what Big Broadcast wants you to think.
Huh?
I did my own research, and what I found is gonna shock you. Get this jersey off. This is not what I wanted. Hey! Shopify Rebellion. They have the top laner C9 won with last time. They haven't won a title in a while. Jay, you talk about it, a little bit of chokers, right? They have not finished higher in playoffs, and their seeding has been going in quite a while. Last time they lost, by the way, was against these two studs right here, which CLG and RGS.
Someone needs to stop this, man. Do we have security in the building?
I agree. Remember when that
Shopify.
happened? That was pretty cool. And the structure of the team. Let's talk about structure. Look at what they have. Massages. They have Brazil buff. They had a fluke loss in the playoffs.
Get out of here!
Don't break the studio.
Where's the security in here?
It's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. You kicked that hard.
Yeah,
I kicked
wow.
Kangas hard as well.
I kicked it very hard.
Okay, that was amazing. Thank you, Kangas. We need to
No.
do predictions
Yes.
for this series.
Okay.
I would
Yeah.
like to
We
hear
need
you
to
guys.
get some order in the room. So let's roll up to predictions. We have Raz 3-0. I'm going to go C9 3-1.
Holy.
I will say, C9 has a streak of 4 splits in a row where their regular season performance hasn't been better than their playoff performance. Or it has been better. Their playoff performance hasn't been better than the regular season performance. Why are you going Shopify Sniper?
Shopify?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They remind me
That
of
is
like
the upset pick.
they just remind me of 100 Thieves, to be honest. I feel like they're like very similar to us, where everyone's like this team like always team fights. But I do feel like their macro is actually pretty good, and their like decision making, it's like gone a lot better, and I feel like they can actually beat C9 today.
Who's the key?
Yeah.
Who's the key to Shopify's success today? Who do you think would do it for them?
I think ball lane and top lane, if both Fudge and Vivo and Seos, I think is what his name is.
Yeah.
If they like play good and they're just like stable, I think they're gonna win. I feel like Shopify's gonna win.
This is crazy, cause like, look, I understand what's happening.
Yeah.
Everyone's puffing on some copium.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Because we understand in 2023 summer, sure, like NRG had that insane run. Kangus's own researcher like got him to that. I feel like you guys were on that same.
I mean, listen, I think Fudge, for me, I think Fudge is a very interesting player.
Yeah.
If he's going to shut down Thanatos, I talked about how he's going to do that.
Yeah.
Shopify's been improving at a steady rate throughout the whole split, but C9 has just been good the whole split.
Yeah.
So that's where I don't want to lose my mind and be a prisoner of the moment for Shopify, and why I'm predicting C9 to be 3-1.
Yeah, I also think one of the things that Shopify, like long game memes aside, I do think they like to slow down the game, even now that they're winning those games.
Yeah.
And I actually think C9 will take that and just out-team fight them better. Kind of like what Raz showed around that Otacon fight.
Yeah. I'm in alignment. I'm glad that we're all on the same page.
Except
like
for
you're
Cedric.
the only crazy one in the room.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
I'll
believe in
take
them.
it. I see what this brother's trying to do. In
Yo,
fact,
yo,
before-
what's going
don't even
on?
get him on camera. Don't even start the show. Start the show. Get him out of here.
I mean, every final is a fight for me, so just another final, and hopefully I win this fight. I mean, all the achievements feel good, and I don't remember when was the last time someone won the MVP and won finals MVP in the same season, so hopefully I can be the first one.
FlyQuest are a good team, but I'm not sure they're as good or as dominant as the community or even they might think of themselves. I think we can definitely beat them, and maybe their ego will get the best of them. Inspired and Blabber, they have accolades over accolades. Meanwhile, I only have one. But that's not where I get my confidence from, and I know exactly what I'm capable of. I know this weekend that I will beat both of them.
That contract dances on their grave. I mean, it's the Bash Bros in the top side here for Shopify.
Contracts, he's a bit random sometimes. Like, he can either be like one of the best players on the server, or he can just randomly int. I'm a very clutch player. I do really well under pressure, whereas I feel like Blabber is the opposite.
I don't know, I mean, you can say to both teams, just get good. I don't know, just like play well, because they always just throw the game out of nowhere.
Inspired is calculated. He doesn't like taking risks. That's where I have the edge. I'm more explosive. I see the angles that many players don't see, and I take advantage of the opportunity. C9's always been an org, known for being a top team in the league, and I think it's time we show that again.
I will be just playing as I usually do, and I think it's gonna be enough to win.
B-Boy dives into the awesome.
Momentum is a scary beast, and this isn't the first time that I've rode it.
Oh, the pop-up, he gets stunned on a great ult from Contract. Contract outplays him. Pale angle, but he ain't gonna get it. Meanwhile, Thanatos again. Here we go. No, that was a massive catch.
That's more like it.
Welcome back to the LTA. Finals weekend is finally here. Today, we have a Cloud9 who narrowly lost to FlyQuest in a 5-game banger, taking on a Shopify Rebellion who's won 6 of their last 7 games. Please welcome to the stage the underdogs rampaging through the lower bracket. They've already taken down 100 Thieves and Team Liquid and now set their sights on Cloud9. It's Shopify Rebellion. In the top lane, Fudge. In the jungle, Contracts. Mid laner, Palafox. Bot lane is B-Boy and Seos. And their opponents. This perennial powerhouse is hungry for a title shot after topping the positioning phase and winning their group. Led by young solo laners and some of the most dominant veterans to ever grace this stage, Cloud9. In the top lane, Thanatos. At jungle, Blabber. Mid laner, Loki. Bot, Sven, and support, Vulcan. There is only one spot left in the finals. It's time to find out who will rise to the challenge and grab it. The LTA starts right now. I'm Azael, joined by Jat and Emily today for this lower bracket finals matchup. Only one ticket to face FlyQuest tomorrow for the LTA North title.
Man, great intro. I also loved having Sniper on the lounge. He's going to be here all day. We had an unhinged waiting room. I'm hoping for some unhinged gameplay here because we know that Shopify has come from a lower point than almost anyone else ever to be top 3. 6-12 game score in the regular season into being 6-1 in this lower bracket and now having a lot of momentum going up against Cloud9, who haven't been to a final in quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, and the last time the three of us were on the cast, it was to watch Shopify upset TL, right? In order to get here. I think the big thing for me is that C9 have been so dominant. Like outside of their series with FlyQuest, I do think they are a higher caliber of opponent than Shopify has faced thus far in this potential lower bracket run. So I think it's going to be up on them to find that next level.
And we'll see how much C9 really took away from that FlyQuest series they had, where they were down 2-0, but then nearly pulled off the reverse sweep, winning the next 2 games before falling in Game 5. It's not like they walked into FlyQuest and just got blown down to the lower bracket. They put up a hell of a fight.
The Wens TL sign. Next split, they'll be back.
Split 3.
Yep. But Shopify, I agree. You know, they are the underdogs here, but never forget Energy beating G2.
Yeah.
You know, that was Contracts and Palafox. We've seen these guys pull off some colossal upsets, and we've also seen some pretty incredible performances out of Palafox here. I do think he's really stepped it up, and he's shown the heights at which he can play. His LeBlanc game was fantastic. You look back to the 100 Thieves series, Victor Pentakill to close that series out. He definitely has been stepping up.
Interesting you say that because they did take out immediately on C9 side Ari and the Annie, followed by the Varus, and then Shopify kind of sticking with some of their more standard bans in the Vi and the Gwen.
Yeah, the Gwen is definitely targeted strongly at Thanatos. I'd say the Sejuani ban is fairly targeted, might set up what they're going for here. Interestingly enough, Yone is up. That's something that's been very heavily banned against Palafox. Was banned by Team Liquid in the entirety of their series. Not a surprising first pick, though, with Talia often going away in Game 1.
Yeah, and Talia is just so flexible. She fits in so many different compositions. She's able to push out and get to side lanes so quickly, so excellent map pressure. But Yone has also been banned against C9 and Shopify both. So I am curious to see if Shopify will pick it up on their end.
It's actually the most banned champion against both of these teams.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it is interesting to see it up, and you would expect that potential for it to be grabbed here by Palafox, but of course, Talia on the other side can make things difficult. This champion has been so high prio. And when you think about the way that Cloud9 likes to play, especially when they are focusing on Thanatos, this is going to enable him even more. We saw how FlyQuest wanted to try to deal with him, which was really allowing Thanatos to just blind pick all of the meta champs and allowing Blippo to have some sort of a more niche counter pick. So I'm going to be interested to see how Fudge and how Shopify want to try to tackle Thanatos.
Yeah, that will be super interesting as we see the Pantheon taken away, pairs insanely well with that Talia. So not only is that a potentially good jungler for Contracts, but additionally kind of splits up that pairing since they do work so well together. And then the Senna locked in pretty early on.
Yeah, the Senna is something that B-Boy had a spectacular late game on. I feel like the priority of this pick has raised throughout the weeks. I will say the pick does struggle if it doesn't win laning phase, so it's a little risky to pick it this early because it allows Ven and Vulcan to try and pick a dominant lane against it. I'd say with Varus banned, it's less risky, and it more sets up Shopify to pair with dive champions, as they already have the Pantheon and the Senna who can support from any range.
Yep, and we see the Poppy coming in as well. I kind of expect that to be going jungle, but it could be flexed down into the bot lane for Vulcan, so that is a potential possibility. Nope, not anymore. We got Rel locked in for Vulcan on the bot side.
Chillia Poppy combo is super important because you can just wall the mid lane to get a stun, and it's a great gank combo.
And you can honestly just push them into the Unraveled Earth, right? And that stuns them as well. So that is really strong as a duo. Nautilus is always the expected pairing here with Senna. It is by far the most popular one in pro play. So even though you are technically blind picking the Rel, you kind of know what you're going to be expecting to play it into, unless Shopify wanted to get really clever. So we have the bot lane here, of course, for Shopify and the expected jungle pick. And over on the other side, we'll see if they're going to try to attack what AD carries are available for Sven.
That's what I'd imagine they do, because I think what Shopify should do in top lane is kind of let Thanatos have his meta champions, pick some of his meta champions away, and starve his champion pool early, which is the opposite of what Whippo did last week. So we're going to get that targeting here in this second phase of bans, because if they're trying to go after him right away, they ban top laners, but it's expected here that they're banning AD carries, since that's the difference within this draft.
And it is the most played for Sven by far. 6 plays on the Ezreal. I wouldn't be surprised to just see kind of double ban down towards that bot lane. You talked about the importance you felt in Senna winning that 2v2. Obviously, kind of pushing Sven down as far as that priority does go will help with that.
Yeah, one interesting thing to me is to see if they keep Kalista open, if only because these two teams have not prioritized Kalista nearly as much as other teams in the LCS, and that's kind of a powerful lane to have to go up against. So I'm curious to see if that will end up getting banned out here, or if they'll just leave it open.
Yeah, I'm also really curious to see if Rumble Yone is up too, because if they can pair those two champions together, even though they'll be a little AD heavy in mid jungle, that just seems like a devastating combo if Shopify gets that. Azir's already banned. I'd want the other ban to be a Rumble or a Yone, but we'll see.
Corki coming through.
Yeah, it is going to be really interesting. They're just banning the 2 most played there for Sven. You know, I do think the one wrinkle, while Yone is really, really strong, you'd have to be picking the Yone into both the Taliyah and the Poppy, right? So it does make it really, really difficult to be able to find that playmaking. So it feels to me like Cloud9 are kind of daring Palafox to pick this. You know, they feel that they have the answers already drafted, and they're saying, we don't think you can make it work, but go ahead and try.
I also think with the Rumble ban, they're making it even less advantageous for the team composition, because they wouldn't have that AP nuke to come in over the top. More standard choices. See
the Ori hover looking like it's going to go through, and that's, you know, a much, much safer choice.
Yeah, we haven't seen that much Orion, and you can see it's had very little success here in the LTA. 2-10 we just see for its record so far in Split 2. Definitely fallen out of meta just a little bit. I don't expect him to have lane prio with the Ori, but it will be a good scaling pick.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that previously from his Ori game, right? That was one of the ones where he was down like several thousand gold, I think, before it really started showing up in team fights later on. As we see the Renekton hover.
Yeah, make him blind picks, one of his comfort picks.
Yeah, it does feel like one of the, I would say it's probably the most comfortable blind pick for Thanatos. It feels like, you know, when everything's up and available, he loves going towards that Renekton. And it is going to be Zig's bot here for Sven. So very interesting. You know, they do target some of these bot laners. They take away some of the AD carries, but he goes towards a mage bot. He's just going to be looking to try to push in this Senna, try to lock her under her lane, and not really give her much of an opportunity to get going.
Yeah, try and outrange her, try and make sure she doesn't get that many souls. And really interesting here with the Cho'Gath. I would have expected the Gnar to deny it from Thanatos, and that's been a classic counterpick. But he's going the other route with a less played champion here, really just trying to win this game in particular. With the, I wouldn't even consider Cho'Gath a classic counter pick to the Renekton.
No, it's not.
I don't think it's a counter whatsoever, but I will say I do think Emax Cho'Gath is actually quite strong these days. It did get buffed a couple patches ago. He's going to play full tank. And I think the thought process is the damage profile is relatively low here. There's not an AD carry. You know, you build a bit of armor, you start stacking some MR here against the Talia and the Ziggs, and they're feeling like if he doesn't get way behind early, it's not a lane counter, it's a compositional counter.
Yeah, exactly.
And I can see that, especially with Orianna shields and Senna heals and everything coming through. If Fudge is having a good game, the Cho'Gath is going to be a problem, you know, come 20, 30 minutes.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's a composition counter. It's going to put Shopify in the back seat early on in this game, not necessarily having prio in their lanes, but having very good scaling.
Yeah, and that'll be super interesting because I do think Shopify are a team that, again, like, have played slow, have kind of relied on some of these scaling picks, but also when going up against the chart-taking power of Ziggs previously, had the LeBlanc on their side, right?
It's going to be a good one. Cloud9 and Shopify Rebellion kicking off finals weekend here. Only one team can face a FlyQuest tomorrow. Play for that title, play for the only MSI slot available here. Both these teams trying to do it. It's been a while since either of them have won, and trying to get back to their winning ways here, trying to go for a title.
Yeah, Shopify, as the org, has never won, but
of course,
they have a little bit of that energy.
They have that lineage.
Yeah, CLG energy from primarily from Contracts and Palafox.
Yeah, Contracts Palafox. The last time Cloud9 won, it was with Fudge. They had that unceremonious exit with him in the top lane. They moved to Thanatos, and now they meet here in the finals weekend. And also, what a difference a month makes. Like, Shopify, a month ago, you would say has absolutely no chance against C9. But right now, it actually feels like they have a really interesting composition and a lot of momentum.
Yeah, I mean, it is crazy to think about. You know, the average preseason power ranking, I had them even lower. I think I had them like 7th or something like that. You know, and now they are guaranteed top 3. You know, I was looking back at Palafox's career. Obviously, he has that title with NRG. But besides that, he had rarely, if ever been above that top 4 mark. And now he's already past that. And you can see these are the lowest regular season win rates to ever make top 3.
Yeah, and this is the more shocking thing, right? Because the reason why so many people doubted, there's the lineage of NRG as well, coming in at 50%. The reason why so many people, myself included, doubted Shopify was their win rate was so rough, right? Like, they did not look like a team that could make this kind of run, despite a lot of their players having that pedigree.
And I think the crazy thing is when you extend it even into the upper bracket, they were 6-15 in their first 21 games. Now they're 6-1 in their last 7 in the lower bracket. So like that kind of turnaround is crazy. Yes, you know, Shopify did have a lot of close games, but it was always the discussion of like, they almost won, but they always throw it. Now they really seemed to have solved that and been able to become a lot more consistent over these last couple weeks.
And also, since we're in game 1 and we have no idea how the series is going to go yet, you could make the argument that even though C9 has a very good regular season record, they had a lot of games where they should have lost, whereas you'd say Shopify should have won. There were moments where C9 was at their Nexus turrets. There was a game against Lyon where they went in and died, and now Fudge hits level 3 first on Thanatos, and Contracts is here.
Yeah, he was spotted, though, by that ward over on Raptors, and they saw him walking back up towards that top side. So now he's going to go for an invade because he went for a 3-camp gank. Blabber going to be over on his Gromp, and Contracts won't spot him. So, you know, they had full vision, full kind of understanding of where he would be based on that one ward. Thanatos plays it safe, and now Blabber is trying to get him to actually start up this blue buff, and now looking for a play of his own. Is going to be able to get him stunned against the wall. Takes a good 20-30% of his HP there, but Palafox has push and he's moving.
And Thanatos can't move. He's got to catch that wave, so Blabber's going to get pushed off this blue buff unless he wants to suicide for it.
Yeah, he might try to look for a smite fight, but is just going to seed that blue buff, will take his Gromp here. So Contracts does look for the 3-camp gank, and now he's looking just for that scuttle top, and then he could cross for a double scuttle potentially here because he has the push on bot side. So this actually turns out really well for Contracts, even though he goes for what is considered very risky with this 3-camp gank. It's turned out really well because of pushing lanes.
Double scuttling Blabber, man. What does this mean?
Means he doesn't get both scuttles early. No, I love these little things from Contracts, and I think they have been ended up being really big difference makers a lot of the time in Shopify's early games, right? Like just recognizing small windows off of his lane state, what he can do, what he can't, as we see him taking down that second Scuttle Crab, double Scuttle against Blabber.
It's really funny that this is more of an ego thing than any type of actual advantage, because Blabber did a Raptor start, so his Raptor's Krugs comes up really fast, so even though he got denied his blue and the Scuttles, like he's still farming at exactly the same rate as the Pantheon, but yeah, you got the double Scuttles on Blabber.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's like, Contracts took a pretty risky approach with going for a 3-camp gank. So the fact that he went for 3 camps into a gank top, it didn't work, and he hasn't fallen behind is still obviously pretty nice. But that is kind of the side of the matchup that you're going to be on. When you're playing the Pantheon into the Poppy, you're generally the one who wants to be proactive, and the Poppy is trying to answer those plays, track where you are on the map, and really looking more for the denial. There's a little bit of trade of damage down on the bottom side, but it's more about the mana here for Sven. He does, of course, have the teleport, though, so likely to just head back to base and then TP right back. Well, Vivo on the Senna, you are going to struggle for wave clear early on. That's why they always rush Shiv.
Blabber making his way up to the top lane right now, I think is a pretty important approach because the Cho'Gath has been looking really well, but now he's got the wave needing to be shoved in and has to respect the fact that Blabber could be there. Actually does. I mean, if this Cho'Gath pick doesn't get punished around level 6 on the Renekton, and the fact that it's done so well this early, I think is massive for Fudge, because we've already talked about how with what will become a full tank Cho'Gath and there being no traditional AD carry and relatively low sustained damage, it's going to be a force later on in this game.
Yep.
Yeah. It's going to be really, really difficult, especially, again, with the Senna coming on top of that as well. Going to be really dangerous later on for 5v5s.
Blabber hovering here. Yeah, I mean, his camps aren't up, so he's not really wasting any time right now. He's just waiting for that Gromp respawn. Seeing, was there anything I could do top? Nope. All right, I guess I'll check mid. Now the Gromp is going to respawn, so he'll just run over there and continue the clear here. But you can see that farm advantage now is starting to show itself for Contracts, because while he was even in farm earlier, he, of course, took camps away from his opponent. He took away the blue buff, took the double Scuttle, so now was able to full clear and get a nice little advantage here for himself. Sven, though, is really in a good spot. He's going to deny some of this wave, already grabs a plate for himself. Because Senna is really struggling with the wave clear, he just spammed his mana and then came right back. We'll see if Thanatos wants to try to push this, but with the wave in a frozen state, it's kind of really awkward here for Fudge. Contracts is down on bot side. He's going to start up this dragon, but Fudge is basically relegated to just Q farming from max range.
Which is kind of okay if you look at the current CS numbers. It's not the best situation, but if they get the Drake out of it, he's going to be A-okay on that one.
Yeah, we see Vulcan spotting it out, but this was kind of also set up by Seos coming down, right? Like after Sven had pushed up in bot lane, it looks like with B-Boy and Seos there, they'll be able to easily take that down.
And you can see Fudge playing super respectful. He knows, all right, Poppy didn't show on bot side, so he walked all the way down the river and actually warded over by where the Scuttle was to see that Blabber had taken the Scuttle, and then he's just backing off. He's accepting, yes, I'm going to be missing some of this CS. I'm going to be going down a little bit.
For sure.
But he's just getting experience and realizing, you know what, that's not my job right now.
And I will say, when you are, as we see a Shockwave and an aggressive trade onto Loki, when you are the team with the scaling advantage, it feels really good to get those early Drakes.
Yeah.
Because it just buys you so much more time before the other team would have a Dragon Soul win condition. Because I'm looking at this C9 composition, and they kind of have to make things happen pretty early.
There's a blessing and a curse. Ludwig here, they're doing really well when Ludwig is streaming, but Charlie better not be streaming or things are not going to be looking so good as the Shopify co-owners there and their respective records.
They found some good pictures for this one. As we see, Fudge still
in
the top side. They're going to spot Seos out on that ward.
Yeah, Seos is going to be spotted. He knows it because the minions will aggro him in the brush. But either way, Fudge had already broken the freeze, so he's going to be pretty happy. Again, just constantly pushing this in. He does go down, a good 2 waves, basically, once this is all farmed up. But he is chilling. He's level 8 now, so he can move over. And if he could actually feast away one of these grubs, it would be really nice, because those, of course, do not count to the 6 guaranteed stacks you will get. But it looks like Cloud9 is not going to be able to be contested because Senna did not roam. Sven has had non-stop push on the bot side, and that really has been the biggest advantage for them in these early levels. It's just this pressure that their bot lane 2v2 has had.
Yeah, and now with the 3 grubs, they're going to try and start taking plates to get some of this gold lead accelerating. can be pretty important with the Ziggs comp to have the grubs, and they're actually not doing an early swap. They're looking to pressure this turret right now.
This is 4 members here, and they're going to try to eject one, but the flash forward from Contracts interrupts the ulti. There's the flash forward from Thanatos. They're going to try to burst down Contracts. Contracts incredibly low, and he's knocked down for first blood. On the other side, though, it's Seos and Fudge trying to push this damage back. Knockup does land from Fudge, and now Palafox is here, but Loki's here as well. It's 5 top from Cloud9. Fudge and Seos have got to try to interrupt this wave from getting there. Palafox has got to kite out, uses a shockwave onto Loki, gets him low, but on the other side, it's still Thanatos, Sven, and Blabber holding the wave. Fudge flashes in and feasts on Loki, bites him in half. Blabber's going to fall as well. Shopify outplay. 5 members top for Cloud9 is not nearly enough.
Fudge factor once again with the Cho'Gath. That was amazing from him, recognizing that he could immediately...
they want more!
Yeah, in comes the ult from Contracts. He is back, and Sven is going to fall as well. It is 4-1 for Shopify. Meanwhile, B-Boy was just farming bot side the whole time.
This sequence by Shopify could not have been much better. The original interrupt makes the dive not clean, and it buys enough time for the play to develop. So they do kill him early, but then Fudge gets enough CC off, and they clear the wave enough to really get the back end of this play in their favor.
Yeah, as we see coming up, Palafox and Loki kind of scrapping on the backside of this, but then watch Fudge right here immediately goes in. Loki is absolutely gone. They clean up Vulcan as well, and then Blabber is the next to fall. Feats of Warfare, great. Revan reaction cam, amazing.
Nice. Guys, if they stay here, okay, I can look okay with R. Yeah.
The second ever Cho'Gath triple kill in North American history as well, and that is now the 3-kill Cho'Gath. He's opting for a little bit of AP, so now that he has the 3 kills, he's going to be looking to win that side lane against the Renekton.
And we talked about how bad it would be for C9 if this Cho'Gath gets online early, right? Well, now they're going to have to deal with Fudge out on the map, and this Thanatos Renekton is also going to be a little bit stymied going forward in team fights.
Yeah, still has the Black Cleaver, so he's going to be on still a pretty strong item spike with this next Drake coming up in 45 minutes. And interestingly enough, the last time C9 won, they had Fudge. What's happened since they've lost Fudge? Is there a bit of a curse going on with this Battlecast Cho'Gath trying to stop C9 from making finals?
That's the Fudge factor right there, man. He is back. He picked up the triple kill, and like you said, he's going to be going towards the Riftmaker. This is pretty common for Cho'Gath, but often it is much later on into the game. You're going to be picking it up as a second or a third item or something like that. It does give you some pretty good sustained power in that side lane, and Fudge got that early feast. Of course, it is a kill on a champion, so that is not going to be adding in to those guaranteed stacks you're always going to be able to get. And it is really nice to get some of those stacks early on.
I mean, C9 also has decent item spikes right now. Ludens to just the pickaxe on the Senna if you look at the Ziggs versus the Senna. So with this next Drake coming up, this might be C9's way to fight their way back in the game.
Blabber is going to be spotted, but there's Shopify. They're going to go for the engage. Senna all comes through. Blabber's in a lot of trouble. Teleport now coming in here from Loki. Loki with reinforcements. Thanatos trying to turn around on Seos, and Seos is going to get stunned against the wall and knocked down. And Contracts now has nowhere to go. Going to get flicked back in by Loki. Tries to take Vulcan, but can't do it. And now Fudge is going to have to run as well. Shopify, again, just so many members from Cloud9 overloading one side of the map. They're going to be able to give the shutdown as well to Loki. That is big, but there are 2 lanes being pushed in by Shopify, so they're trading back some plates and some minion gold as well.
Contracts tried to cheat one there. He thought if they got the jump on Blabber, maybe they'd be able to win the game, but they've actually just given the window back for C9. That's a situation where they're getting so many plays topside. If he doesn't go for that fast play, they just concede and they keep their large gold lead, but they gave away their bounties and the Drakes equalized anyways.
Yeah, that lets C9 back in the game so easily. It was a fight that they kind of did not want, right? Like they initially wanted it, but then as Zale already pointed out, C9 had overloaded on that side. We're able to polish them off, and now that does stop the early Drake stacking that Shopify had potentially started.
And you can see, I mean, Fudge lost a lot of farm on that dive on top side. Now he dies, loses more farm. You know, even though he got this triple kill, he's actually behind in gold to Thanatos right now, and he's going to be down a little bit of experience as well. So, you know, not in the best spot. Of course, you know, maybe the winner here is going to be B-Boy, who has just been chilling, farming, does have a pretty good amount of stacks on the Senna.
Yeah, or even Palafox. So he got those plates top lane. Loki got a big bounty off of Fudge, but it's still a 650 gold lead here. Orianna versus Taliyah, and the Orianna Cho'Gath Senna scaling is still intact. So while that is C9's window back into the game, Shopify should just take a deep breath and understand how they actually win this game.
Yeah, they don't necessarily have to take a lot of these fights, even with finding those earlier advantages, right? It was off of reacting to a C9 dive as they're looking for something on bot side.
Avoids a dive to go for one.
Yeah, going to be probably just playing for the tower. Thanatos does back off. They do have Demolish here for Fudge, so they're just going to be focusing down this tower. Should be able to finish it off pretty easily here, and that will be first turret of the game going to Shopify. So that is the feats of strength secured. They get the upgraded boots,
well played.
And that is with the other team having Ziggs and Grubs. Contract knocked down by B-Boy. Shopify flip the script. They're the ones overloading a lane now.
And this decisiveness by Shopify has shown up a couple of times here in the top play and in that play right there. Being willing to just flash and snap engage on a play is a type of cohesion that they didn't have earlier on in the split. They take that kill mid, and they're staying on the map, going for this Rift Herald.
Yeah, we see Vulcan in position, Blabber here as well. They do have the feast ready from Fudge. He would love to be able to grab another stack. And it looks like Blabber's just going to be giving it up. Vulcan's going to back off, so they want to give this over here to Fudge. They are able to do it, but he doesn't have a single minion feast stack yet, so he's got to start cycling through that because we're 15 minutes into the game. He's only sitting on those 2 stacks.
Well, in the meantime, Thanatos does clean up that bot side turret, right? So he is going to be a bit of a problem in a lot of these side lanes that Shopify are going to have to deal with.
Yeah, it's such an interesting game for Fudge because you love to be able to get the objective and the champion feasts, but you do also need to just get tanky. It's been such a high action game for him, right? There's been so many, the overload 5-man top, the overload 5-man bottom, the play they just did mid. He hasn't had that time where he feels safe to expend the feast because a fight's not coming, because the tempo of this game is actually just so fast.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it can be difficult. You know, anytime you think there might be one of these all-in plays, you want to make sure your feast is ready for that potential fight. But of course, you got to start stacking it up at some point. Sven going to be shoving in mid lane here. Looks like he's going to be going towards Horizon Focus second after already having that Ludens. Item definitely becoming a lot more popular after the buffs. Is Blabber going to look for an angle here? Doesn't quite find the stun there. Aegis Salt going to be popped by Contracts as a nice rupture from Fudge just peels off Vulcan. And Vulcan lets the Magnet Storm go to little effect.
Yeah, and C9 thought they might be able to push up there as Sven was kind of looking to get some chip damage onto this mid lane turret. I do like C9 trying to look for these windows again to take down turrets with their...
Oh, the hook actually connects onto Sven, and Sven is just gone. Seos finds another one.
Wow. Seos is just hitting these hooks, man. Every time I feel like I'm trying to set up some sort of macro play, he just hits another hook and another C9 member is dying. They'll be able to get this mid-tier 1 with the Herald off of that as well, and potentially be able to lay down some forward vision for this Drake.
I can't even say how big that hook was because this is the moment of the game where C9 had already taken both outer turrets. They were consistently pushing in side lanes, and it was just like one of those scripts where you move Ziggs mid to get another turret. They punish him right now, and now maybe they get Thanatos.
Here comes Contracts with the ulti. Seo's going to look. The flash just barely gets him out of range as B-Boy driving the Herald back over here. Was going to go down mid lane, so he just kind of wastes their time a little bit with it. And Blabber will be able to collect it. Dragon spawning here in just a couple seconds. Thanatos will be without his flash for the fight.
All right, item check for the fight as well, though. We got alts all around. We have core items for basically everyone.
C9 are just going to go. They're looking for Contracts. He doesn't get the stun against the wall, though, and now Seo's going to be fighting here with Vulcan. Gets flicked back. Thanatos and Blabber on the right side. C9 need to rejoin the rest of their team.
Sven, though, looking for poke over the wall. Can't quite find it. You can see Fudge just trying to play bodyguard on the side. Well, Blabber is hunting for a steal. The wall comes down. Contract's on the wrong side of it. Senna going to buy some time. Shockwave does connect there onto Loki. Loki incredibly low, and Loki going to be knocked down, but Contract's trying to survive on the side. Has to run. Gets knocked down. Thanatos going crazy. The feast is used by Fudge, and they lost their jungler, so it's going to be C9's Dragon, very likely. But Blabber actually has no smite. He used his smite in the fight, so if Fudge can get back in, it's going to be engaged over the wall, though, from Vulcan, and Fudge is going to get locked down and knocked down. Shopify will have to retreat. Palafox and B-Boy not able to finish the job.
Oh, such a great fight right there. C9 narrowly comes out on top. It looked a little dicey at first once Fudge flashed in for the execute. His third non-minion feast stack. We're going to see this hook one more time from a couple minutes ago where they're just able to one-shot Sven, but that's not the most important thing that has happened. It's this fight right here where it starts actually better for Shopify because Contrax's Pantheon E as well as B-Boy's ultimate stall, but then C9 and Thanatos turn this around on the back end.
Yeah, basically Loki gets blown up really early. Again, Contrax actually has to go out, and then just look at how strong Thanatos is. And even when Fudge is going to try to wrap around here, right, he's going to get spotted. They're going to be able to jump on him, immediately take him out, and then the Drake is now C9's, and the Drake stacking is now in their favor.
Yeah, an overreach by Shopify on the back end of that fight. I think didn't want to give it up, even though it was a 3v4. Let's do a quick check-in on B-Boy's stacks. 20 minutes now, just at 56. So the Ziggs has been quite effective at shutting him down. And keep in mind, this is since 2023, when the soul rate used to be lower from the Senna, so he has been kept pretty far down. And it speaks to how strong Thanatos is at this juncture of the game. The Senna's not strong enough yet to cut through him. Palafox is a pure burst build, and we have another fight.
They're going to engage. Seos does find the hook there onto Vulcan. You can see on the side, Thanatos is trying to threaten the flank, and Contrax has to run now. Vulcan still looking. The ulti will come through. Contrax and Seos very low. No one will die, but it is going to be Shopify heading back to base. Thanatos had such good positioning that Palafox and B-Boy could not commit, or they would have gotten eviscerated by the Renekton there. Well, Contract's now going to get stopped. The seismic shove does not connect, but he's going to have to flash over the wall. And this could be potential Otacon start with that base getting stopped this late.
Yeah, they don't kill it that fast. It's one thing that's going to prevent them from starting it. Also because Fudge would have Feast up and is in the area, but the general map pressure still holds true. Like, aside from that pick that Seos found onto Sven, C9 has been able to keep these side lanes pushed, which is putting Shopify on the back foot.
Yeah, it's so dangerous whenever you get this, whenever C9 will be able to get this Ziggs in front of turrets. And I think another thing is the past two big hooks that Seos has hit, right? They've been onto Vulcan, which isn't necessarily the high priority target. You want to be able to get in there and blow up before a team fight.
Absolutely. Palafox, though, out to the largest individual lead of the game, up 1.1K. And we have had Palafox do two very different styles of showing. When he is good, he is incredible. You know, he has dominated games. And when he is struggling, you know, the team is struggling as well. But thus far, off to a great start. Has an early 2 items, is going for full-on burst here with the Luden Storm Surge, has the upgraded boots as well. And he's in a position where if you hit that shockwave onto one of these AP carries, they could be just gone.
Yeah, I mean, watching all of Palafox's games this split, this is like a top 20 percentile game already. Like, the fact that he's 45 CS up, oh, actually, no, count this, almost 50 CS up now is very
Vulcan's going to be in some trouble, does get ruptured up, silenced, and he's going to be hooked in. The CC just does not end. Fudge gets another feast stack. Loki has arrived and does hit a multi-man flick there, but he's going to be in trouble now. They're just going to turn around on Loki. They can't take this fight. The shockwave will not connect onto Sven, but Shopify get 2, and they are the ones who are heading to Otacon.
Yeah, they're pinging on the Otacon. We'll see if they want to take that or if C9 are going to kind of try to stop them. C9 should be able to take down potentially this mid-tier 1 in response, but Palafox is defending it pretty well.
Yeah.
And again, like, really...
Sven is TPing. They see him. They're just going to turn for this as he arrives. Has to flash over the wall, but Blabber is here now. Seos is sectioned off from the rest of the team. And Otacon is taking a long time to kill. Loki's going to be up in 10 with teleport. That has bought enough time. It might be a thanks for the leash angle here as C9 now get a kill on Seos. Loki is respawning. He can teleport to join if they want to keep this leash, and they're going to do just that for now as Sven is trying to control this Tri-Brush.
The Death Magnet is active, it feels like. I believe Shopify is just going to concede this with the Feast up, but not wanting to overreach yet again. C9 wins this day.
Yeah, C9 going to be able to grab Otacon. Good kill there onto Seos. It looked like it was going to be a bad TP from Sven, but after he flashes over the wall, Seos is kind of caught away from the rest of the team. And Shopify end up losing their support, losing Otacon. Yes, Shopify is up 1k gold, but the extra dragon is in C9's side, and all of the extra plants here from Otacon as well. So combat stats-wise, they're ahead.
Yeah, but I gotta say, the next Drake's up, and there's one big guy we gotta watch. The Renekton. 3-0-4, 500 gold lead. He wants to use this lead right away.
Oh, and he's looking right in for contract. This is going to be a great combo coming through from Vulcan as the team is getting locked down. And now the double seismic shove. B-Boy in the back line, though, looking for Loki. Fudge has arrived. Palafox has got to run, but he's going to get stunned up and cut in half as Thanatos calls the Meek. Fudge and B-Boy can do nothing. It's 3-0. It's the Dragon right after the Otacon. The hits just keep on coming.
And that's where we see the power of the C9 composition, being able to layer their CC. That was a beautiful flick on the back half of it from Loki, who I think Shopify thus far had done a pretty good job of removing him from the fights early, especially in a lot of the prior Drake fights that Shopify had been able to contest. So as we see this again, just watch the combination between Thanatos going in and then Vulcan immediately in, following up, and Loki with this flick on to Seos and Contracts.
Yeah. Really nice execution by C9, but to me, it's just the decision. It was 5v3. It was a numbers game. They saw Palafox on bot wave, they saw Fudge's Cho'Gath on top wave, and they just went right away. I think Shopify was a little sleepy on that play because Dragon wasn't up for 10 or 15 seconds, and they were thinking, okay, we're gonna think about how to retake it once the Drake spawns. And they do not have an answer for Thanatos' Crocodile right now.
Yeah, that is looking pretty good. 4,452 damage to 180 on the other side. So
Fudge wasn't there.
Exactly. I mean, that's the thing. You know, if you're not in the right place at the right time, C9 has the ability to have that trigger pull. They have a lot of good engage here, a lot of ways to start fights and pick people off, and they have been really good at using it so far this game.
This does speak back to how important that first Drake was, though, for Shopify. This would already be an Ocean Soul for C9 if they didn't get that first one. But they have a ton of pressure, and they're going to be trying to leverage a Baron if they can get a pick.
Thanatos here. They're going to be looking for B-Boy. B-Boy flashes. He's not going to be sent against the wall, but he's going to be knocked up, and the Zigzag comes through. Barely does not finish him off as Senna ult over the top. Can't quite kill Blabber. Fudge looking with the Rupture. Does hit Sven, but no one in position to follow up as Palafox and B-Boy were already pushed back here. That was dicey stuff. B-Boy does survive, but it cost him his flash.
It cost him his flash, and they're both he and Palafox kind of have to back off, right? Like, so C9 should be able to completely reset these maps, get these side waves in pressure, Thanatos clearing out vision around the Baron, and they should end up being able to make it pretty difficult for Shopify to then go in and set up for these objectives.
Absolutely, and I mean, I'm just looking at these summoner spell cooldowns. You're looking over at Thanatos, at Blabber, at Vulcan. All of them are going to have their flash well before B-Boy does.
Yeah.
And that is going to mean B-Boy no flash at a potential soul fight where he is going to be the clear target.
And I'm just waiting for Thanatos to get level 16 in Asterix before the next fight. Like, if he was a problem 3 minutes ago, he's going to be an even bigger problem 3 minutes from now, as C9 continue to take ground, stealing the blue buff and pushing Contracts off his wolves.
Yep, and as we say, wow, Contract's taking a lot of damage there.
Go down.
Yeah, Contract's having to run here. The Ziggs ulti is going to be enough. Loki is able to finish the job here as Blabber and Loki on the side now looking for Seos. And they got the kill. It is just going to be a kill because there is no objective up for them to grab. But still, that's now another missing summoner spell here. And none were used to get that kill from C9.
Yep, as we see C9 pushing down on this bot tier 2. Again, they have the Ziggs, so it should easily be theirs.
Yeah, Blabber going to be in some trouble here. Is going to get rooted up. They get him hooked in. He's going to be shut down as it's another feast stack for Fudge. Make that 9 now. Yeah. And a ton of those are on champions.
4 minions, 1 epic, 4 champions. So he still has 2 freebies left, although he doesn't really have time to use them on minions with how active this game has been.
Yeah, it has been pretty crazy. B-Boy picking up nearly his 80th soul there, so is scaling pretty well. But this game really feels like it hinges on this next dragon. If Shopify can delay the game by getting this next dragon, maybe they can find an opportunity. So much riding on this first game.
Yeah, they basically have to get a pick going into it, I think, right? Like a hook on a priority target. maybe potentially playing with Fog, because otherwise C9 should be able to set up for this really well, especially, again, how strong Thanatos is and how difficult he is to deal with.
It's hard because you'd want to front to back with the Cho'Gath, but then the Ziggs poke is reaching them so effectively. It's really taken B-Boy out of this game. The Senna pick really hasn't been paying out. I'd say the Cho'Gath, Pantheon, Orianna have all looked pretty good, but the Senna just can't get involved with the Ziggs and has no answer for the Renekton, who now has the Sterix.
It doesn't have IE yet completed, unfortunately, for this pivotal fight here. You can see over on the other side, Sven is working towards his 4th item here, while the 3rd item, IE, is not yet done for B-Boy. Shopify, though, do have the first move in towards that dragon side. They got the vision established, and they're going to be looking for Sven, who does walk forward. The hook not going to connect. The rupture over the wall forces the flash, though, from Sven. Good early cooldown force there by Shopify, but now it's a deep TP here from Thanatos. He is very far behind them, and they have no idea. No one is reacting to this whatsoever, and here's the bad news. Thanatos is behind you. You got no flash. You got no chance. B-Boy is gone. Palafox sure to follow. It's C9 crushing the fight off of a beautiful TP from Thanatos.
B-Boy absolutely explodes there, and they're going to be able to clean up Seos as well. Contracts is going to go down. The Drake is C9's. What a beautiful flank coming out of Thanatos' Renekton.
He is having a great performance right now. Definitely going to wonder if you got to get him off his champions, man. He's just too good. But like this whole setup is more of a team play from C9. So they avoid the original play from Fudge. They have that very deep ward. He's completely unspotted. And as soon as he's on vision, they go for the execute. Blabber gets the start, the center of the Zigzalt as well. That just ends the fight right there.
Yep. Palafox is taken out, and as you see in our little picture-in-pictures, we see C9 cleaning up that Drake fight. They're also currently in play cleaning up on the Baron.
Yeah, does Fudge have flash? He does, but he has no way to get over there. C9 just going to zone him off here. Thanatos marks Fudge. C9 claim the Baron here, getting further and further ahead. 6K up now. C9 working so well as a squad. I mean, Thanatos just says, boys, I'll meet you there. TV's in deep. And you know where else you can meet your boys is Regal Cinemas for a watch party tomorrow. There are still some tickets available if you want to watch the finals live with some of your friends at Regal Cinemas. There's going to be giveaways and skins and things like that you can grab there. Scan the QR code to be able to grab some of those tickets.
Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Thanatos? Is it going to be Fudge? I'd say it's so weird. Fudge had such a good Cho'Gath game, and normally you'd think if a tank gets fed against the Renekton, that the Renekton's going to have a hard time getting involved in the game. But it's been completely opposite. Like, Thanatos has completely just dodged Fudge. Anytime Fudge goes to a side lane, C9's been able to snap engage on these really important fights and just take the game back into their favor.
Yeah, and I think another big crucial pick here is that Ziggs bot, right? Like, the poke coming out of this Ziggs, the Senna has had a really difficult time in this game, as we see B-Boy just losing a massive chunk of health right there. He's only at 88.
And they've really struggled to get kind of organized team fights on the Shopify side, right? You know, it is not that they're having to kill off Fudge and then get to the back line. He's not tanky enough. It's that Palafox and B-Boy are dead very quickly in all the fights that they are losing. You know, C9 has had great engages, and now they're looking here for Fudge. Blabber threatening the wraparound. Fudge is going to get flicked back. The tower going down in a hurry, but in comes Contracts trying to turn around here. Can't find anyone to stun down. And now the tower is just in satchel range, so it's going to get executed by Sven. C9 continues the march forward here. 7.5K in the lead. They do fight Thanatos. Thanatos going to get locked down. He's going to get Shockwave, but they can't finish him off until just now as Fudge flashes in and feasts on him. But Fudge now in so much trouble. Look at the positioning from Sven and Loki. They just can't get to him. Fudge, though, being shielded up, being protected as much as possible by his team. Blabber finally has the damage to get a kill on the top laner. It is just a 1-for-1 at the end of the day. But the Ocean Soul doing so much work here for Cloud9.
They had to spend so much to get through Thanatos' Sterix, and it means that they can just stay on the map right now. C9 breaks top inhib. They're working on mid, even though that was almost worst case scenario. Their strongest member dies, caught away from the rest of the team, but Shopify had to burn everything, and I'd say C9 still wins the overall fight.
And they have no offensive heal cut whatsoever. They don't even have an Ignite. They just have a Thornmail, but no one's going to be auto-attacking Fudge to apply that to themselves, so it's really tough. You know, you see that Palafox is working towards death cap, so he doesn't want to pit stop for an Oblivion Orb. B-Boy was trying desperately to get his IE, so he's not doing it as well. But it does put them in a situation where now you have pretty tanky frontline between Vulcan, Blabber, and Thanatos.
no heal cut against Ocean Soul, it is going to be really hard to win extended fights.
Looks like B-Boy will probably turn that Last Whisper into a Mortal Reminder eventually, but he's just so far away from being able to do that. Just completed Last Whisper, only sitting on 180 gold.
And meanwhile, I mean, look at Sven.
Meanwhile,
right?
Sven almost max item Ziggs.
Yeah.
Credit to Sven as well for pulling out the Ziggs in this
Vulcan
situation.
pretty far forward, is going to get hooked in after the stun. There's the center route coming through, but Blabber arrives, and Blabber gets a nice knock-up on multiple members. Contract takes the Ziggs ulti to the face, but Palafox on the side almost kills off Sven, can't quite do it, and now B-Boy is going to be pinned against the wall, and Loki signs his death warrant. They're looking for Palafox. The seismic shove will force Palafox's flash. He gets out alive, but the base is taking the punishment.
Nicely done there by C9. Sven almost gets one shot by Palafox. Not quite enough damage. And then with the Ocean Soul, everybody back to full health.
Yeah. And I mean, the big thing is there's no way that Shopify can stop C9 from jumping on B-Boy. Like, they just
They're just going to go. Vulcan looking to finish this one off. Blabbers in the back line. Palafox is dead. The carries are gone. They do try to get one back here, though, as Vulcan falls. Fudge, though, retreating to the base here. They have no wave clear. They've got to buy time for B-Boy, but the first Nexus Tower is already gone, and Cloud9 is looking like they're seconds away from claiming this game. Fudge is the target. Fudge is down. Contracts on the side, fighting as best as he can, but it's not going to be enough. Cloud9 take the kills, they take the game, and they take the lead in the lower bracket finals.
It started with the Fudge triple kill. It ended with a Sven Ziggs triple kill of all things. It was a little bit dicey at first for C9, but I'd say the cooler heads prevailed. They took the right fights, they took them time and time again, and they get the 35-minute win.
Yeah, I thought they did a really great job of waiting for Shopify to get over-aggressive, and also just Thanatos sending a cool 5-1 and 14 on that Renekton.
Not bad at all. Let's head on over to the lounge to break that one down.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the lounge as C9 are up 1-0 in the series, but it was looking a little rocky there at the start, guys.
It was close.
Yeah.
It was a slugfest. I mean, both teams were making picks back and forth. You know, had these gold swings of like 1,500 gold constantly.
Yeah.
Until the big break.
But let's throw it over to the comms to hear the game-ending calls.
Yeah.
I'm ready. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm on over. What is that?
Nice. Yeah.
Hit front.
Shogas no flash.
Yeah.
No heat, okay?
Slowly,
okay? Play for turret, guys.
Yeah.
Send up 15 seconds. They don't have damage now. Yeah. Do we have wave? We have 2 minutes.
we do.
There's top wave,
I
guys.
really think we
Kill
can
this Pantheon. No, he's trying to kill our minions. He's dying to them.
I think it doesn't matter. Don't care.
Yeah, and then.
Okay, Shogas.
Yeah, I'm W on use them. Send up 2 seconds, guys.
I think
it doesn't matter. We should just kill them.
Kill
them. Kill them. KD is important. KD, please.
Senna.
No. Cringe game, but he's
dead.
Nice, guys.
Combination.
Nice. Good job.
Fantastic end to that one. They had to come back, but we actually have Sniper here on the lounge with us all day, and you wanted to show us one of your favorite moments from the game, or at least an impactful moment, right?
I did, yeah.
Yeah. All right, so run us through it right now. We got it up on screen, so we'll be able to follow along. What part of the game was this, Sniper?
So it was actually the Dragon fight when I feel like Contracts and Seos especially just threw the game. So Renekton just TP'd for a tempo, I guess. And Contracts tried like stealing this crab. I feel like he could have just kept on running away. Like, I don't know why they're trying to like look to fight or something. They just got engaged on. But if Shopify doesn't do anything here, because this turned out really bad, Cho'Gath doesn't TP. He gets tier 1 top. This is like 500 gold, I'm pretty sure. He gets like a bunch of waves, and they can just keep stalling out the game. They're like a very good scaling comp, but instead they just forced the fight, and GG. This is where the snowball started, and C9 took over. They punished.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see with the setup too, that it got to like 6 health on the Scuttle Crab. It was like super low. Can you go back to that moment when the Scuttle Crab was still up? Because like that was a very tight window that Thanatos even had to like get in there. That was crazy.
Yeah, it was pretty unlucky, to be honest, from Contracts. Like, this is so unlucky that he didn't kill. This is...
He literally used it as slice and dice, by the way. He diced to start the fight through the 6 HP Scuttle Crab.
It's so cooked.
I can hear Contracts' comms in my head, like, oh no, man.
Yeah. Come on over.
Come on over? All right, I got you.
It was so big, too, because people, when they all give credit to Thanatos, usually everyone's like, his lane phase. He's the best laning top laner in the league.
Yeah.
But in this game, it was not only that play, but then also his really deep teleport in the blue quadrant of Shopify's jungle again. Another team play from Thanatos for a team fight that actually won them this this game. So I think that is really cool. You know, he deserves a lot of credit for his flanking, his teleports, and his team fighting as well. So very impressive.
Would you guys give Thanatos like player of the game this one?
I would for that one.
I think so, yeah.
You guys would?
Honestly, yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, a lot of his team fights, the ones that we didn't even show, like, were really impactful. And it's funny because Fudge had a great game too.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, well, that's the question: is can we give him player of the game for that one when he died early, or at least like didn't hit level 3 first, right? Because we were talking to you, Sniper, about like the Renekton versus Cho'Gath matchup, and you were like, that's not how you expected the lane to go of the Cho'Gath hitting 3 and then pushing him off the wave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would just say jungle got for that one.
Okay.
It's like their jungler just like you don't really know where he's gonna path.
Sure.
And he was kind of scared of him. He was just like respecting Pantheon, so. Hey, jungle diff. That's all I'm going to say. Jungle
Hands
diff.
up. It's not his fault.
Yeah. It's not his fault.
But that's game 1 of Finals Weekend, and if you're loving Finals Weekend and can't wait for the next one, tickets are already on sale for the LTA Championship driven by Kia. Join us in Dallas this September to watch the first ever LTA Championship, and the MasterCard presale is live right now while the general sale starts tomorrow. Visit Ticketmaster to get yours now. As we head to break, let's take a look at our comms replay, connected by AT&T and voted on by chat.
Ulti 18 seconds.
Okay. Okay.
Pantheon flash, Pantheon flash.
Look Pantheon, guys. Look Pantheon, guys.
Yeah, I'm going. No,
Yeah,
flash.
good. I've ult on Pantheon. Nice.
Carry out. Let's go.
Look Ori. My W, 1 second. Okay. I'm so okay. Don't care. Don't care.
Go Drake, guys. Go Drake.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ready, set, go!
I'm at 47%.
Oh, I'm on 63%.
Man, I'm at 50%. Boom! 80%. Winner! The Kia EV9 can go from 10% charge to 80% charge in just 24 minutes with DC fast charging.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
I can flash from Leo.
I can ult from base.
She's dead.
Poppy flash. Poppy flash.
Nice. We're fighting out. I'm looking on your thing. I'm going. I'm taking now.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm
Pantheon 1 HP, no flash.
Don't flash Pantheon.
W in 3 seconds. I have Q fill arms range.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
here.
Look here, I can slow him.
Yeah. Oh, I see, sorry. Good job.
Nice.
Shut down.
No flash. Don't flash.
Okay. I got it.
No ult 2.
Don't worry, I got it.
Nice, guys. Really good. Nice.
Yeah,
looking here.
I can go soon.
Clear.
Random no flash too.
Look, Renekton is loading, guys.
Yeah. I think it's gone. Head back.
It's still fine.
Look me. I can maybe flash on this guy. He's no vision. Clipper Drake.
Yeah, good. I've ult on Pantheon. Nice.
Let's go.
Look worry. My W 1 second. Okay. I'm so okay. Don't care.
Go Drake, guys. Go Drake.
Look me.
I'm looking Senna.
It's good. Senna there.
Senna, I'm on over, guys. I'm on over. Look, Ori.
Anyone on Pantheon?
Is that good?
Can anyone go Pantheon here?
Yeah, coming.
Okay, yeah, I've W on you, Senna, 2 seconds, guys.
I'm doing that.
I think it doesn't matter. We just kill them. Kill him. Yeah, kill him. KD is important. KD, please.
Senna.
No.
Cringe game, but he's
dead.
I would say, as a whole, for C9 this year, it's really just been about improvement and working together as a team, being on the same page. I think that we weren't super great, to be honest, at the beginning of the year. And I think we weren't even like super great at the beginning of the split. But I feel like us as a team, and especially Loki, have improved a lot. And the vibes are good in our team, you know, as a team.
Yeah, well said.
Yeah, vibes good for C9, especially after that game 1 being a victory.
He was talking about not being good at the beginning of the split. They beat FlyQuest. They had a really good standing and positioning phase, so like his standards are just high.
Yeah. When you're used to winning, Raz.
Fair.
Anything other than the top is gonna feel.
They lost to us, actually. They lost to us.
Oh, that's true.
They lost to us.
That is true.
Hey, that's kind of why they were bad during that time. They had to lose to 100 Thieves. Holy.
You are in their heads, rent free after that.
Exactly. Yeah. Those there.
But it's crazy. And as a reminder, it's finals weekend, so for them, whenever you talk to Blabber will always think about like, hey, what motivates you or why do you do this? Is to win championships.
Yeah.
He was there in summer 2023, lost that finals versus it was versus Contracts and
Energy. Energy.
Energy. It was Contracts.
He is. That's a true statement right there.
Nick Smith is bald.
And there he is.
There's the proof.
There's the proof.
Proof on screen.
What a Chad. The guy looks like a Chad, I'm not going to lie.
But to highlight the point, I mean, it's funny how we heard.
That's a highlight?
That's a highlight. No, the previous point of Blabber saying that they weren't great at the beginning. They were second seed coming in to playoffs. Still have not fully, beaten like their seeding coming into playoffs. They've always performed as about that or below in playoffs over the last couple of splits. So they're looking to buck that trend this weekend.
So I feel like one thing, after watching that first game, that's going to be very important for a draft is for both teams to get mobility and good CC. Because both teams were making picks. Yep. And it felt like all the swings were off of, whichever team got that pick. So as long as they can draft some tools to be able to do that, I feel like it'll be good for this series.
Is a very good pick tool. The fact that it's been left up, I think it's a really strong first pick here. Of course, it's just the best AD carry on the
Notably,
Azir. I was thinking about Azir.
Azir has mobility and CC and scaling.
Yeah.
True.
God Emperor champ.
Also, we know Varus is not something Shopify played a lot with. It was one of the notable champions that B-Boy didn't really play during the regular season. He was much more of the Ezreal side of that kind of like handshake where they would give both up.
Also, one of the better Lucian teams, right? Like, he's gone Lucian Nami, he can play Lucian Emilio. Like, I think they're willing to give up the Varus. I'm interested to see if it is going to be the Lucian matchup or what direction Shopify end up going for.
The Wukong?
Yeah.
Is he even good right now? I feel
Maybe
like
it's Jhin?
Don't see this champion match.
I got bad news for you. I don't think C9's picking Jhin there, at least not for this game.
Yeah, definitely not.
They seem to be a C9 fan.
Raz might be right, though. And you definitely are correct with B-Boy. Their lower bracket run, the last couple times, he has played Lucian. He has been very aggressive. Yeah. Which is very different, honestly, from how B-Boy started the split. As they kind of, switch off of the Nami.
They're playing with us.
But even just that mentality of him being more aggressive and actually getting a lot of damage down, pre-team fights and in the team fights was very big. But yeah, they make the pivot here.
Yeah, the Silas into the Azir.
I don't understand what why not Glort means, but I appreciate the enthusiasm regardless.
Emo farming.
Yeah.
It's an emo farming.
Unironically. Now, I'm a little concerned for Shopify. I mean, going Kaisa, seeing the Varus, and of course, I'm assuming, you're picking your support out right. You're going to lose Chubb bot lane. It's like guaranteed. And early picking your Azir, like, okay, the Azir, the counter pick coming in here from Loki. I'm just interested in what the response is going to be in 4-5 for them, just because I think they're going to be losing Chubb a little bit. I want to see what the jungle pick is going to be because they're saving that.
Yeah. I feel like they can't go Gnar. Like, Shopify can't go Gnar. And that's like Dignitas' best champion by far. Because they just won Salas too. And I feel like C9 did a pretty good job at just like taking the Gnar pick away from Dignitas, because you cannot play Gnar into Salas. It's like not good, so pretty good for C9 so far, I'd say.
Yeah, if you are Fudge right now and you're making the same conclusions, then what are you thinking for the Shopify kind of answer there?
The Shopify answer, I'd probably just say maybe like Sion this game doesn't seem bad. I feel like Sion is actually pretty good into Wukong and Silas. I would be looking for Sion, like a tank for Shopify, just because they have like a bunch of like carries on their team already, so definitely like a tank.
It does sound very good, because it does go with, like, they're already showing a lot of hard engage, but like you're saying, they need some front line. They need some beef, beef to go with it.
Yeah.
I'd say Shopify are already kind of making Sven's job kind of difficult. Like, it does seem like the Varus is going to have a difficult time with all of the dive that they're showing
They took it away, actually.
There it is. Wow, preemptive steal.
I would go Aatrox here if I was Fudge. His Aatrox is very good too, so I would definitely just lock it in.
And you like that matchup too?
I like the Aatrox side, yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
And this is even without the extra buffs that are on live right now.
Yeah. Oh, from Aatrox?
Yeah.
He just got buffed?
Yeah, on live. Get in there.
Do you not read the patch notes?
Nah, I read the patch notes.
Okay,
all
right.
Hey, every now and then.
You're in off season,
you don't have to read any of the notes. Just play the champ. There you go. You got more healing,
Coach
buddy.
locks it in for you. You're good.
That sounds like golden glue. I'm not gonna lie. Just like, hey, just play your game. Just like relax. You'll be fine.
Just play the video game. There you go.
Well, it is locked in, so it's Aatrox versus the Sion, and then Skarner as jungler for Contract. So they do have a front line now between those two.
Oh yeah. They definitely do.
Ooh, Vulcan Bard! We're in for a treat now.
Bard's pretty good.
Which comp do you prefer between the two?
I'm not gonna lie, I honestly prefer Shopify's comp. I feel like they have pretty good matchups all around. Like, they should have 3 winning lanes this game. Maybe like 2 winning lanes, not bot lane. So I would definitely say Shopify.
All right, Sniper says Shopify. Let's hear from the casters, because they're ready to hop into game number 2.
Well, I like the sound of that. If Shopify wins this game, we're going even further. We'll see.
Yeah, we get more games. I will say the Silas angle, as we were discussing, was really good. Even when they locked it in, it already had good ults to steal in Azir and Nico, and also any engage that Shopify would lock in would be good against that as well. So Loki's going to look to have a lot of success. My biggest question mark is how effective is Thanatos going to be on this Sion compared to one of his normal carry champs?
Non-subscribers, we will see you in 30 seconds.
And I think it's interesting you bring that up, right? Because I still can't get watching KTT1 out of my mind. I'm sad about KT. But also because there's a Sion level 1 cheese in that game. That was pretty interesting. And one of the old school ones that we hadn't seen in a while, right? So I'm curious to see if Thanatos will go for something like that.
Yeah, it would be interesting. That was if you missed the game last night. Just came in just level 1, started in the side brush, and was actually able to find a fully channeled Q, got them first blood. They actually lost the game after that, but still was a nice play, and then she just TP straight up towards top lane. I do think you can go for plays like that more in the matchup that he was in, because he was against an Ornn. Versus if you're playing against an Aatrox who can have the advantage in some of these 1v1s, then if you spend your TP level 1 to go for a play like that, your bottom lane better carry, because your lane could be tough afterwards.
Yeah, it looks like pretty defensive level 1s by both teams. Contracts and Blabber just going to try and get a little bit of vision of each other, unless Thanatos worked his way down. Contracts would be a little bit vulnerable in that bush, but doesn't look like anything's going to happen.
Yeah, it just looks like kind of a defensive fan from both teams. Up.
Yeah, Contracts is going to get spotted here as Blabber gets a little bit of damage down onto him and is able to get the ward on the blue. It's interesting. You know, I don't know if you want to call Galio pure tank or not, but like when I think of the traditional pure tanks, you know, there's only one that Thanatos has played so far. It is the Ornn. He did lose on that. That was against FlyQuest, of course. You know, as far as his actual 1v1 was playing pretty well, you know, playing very aggressively against Bwipo, but was punished heavily in that by Inspired. So it'll be interesting to see Thanatos on the Scion, how he's going to perform, and also what kind of build he goes for, because I know Bwipo and some players are really big fan of more Bruiser Scion, where you're going towards Titanic and things like this early, and a lot of other players in Pro just still build pure tank.
For sure, and if I'm looking at the junglers here as well, Blabber was able to push out and get this ward on a Contract, and it's really interesting actually the trajectory these two players have had, because Contracts was a C9 jungler before Blabber went to Worlds. 2018 is where things definitely changed. Contracts went to Golden Guardians, bottomed out. Meanwhile, Blabber's winning Rookie of the Split and goes all the way to Worlds semifinals. 2020 was really peak C9, peak Blabber. They won his first title. He won MVP. They won 17-1, won the title. But then in 2022, it's Contracts getting his next shot while Blabber's still succeeding. But Contracts gets a little bit of revenge in 2023, upsetting C9 in summer finals, and their story continues today.
Yeah, and I think an interesting thing about both of these junglers going up against each other is we've also had, you know, a lot of the rent-free jokes and the kind of Blabber talking about how difficult of a jungler Contracts can be to go up against. One thing I do want to point out, though, is that they've done a good job, right, warding out where his path is going to be. So they had that ward here. Earlier on, they had that ward up that they were able to place after kind of chasing him back. So, yeah, they tracking him early, especially after he was looking for some of those early opportunities, wasn't necessarily punished for it really early on in game one. Good tracking from C9.
And it's interesting, just go back to kind of the little graphics that we've watched. I mean, Contracts basically, like the career that Blabber had was the career that Contracts expected to have. You know, with his debut, he came in, he was this really aggressive jungler, had a lot of success with Cloud9 immediately, and he spoke about, you know, after he left Cloud9, because he chose to leave Cloud9 because of you know, a salary thing. He was talking about how he was so confident he was going to have that success that you know, he was overconfident and didn't have that success on Golden Guardians, got sent down to Academy, had to earn his way back in. So his career trajectory is so different than Blabber, who kind of, you know, had early success, you know, won an MVP, won a number of titles, been with Cloud9 this whole time. And Contracts has really had to fight to get back to this point where he is competing for titles. And as a result, I think has a really large appreciation for the position that he's now in.
And speaking of junglers, and Blabber specifically, guess who got crabs this game?
Blabber. However, double crabs so far 0-1 this series.
True.
Ooh,
so
worrying trend.
Never know. You never know. This was like the perfect double crab game for Blabber, though, where he full cleared into double crab, into being able to cycle his Raptors and his Krugs. So he's on the fast track to level 6.
The 10 camp clear.
It's a wonderful thing when you're a jungler.
Feels very good.
Your lanes don't die to any ganks. You get both crabs, and you get to cycle 1.5 rotations of your jungle. It's just beautiful.
Yeah, he's going to be in a great spot. I just always love pointing out the crab fight, right? Just because it is now synonymous, I'd say, with Blabber as a player. As we see this wave getting pushed in mid, and Fudge pushing up on this top side. I am also curious to see Thanatos on this Scion. I think in game 1, we did see him coordinating really, really well with the team, especially with that flank. I think it's something he's improved a lot on as a player. And so I'm curious to see what kind of style of Scion he is going to bring into these team fights, kind of like what you were talking about, Isaac.
Yeah, the question to me is always not can he press the buttons well? Like yes, of course, mechanically, Scion very easily. He can press the buttons well. The question to me is always, you know, do you know your role in every different situation? When you are mostly a carry player, when you're playing solo, you're spamming carry games. You know, do you know if you should be diving or peeling? Do you know if you should flank or join the team? Do you know if you need to push out top or walk down first? You know, like all of these more kind of specific situations where you don't have as much practice, that is really where you can see the experience pay off for really good tank players.
I mean, the biggest thing that I'm going to be watching for is how is he going to position himself in team fights? Because when carry players play Scion, to me, they actually lane really well. He's a very strong laner, but they will then go for carries in team fights. Like, you'll see the Scion ult and, like, try and drift into B-Boy or Palafox and go for these solo kills. I've seen it from so many different carry top laners. Sometimes it works. If they're really far ahead, it works amazingly. But if you're just in a neutral state, like, keeping that space, the correct amount of space between himself and his damage dealers, so that when he's getting hit, his damage dealers can deal damage. It's the most, like, acquired skill for tankers.
Nice little dodge there by Loki as he's able to slide back and avoid the Palafox ultimate.
And meanwhile, C9 is going to be able to take down that first Drake. And we have Thanatos putting a little bit of pressure on this bot side turret, as Blabber and Vulcan might be looking to get something done down here.
Yeah, looking for a 3-man dive here potentially. They do have Thanatos to tank this one up, so we'll see if they can set up the play well. Fudge now level 7, gonna have to try to outplay this. Pops the ulti early, nice flashback, buying some space and some time for himself, but he's gonna get knocked up and he's gonna get knocked down. First blood grabbed by Blabber.
That's going to really help Thanatos in C9 here because he's going to get free time on this turret. Fudge already has no teleport because they've done the lane swap initially. So another free wave, another wave's going to be lost. Thanatos could take this plate, could just go for some tempo, but it's going to give him quite a nice lead.
Yeah, Sven could be in some trouble. We'll see if he can avoid the Tangle Barbs. Cannot. Seos just walks it in. Sven will pop the barrier, loses a lot of health here, but decides to hold on to the flash, though he is dangerously low.
Yeah, he's going to have to back off. They don't yet have a wave to be able to push in. So he should be able to back, especially since now Vulcan and Blabber are both here to kind of cover it. And Vulcan might be looking for a wraparound here.
Yeah, made his way top pretty fast. It's the Scion Bard crew.
Yeah, Thanatos is up here, and Seos is quite low. Of course, most of that damage was from Vulcan earlier. He was just kind of hiding at it. He was low HP because of that Nico clone. And quietly, Blabber obviously had that great early farm, goes down bot, gets first blood. He is working quickly towards this Triforce, and when you get a really fast Triforce here on the Wukong, you are so strong in the team fights because you're in this position as a jungler where you can just kind of solo out one of the carries. You can pull off that dive and be able to 100-0 someone like B-Boy or Palafox if they are not ready for it.
Yeah, completely agree. Getting the first Drake as well going to allow Cloud9 to buy a little bit of time. So a much better start first 8 minutes of Game 2 than it was in Game 1 for Cloud9. Game 1, they were able to just force fight after fight, catch Shopify when Shopify wasn't grouped. And honestly, when we look at these team compositions, I still see a lot of engage by C9. So they still have a lot of trigger pull from every individual member. And I wonder if we're going to see a different, more grouping from Shopify. Because Azale, you were talking in between games about how when games like that happen, that's why you see 5v5s happen over and over again. Because Shopify, every time they try to set up like the correct play, they just get engaged on as 5 by C9 and lose the game.
Exactly. I mean, it's one of those things where sometimes you're watching a game, you're like, well, why are they just 5-man mid? Like, you don't need to group out here. Push out top lane first. Push out bot lane first. That's kind of what Shopify was trying to do. Always push their waves before the move. But Cloud9 would just preempt the play, be able to find hard engages. And so, yeah, it will be interesting to see if Shopify does kind of slingshot back in the other direction. We're like, well, that didn't work. Let's just group 5. Yeah. Because that can punish you as well. You have to try to make the right play, and it is a difficult game, League of Legends.
Just a little bit.
Blabber's down here on this bottom side, and his ultimate is now back ready. So we'll see if they want to look for any sort of a play, but for now, we'll just be able to take away the one camp and then heading back to his side of the map.
Look at that pesky Nico clone. This is exactly why Nico's banned so much.
Annoying.
It's because of this feature where you can spam your emotes to extend the life of the clone and get vision pretty much the whole game, because he's already got it back with how often he's able to go check vision.
And the moving Nico recall thing that you can do with this used to not be allowed in pro play.
Correct.
And they changed the rules to allow it. Like, it is actually, I think it shouldn't be allowed personally.
Why did we bring it back?
Because it is crazy that you can drop it at your tier 1 tower and scout out their tier 1 tower. Like, it is a ridiculous amount of distance. And yeah, that is a really big part of why it is so popular in pro play. Like you said, it's something that's harder to appreciate when you're not in the game and we have full vision of everything.
Yes.
But it allows you to scout out areas that otherwise you would have no business being able to check.
Yeah, and as we see,
pretty good.
Look
Check
at
out the side brush. Oh, there's a pink ward there. Okay.
We'll know that for later. Now we can go check it for sure because we know no one's there. Very potent.
definitely makes it really hard to play around. It's also one of the reasons that you see champions like this that for a long time you always just saw pretty much tanks as support, and people would always talk about, well, you can't actually play enchanters because playing for vision is so hard.
Yep, can't face
Nico
check.
is allowed to do this and allowed to be this mage kind of like, you know, engage style champion that can play support because of this trick where you can actually, you know, be able to play for vision without exposing yourself to getting engaged on.
And it's pretty crucial towards this Drake setup, right? As we see the clone going through again.
Yeah, now that we're talking about it, the observers are showing it. You see how often
it's criminal.
Yeah,
it's criminal.
Exactly, because there was a point, right, where C9 had a ton of vision just all in here. And Shopify have actually been able to get a lot of that out. So they should still be able to at least have sight of the Drake on spawn. We'll see if they want to go for
Teleport
it
from
as
Silas.
TP's
Oh, they're
coming
behind
in.
him. Palafox doesn't see it. They don't actually know they're getting teleported on. They will see the ball going over top, and now the flash comes out. Palafox used the ult to disengage, but he's going to actually be immune there by Loki, who now shuffles him back. The abscond abduct was timed perfectly to ricochet himself back as he was pushed away by the ulti, and then he just nails Palafox. That was clean from Loki.
Clean setup and absolutely beautiful execution coming in from Loki. His Silas is going to be really, really crucial for C9 in a lot of these fights, stealing the engage. He has a plethora of great ults to choose from, right, in all of these team fights. And that set play allows C9 to get on the board with their early Drake stacking here.
Yeah, most of the work done here by Loki. The Bardalt burns the flash. He times his E2 perfectly to immune the Azir ultimate. Then, for good measure, sends Palafox back with his own ult. And even though all the work was then kind of done by Vulcan and Loki, Blabber's the one who gets the kill. He's now 2-0 with a full Trinity Force and 2 Drakes on Wukong.
Yeah, it's a pretty good record on Wukong too. 11-4, 4.2 KDA. Not bad. Pretty good.
Looking good. The team fighting going to be difficult to deal with. So many ways to engage, as we have touched on, and now with no flash on Palafox, you really probably don't want to be fighting for the next couple of minutes here, because all of the flashes are available on the other side, and they are very likely to be able to find you.
I love how observers are just tracking the clone now.
I mean, it really hammers home how
yeah.
strong it is, right? Like, vision is such an important part of the game, but it is one of the things where if you're not playing and you're just watching, it is the hardest thing to appreciate, I would say. And that's one of the things that when you're playing against some of these top level teams, it can feel so suffocating. You can never see where you can go, where is safe, where is not. And Nico really does circumvent a lot of that by being able to always check out entire areas. Sometimes when you're positioning it well, you know, you can clear out multiple brushes with one clone.
Yeah, and looking at Shopify in this game, they're definitely going to have to be a little bit creative in how they get back into it. So far, it's pretty much just been an objective game. I'd say they lost game 1 on objectives as well, and their actual trigger pool isn't nearly as good as what C9 has. So yes, they're getting tons of vision with this Nico, but to actually engage with this like little level 6 support Nico is very weak. Azir, no flash, he'd die when he flies in. Skarner needs a little bit of setup, so they don't have like great ways of actually starting fights outside of objectives.
Yeah, and again, that's where I am going to be looking at what C9 are going to do with Loki. And then additionally, the fact that they were able to get those first 2 Drakes like we talked about, right? So that's a really, really good start for C9, objective-wise as well.
You can also see Thanatos is going to be going towards a more aggressive item here, expecting it to be that Titanic. Though, of course, he could still be going for something else. But, you know, stop for the Bramble Vest here against the Aatrox and then going in towards the Titanic is just so nice. It makes it so your wave clear is just absolutely insane. Like, you are just one-shotting these waves, and it gives you a ton of upfront burst in a team fight. If you can get in on someone with the ulti, you know, Q auto, Titanic auto reset, it is a crazy amount of upfront damage, and Titanic already done, so now, you know, even if you get to a point where you can't win the 1v1, you always just one-shot the wave, and Fudge is never going to be able to really get push.
Titanic Hydra, the carry player's tank item. It's just feels so good for Thanatos. And at the same time, like, tanks aren't effective unless they can provide some level of threat. As Contracts goes
nice
for a
flash
fight.
in. Oh, great denial there from Vulcan with the Tempered Fate. Buys a lot of time. Loki is coming here. Here comes the turnaround from Seos. Gets a nice ulti across multiple members, but they don't have the damage just yet. Loki gets a kill there. It is 2 for 0 for Cloud9. Vulcan bought so much time.
Yeah, that wasn't even close. Fudge was trying to TP flank from behind. He might end up dying here as well. He will have to probably burn his flash or ult to get away. Just a disaster there from Shopify, and well turned by C9.
Really, really nice play from Vulcan. You can see why. Did you know that Bard is actually the 4th most banned champion against C9 thus far?
I did not.
This split, yeah. So, and we've had some great Bard plays from him, including that
If they
one.
flash on me, get ready to ult, okay?
Okay, okay. I'm shooting, still shooting.
Yeah, look here. It's good, it's good, it's good. It's got no flash.
I don't know flash, okay? Coming now. Play slow, play slow. Here, Nico, Nico. Nico.
It's gonna be a good fight, guys. Yeah.
No cons, guys. It's good.
Yeah,
Nice. But no cons. Ult him. Yeah, he's stuck.
Wow, that is actually sick to hear that lesson in there. Blabber perfectly predicted the play. He said, get ready to Bartle me if they flash on me here. Walks up, finds the play. Loki now looking for Palafox here, trying to get aggressive. Showed he had the Kaisal, but he actually had the Nico one there. I wonder if, is that a clone thing where if he's cloned into Kaisa and you steal the Nico ult, it shows it as Kaisal? Because that showed that he had the Kaisal, but he actually had the Nico ult, which kind of threw me through a loop a little bit. And Loki gets a kill onto Palafox in the side lane. Again, he is now 1.4k up.
Yeah, and again, this is why I really wanted to point out Loki on this Silas. He's already been absolutely massive for the team. Going back to that comms listen-in, though, that was exactly like Blabber drew it up.
Yeah.
Right? Like, he drew up that play.
Had him downloaded.
Yeah,
locked in.
That was great.
I mean, he's just locked in. And sometimes you get little snippets of that from, like, the top players that win time and time again, is they'll be able to do these things. Like, it's one thing to find a good engage. It's the other thing to tell your team in advance that you're going to find a good engage, because you can get everybody on the same page and things can be so much more well coordinated. And now C9 is just going wherever they want on the map. They've cleared bottom turret. We have a super fed Silas. Blabber is just controlling this game.
Blabber.
40 CS advantage.
Yeah, Blabber was driving in there. Contract was trying to see if he could find an angle on the blast gun. Couldn't find it.
Yeah, and as you see, Silas is actually also able to push in on this bot side as well. Really, really nice from C9, and Blabber will also be at least having a look at this Drake. Yeah, it doesn't look like Shopify are going to go.
It's pretty uncontestable. And I will also say, this composition, I know Sniper said that he would prefer the Shopify side, probably because of some of the lane matchups of Aatrox into Sion, probably from a top lane perspective. Yeah. But if I'm looking at this from a Kai'Sa perspective, I hate this. Yeah. Not only are you outranged in lane phase by the Varus, but the snap engaged champs that the Kai'Sa thrives on don't really exist. Like, there's nothing where you can have a flank, get CC down, and have the Kai'Sa fly in on the backside. So he's just, if they are going to have a trigger pull, it is so slow, and when they are behind now 3 Drakes and 3,000 gold, it just becomes even harder to create.
Vulcan just popped the Spellbook Ghost here, so they're going to be looking for a play. Thanatos is deep on this teleport here in the backline, taking up the whole squad right now. In comes the rest of C9 as Thanatos has to use the ulti to exit. Fudge going to get tagged there by the Tempered Fate. Can they find the engage afterwards? No. Not able to find the timing, but now it's going to be Contracts potentially in some trouble. The Chains of Corruption disconnect on him, but he is put quite low. Loki threatening on the side, but can't really commit into the midst of everyone there from Shopify, so they should be able to walk it out.
We were wondering what kind of tank player Thanatos is going to be.
I'm still not sold on Aside. He looks good this game, but I will say that's definitely the I'm a Fed Renekton TP angle where I'm just going to go into the middle of the whole team and hope to fight my way out. C9 hoped they could get a play with that tank, that flank TP, end up getting a little bit of map pressure and backing away because the play didn't look quite right.
And you can tell Vulcan thinking, well, the only way we're going to lose this game is if they find some sort of really engage, maybe a good Tangle Barbs. So he's grabbed a Mikhail's already here. You know, there's not that many things that you're really going to be able to use it on, but Skarner stunning you into a wall, Seos getting you with the Tangle Barbs. Those are 2 potential engage tools that they have. And he is going to be able to answer that. Plus, we didn't obviously touch on it until just we saw him popping the Ghost, but Spellbook is always really nice for that additional utility. He is playing Flash Heal, but you can swap that over to an Ignite or an Exhaust or a Cleanse or whatever. There is some pretty nice usage there with this, especially as it gets later on into the game.
Yeah, and I've enjoyed seeing Spellbook since...
It's a really cool summoner.
Yeah, since its buffs kind of creeping back into pro play, especially in the support position, but we've seen it elsewhere as well. I just really like the flexibility, as you already called out, that it gives you. And, you know, I think Vulcan is a player who will definitely be able to make the most of that.
Yeah, currently in this game, he's used 4 unique summoner spells with the spellbook, so the swap cooldown's down to 140 seconds. It will get even lower if he's able to use 6. So, yeah, we like it on Bard. We were talking before the show as well. We like it on a lot of tank matchups when you're in tank versus ranged. Even something like a Sejuani when you're up against a Trundle and you can't take Aftershock. I think we're going to see a lot more of it. The one that I want to see is the TF spellbook. I think that has its place in the current meta in Fearless.
He's coming back.
Ooh, Thanatos has no teleport, so Shopify, you saw him topside. They are trying to force their hand, but he does have the ultimate to join if they stick to this. It is down to half HP. Theos looking for the ulti. Can't actually find it on Loki, and now Loki has the soul and ultimate, so I think it's time to run here. Contract's going to get caught out, and C9 are keeping Otacon leash, but in comes Thanatos. Contract's going to get knocked down. He did find the ulti, but nothing happening after that, and it's looking like it's an easy secure on the Otacon for Cloud9.
Beautifully done by C9. Blabber looking for a little bit more on the back end, does get stuffed and pulled back by Aatrox, but it's all about playing the slow game here for C9. They got the Otacon. Loki left, so Thanatos has to run.
Yeah, Thanatos is running. B-Boy going to be ulting in there. Palafox comes in. They are going to lose Thanatos. He had no ulti. Just kind of overstaying his welcome as Loki TP'd out. Blabber had left. They are pushing mid, just positioning too aggressively, a little bit overconfident.
Yeah, I mean, Thanatos definitely did not have to die there. But on the other side of the map, as we can see, Loki Silas cleaning up that top tier 1 turret. And I think the big thing is that they basically waited out Seos's ult, right? Like, he was not able, he was kind of waiting there in the brush as they were trying to get down this Otacon. Didn't end up working out, and that gives his ult immediately to Loki, right? Like,
Protobelt for Protobelt. Just responded to it.
Man, Loki's playing so clean this game from the very first kill where he immuned the Azir ultimate. But once they had the Nico ult and the Bard ult to catch out Shopify, it was just a really well-played sequence as they get the Otacon and the kill onto Contracts. It's a mid-jungle gap so far. 4,000 gold cumulatively is their advantage between jungle and mid.
Yeah, and I'll be super curious to see this upcoming Drake setup as well, because as we already discussed, C9 got on that early Drake stacking. Yeah. They are on Soul Point, essentially forcing Shopify to have to come in and contest this Infernal Soul.
And Infernal Soul is a nightmare against teams that they're already far ahead, and especially against Poke Varus. The amount of Poke is going to be really difficult to deal with. You can see C9 all here, want to be there as a 5-man squad, ready and waiting for Shopify as they try to walk in.
C9 probably want to pull the trigger.
Blabber's going to actually look here. No clone available. They force out the flash from B-Boy. It's Blabber in the back line, though. He's going to be able to knock down Seos with some help from Sven over the wall. Next is Fudge on the chopping block as Loki's going to get in the back line. Steals the Azir ult. The Bard ult does not connect, but neither does Palafox's ult over the wall. Loki going to flash in, and he scoops them all in to knock them all down. What an ultimate from Loki. They're taking over the fight. Fudge trying to make it happen, but he can't even get one. Cloud9, 7K ahead. They're going to grab the soul. What a fight from Loki.
What an ultimate from Loki. What a fight from Loki. What a game from Loki. He is having an amazing showing on this Silas, and it really starts, again, they've done such a good job of tracking where Seos is going to be as well, kind of waiting out for when he can use this ultimate. He pops this ultimate, lands only on Blabber, immediately gets blown up, and that takes so much away from their team fighting power, as we see in, I believe, live. We're also...
Oh my goodness, they're so on the same page as well. Immediately following up on that Azir ultimate. Doesn't matter, the Contracts can get the ultimate. Too little, too late. 5-4-0 in this one.
Nice. Loki, nice.
Nice. You
know,
Loki was smurfing there, and that is a rare situation where they actually used the clone against Seos because they saw it coming out of that brush, so Blabber immediately knew he was going to be there, and also they didn't have it to disengage from his own engage. So I thought that was actually really well played, utilizing that against Seos. And Loki did play that so well. You could see Palafox use his ultimate, anticipating that the chains would actually connect onto him, and he would time it to knock him away as the abduct came through. But it actually missed, so he ended up using his ultimate for nothing, then didn't have that to peel, and now Loki looking to chase him down. Palafox will be able to knock him down, but there's the abscond, there's the abduct, there's a solo kill. 5-0-5 for Loki. He's running away with this one.
And C9 running away with the game on the backs of Loki, but I mean, on the back of the entire team, right? Like, especially this mid-jungle duo specifically. Blabber, we already talked about how great of a start he got off to as well. And here's the replay that distracted me from the excellent Azir ult that Loki had on the back half of that fight, where he's coming through again and using the ultimate against him.
Even killed the clone for the extra gold. Plus 25.
He cannot be stopped. 4,000 gold lead. I mean, this definitely has you looking towards game 3 if you're Shopify. Like, yes, you want to play until the final buzzer, but my goodness, are you far behind. 10,000 gold down, Infernal Soul gold down. I'd say the unheralded hero of this game, I know we've given Loki Blabber a lot of credit. Vulcan's Bard ultimates have been crucial in almost every play.
And he's been involved in almost everything.
Yeah, it was the original fights. It was these team fights where he's zoning them extremely well. 11 of the 13 kill participation is the highest on the entire team. Hello.
Well, with anticipating Seos is going to be in trouble. There's that damage, and imagine if he didn't actually have the bulwark. A little bit too tanky to be able to 100-0 him, but Cloud9 looking strong here over on that Baron. It's being two-manned right now by Sven and Blabber. The rest of the squad is just kind of zoning them off. It is going to be spotted now there by the Void Seeker from B-Voy as Contracts is trying to walk in, but he just can't get through. And I mean, great, you fan Thanatos, but he is way too tanky to really threaten at this point. And now Loki is just fighting Fudge on the side, and Fudge is running back to the tower, but nowhere is safe against Loki. Contracts going to get ulted up there by Vulcan. They've got the Baron, and now they've got the kill as well. In goes Seos. He's going to be able to get that ulti over onto Sven, and Sven is going to be shut down. Blabber in the backline looking for Palafox, can't quite find him, but Loki arrived, and we know how that goes now. Loki is godlike. He is crushing them. Back-to-back fights. Loki is just taking over.
This is one of those games that's so fun you don't want it to end if you're Loki. Because you're so rarely this strong where anywhere you go, you can just solo kill what's in front of you.
Oh, he's going to get another one. Palafox, you're in the wrong spot now, my man. The Absconded Duck does not connect, but he has another one already. He's going to go in. He's going to be able to get another solo kill under the inhibitor tower. Loki is eating good in game number 2.
Oh my gosh, what a fantastic game from Loki. And what a fantastic, again, use of the Silas angle. I really, really like what C9 put together compositionally as a whole here. And then how they've been playing with it has just been amazing.
Yes, C9 are eating good. You know where you could be eating good? At Regal Cinemas, where there's going to be a watch party tomorrow. You can get yourself a nice bucket of popcorn, maybe some candies, you know, whatever you like, a giant soda, and you can watch the finals with some friends. And there's going to be giveaways for skins and all kinds of different stuff there. Scan the QR code on screen, and maybe we'll see you there.
Winner of this series versus FlyQuest. Currently, it's looking like C9 if this game is any
it's looking
indication.
like Loki. It's the winner of this series.
It really is, man. I can't believe he hasn't upgraded to a Soul Stealer yet. So he's still in control of his item build. 4 full items as well as a 10-stack Dark Seal. Level 18 Silas at 28 minutes.
4-level lead
unreal.
in mid lane, plus a 6.5k gold lead. He's a little bit strong.
Also Infernal Soul.
Yeah. Okay, well, you're definitely killing that guy, that's for sure. Shopify going to have to try to pull off a miracle here, but it's hard to even draw up the play that could get them back. Bard ulti does come through. Contracts flashing forward, does connect onto Vulcan. Loki looking for the engage, so he's in the back line. And Loki just snaps back over on Contracts, knocks him down. Fudge pops the ulti. You can see on the side, Seos is going to be able to ult Blabber in the well, but even with them getting knocked in the fountain, they can't kill Blabber. Seos, the last man standing, but not for long. It looks like they want to try to dive him. The Nexus falls first, 23-2. Cloud9 moving to match point.
Phenomenal performance from C9. Amazing performance from Loki. 9-0 and 8 on this Silas. Stealing every ult, hitting every ult he stole. What an amazing, amazing game.
Loki is smurfing, and Cloud9 now 1 game away from the finals. Let's head on over to the LTA Lounge to break that one down.
Oh my God, guys, we're in match point. What's happening?
That's not how I was promised the series would go. I thought there was going to be a little more faith here for Shopify Rebellion. But what, 2-19? 2-19? That was not great.
Whoa! Whoa!
That was a bright screen right there on our end.
It was. That's sunlight, guys. That's what it's like to live like a gamer. You open up the blind from experience.
That also, you know, I think Shopify, they're starting to see the bright light at the end of the tunnel. Careful! Don't go towards the light!
Yeah.
This series is almost over.
Oh, no. Indeed, indeed.
Yep. As we'll get a chance to look here in a second. But first, before that, let's hear from the winning team comes.
Oh, we're going.
Look me.
I'm
no
looking
flash,
Scar.
Scar, no flash. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm flashing out.
Yeah. I'm stunning Skarner. I'm behind them. I'm behind them.
Look, guys.
As north. I'm looking Skarner slowly.
Look me.
Okay.
Yeah, nice.
I stun. This is really good.
Yeah. Kill Kaiser. Nice. Oh, don't let me die. Nice. Loki, nice.
Whew, and there we have it. The final moments. We got our popcorn, Raz, and we're ready to watch some of that last game, right?
Yeah.
Here, you have your own popcorn. Why are you taking mine?
Did he not just offer it to him?
Well, I thought he was going to have his. All right, he already ate half of his. Okay, we got to watch this. What's going on here, Raz?
So, from the beginning,
Kobe.
Well, he's got his mouth full of popcorn.
Okay.
I got you. From the beginning, it ended up being a Loki making all these magnificent plays, but I also thought that Blabber deserves so much credit for this game. On Wukong, a scaling jungler, he had a massive double crab plus half full clear into a bunch of really good proactive plays.
Yeah.
And that one that we just saw right there, that was the one they did the comms listen in where he predicted the Shopify engage on him. He called Vulcan, hey, hit me with the Bard ultimate for the counter engage. And yeah, both Blabber and Loki were turbo smurfing this whole time.
Who was the bigger carry between the two?
I'm super jungle biased for sure. But Blabber got started earlier.
Yeah.
Loki definitely ended it, though.
Yeah, 100%. he played pretty good lane phase. He was even against an Azir as well.
Yeah.
That's like really hard.
This play right here. Oh, man. Loki, dude. Give him the crown. Insane. Loki was popping off.
What a beast.
Whenever you play Sylas and you do a way better ult than the person you just stole the ult from.
It's a good feeling.
Right after them, it's just,
Well, the worst feeling is, like, the Sylas E, missed. So Palafox thought it was going to hit, and he was going to ulti him away. It didn't hit, and then he got a better ulti off.
Yeah.
This was he was just in his head, and you can already see it from the score.
Yeah.
It felt like ever since the early ganks and even the prediction that you talked about from Blabber, that fight, there was never a chance for Shopify to come back into it.
Wow. Loki's a beast. Holy crap.
He is.
Really good bounce back game from him as well.
I mean, my answer to it, honestly, is that Loki was the better carry. He looks so insane all game long.
Get away, Palafox!
Yeah, 100%.
Run! No! No!
Yeah, it's cooked. Cooking that stuff, bro.
Oh my God.
So cooked.
That's a lot of death.
Yeah, what was
He's
that?
already dead, jeez.
Yeah.
Damn.
And game over.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
C9 is in impeccable form. As a reminder, by the way, one game and you're guaranteed the finals. You are going to be here tomorrow versus FlyQuest. So clear that damn board up.
Okay, all right, let's get that. What's going on here?
That's what Shopify are going to do, okay? Shopify, they have good mental reset. DeMonte is up there. He brings the good vibes.
Yeah.
They're going to forget about this loss.
Yeah.
And just go into a fresh new game.
Or they can just go home fast, honestly. Enjoy the off season, the 2 weeks off season. Hey, why not? Why not?
Okay, but Sniper, how is Shopify, because we already talked about how dire the situation is. How do they bounce back? What needs to happen?
What needs to happen for Shopify?
Yeah.
I think, like Kobe was saying, the freaking DeMonte talk. He just needs to talk to them.
Yeah.
Let them know that they're still in it, they can still win, and I think that's how they're gonna win.
I want to get a mic in that room. I want to listen to DeMonte also.
Yeah.
Have we seen?
Let's go right now. Let's go to the Shopify room. Yeah.
Have we seen DeMonte
get out of
give
here?
a massage yet? I think that's the question. Yeah.
True. We haven't seen that.
We haven't.
I haven't seen one yet.
We haven't.
I haven't seen it.
And honestly, I think, God, this game just spiraled away from them. I literally do think that Shopify, as great as they are at skirmishing, C9 is better at it. My prediction was, yes, it would be a 3-0.
Yeah.
But I think putting themselves on picks that is a lot more, allows them to do it. If you're on Skarner and Azir, you're going to be waiting on your timers. You don't have that much control versus a Sylas.
Yeah.
So just more picks that make it a lot easier for Shopify Rebellion to take early fights.
Yeah, exactly. During LTA North Split 2, you could win a trip to the League of Legends event or a set of Player of the Week statues. Make sure to use your MasterCard to make a purchase from the in-client store and save your card on file to be entered for a chance to win. Game 3 coming up after this short break.
Let's go.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
No way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Yo, hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
Dad, I'm a genius. I figured out how to make us penguins fly.
That's gonna be tricky without wings.
Exactly. That's why I've got Red Bull. It gives you wings. All we have to do is drink it.
And how?
Come on, Dad, just drink it. But why?
Why? It's 40 degrees below. Do you think we're standing here for fun?
Red Bull gives you wings, but only if you drink it.
Aww. Rich in the ground before Dove can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Get ready to ult, okay?
Okay. I'm shooting, still shooting.
Yeah, look here. It's good, it's good, it's good. It's got no flash.
It's no flash, okay? Coming now. Play slow. Here, Nico. Nico. Nico.
It's gonna be good fight, guys. Yeah.
No cuts. It's good.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go, bro.
Actually, they use it.
Yeah, can we go?
They have doors. He doesn't really have much on
Look inside.
He's dead.
Okay.
Nice.
Can I engage you?
Yeah, don't care. He's here. I don't think we should go over the wall. Can
you boot for me then? I want to go. No, just.
We're going.
Look me.
I'm looking Sky. Sky no flash.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm flashing out.
Yeah. I'm standing corner. I'm behind them. I'm behind them.
Look, guys.
As north. I'm looking corner slowly. Look me. Okay.
Yeah, nice.
Stun. This is really good.
Yeah. Kill Kaiser. Nice. Oh, don't let me die.
Nice.
Loki,
nice.
Kaiser, go, guys.
Okay, I'm tipping.
Nico no flash, no ult.
Kaiser
no ulti. Kaiser no flash too. Kaiser flash, no ulti. Nico no ult, no flash. Wow, it's Loki.
Wow.
Nice.
Nice.
I'm
holding ulti. I'm going to just side.
Yeah, look Kaiser, guys.
Yeah.
Nice.
Slowly. Yeah, looks good.
Not that
slow. Kind of fast.
Oh, I'm dead. Oh, maybe not. Did you guys see that? That was crazy.
No. Didn't see. Don't care. Can I kill this guy? Oh, look, Nico. One more time. Here. Oh,
nice guys. One more.
I mean, winning this split would mean a lot to me. I haven't won in a while, and I like winning, you know? I think every competitor likes winning, but it just feels like, for me, to not be able to make internationals. We only have one slot for MSI this year, so we have to win it all. You know, losing to Shopify or losing to FlyQuest, at least for MSI, it's the same thing. And I really just want to be back, you know, at MSI, at Worlds, and I missed both last year, so yeah, I honestly just need to be back there on the international stage.
Welcome back for Game 3, potentially the final game here. Blabber definitely looking good to make finals so far, as he is up 2-0. Definitely one of the hardest workers in the league. This guy lives and breathes League of Legends. Yeah. Anytime I ever run into him and just randomly say hello, he's talking about, oh, I was playing this, or you're trying this, have you seen this build, have you done that, have you watched this game, have you seen this thing? It's just like, it's his life, he lives it, he breathes it, and it's why he's one of the best.
And just also mentioning, I know the C9 fans are gonna want to see this rematch. Last year, they brought in JoJo, everyone projected them to just walk away with the whole league. JoJo's at MSI. Blabber's going to want to be there too if they win the next two series. Have to go to the easier league
to qualify though, you know?
I mean, of course.
Come on.
Howard's way out.
Oh my gosh. As we see, Shopify sticking with their Gwen, Vi, and Bessa bans coming through. Meanwhile, C9 eliminating. Yeah, the Yone is up.
Yeah,
C9 are picking it.
Was not banned in game 1, was banned in game 2. Now it is up again here in game 3. So Shopify red side, they let it through. Let's see what the answer is from Palafox. Last week, one of his best games he's had all year was actually in response to the APA Ziggs. He brought out the LeBlanc. So I'm going to give him the credit that he clearly has a plan against this, because it just feels like such an obvious one to leave open that you have to have something ready.
Yeah, you kind of have to imagine that both teams have prepared something for it, just because it is one of the most banned picks, as we already covered, against both of these teams. And we see the Aurora being locked in on the Shopify side.
And taking away Rumble to prevent the Rumble Yone combo. So that's Aurora mid, probably Rumble top, but there's a chance they flex it to support if they really have a counter pick for Fudge. They're going to need a lot of AD and the rest of their team comp from here.
Yeah. We'll see what they end up going with as the Galio hover comes in from C9. As we've already seen Thanatos play this into the Rumble with really, really good success. I thought his Galio game was amazing when we saw it last, I believe. So he's going to be piloting that presumably into the Rumble top. As you said, it could still be flex support, but that's what C9 are expecting, and that's also what I'm expecting.
I wonder if Blabber tries to take away one of the prime AD junglers here, because clearly you have double AP soul laners. You need like a Furia or some real AD threat here, and that's also something that Contracts does really like to play. So I wouldn't mind seeing Blabber just take away the Furia here, but instead it's going to be the Maokai. So they are very CC heavy here, and what we're already seeing from Shopify just seems like it's just screaming team fight.
Yeah, as we see the Trundle locked in for Contracts.
Triple melee already for C9 into a lot of AoE damage from Shopify, and just the Trundle into one, a tank jungler in Maokai, and two, just Trundle into Galio has always been really strong. So I feel like Shopify is probably pretty happy with the start of this draft, even if C9 has a lot of engage.
It's going to be interesting to see how he does play it out. You talked about the matchup in Galio. You can actually interrupt the Justice Punch, the E. That is really nice. And of course, if it is going to be tank Maokai, the ultimate has tremendous value. And a lot of times we do see even Aftershock Galio, though sometimes players will play Phase Rush. It's kind of been alternating between those just based on personal preference. I'm expecting we would not see Aftershock, given that it's a Trundle on the other side, though.
Probably both of them are going to take Phase Rush just because they're up against Rumble Trundle, the Maokai and the Galio. So affecting their keystones for sure.
So no AD carries have been picked yet, and we're getting a lot of bans towards that. Caitlyn, Jhin, Lucian, Sivir, all taken away, in addition to the Kai'Sa, the Varus, and the Senna, which have already been played. Of course, Ezreal, MF, all kinds of things are still up. Zarya, Philios. You can try to Lucian banned out, but you can try to really limit it. But I do feel like AD carry is one of the most difficult pools to affect, because so many of them do similar things.
Yeah, as we see Corki being removed, and Shopify will have kind of that first rotation onto AD. I fully expect them to pick 4 and then save their support counter pick for R5. So we'll see if C9 want to continue to thin that pool or just take something else out that they do not want to face. And it's Alistar.
Yeah, so they don't care if B-Boy takes the Ezreal here, even though he'd be pretty elusive for what C9 will be able to throw at them. You also do need a lot of damage to cut through what C9 has here. So B-Boy trying to solve a lot of problems with this pick. Wouldn't be shocked if he just goes with the Ezreal, though.
Yeah, it is something he's super comfortable on. We talked about how he kind of
That's nice, too.
That is interesting, if only because we kind of talked about how neither of these teams had a super high priority on Kalista, or at least not as high as other teams. And immediately we see that Ezreal Karma coming through, super push heavy lane, should be able to take control of that bot wave.
And poke lanes have been one of the best answers to Kalista, especially here in the LTA North. Earlier on we were seeing a lot of answers of things like Varus, also Ashe even being quite successful. It is going to be Renata, and it is triple melee against that Renata, so the hostile takeover should get a lot of value here and allow B-Boy to play more aggressive, which he'll definitely need to do, because a lot of pressure on him to be that consistent damage here. I do actually quite like the draft from Shopify, I have to say, but there's so much playmaking, so much engage with the top half of the map over for C9.
Yeah, and we've been saying this actually in game 1 and 2, but C9 have been outplaying. They've been finding the engages, they've been pressuring side lanes, and just playing better overall. So it's really going to come down to how Shopify can stand up to the C9 aggression, because I feel like C9 has just found the correct team fight time and time again in both games 1 and 2, and this is an elimination game now for Shopify. They have to win the next 3 if they want to move on.
That, and depending on where they're able to get push on the map, I feel like C9 have done such a good job of following up on that.
Non-subscribers, we will see you in 30 seconds. Shopify have got to begin the comeback now. Game 1, very close. They had a great start. Game 2 was Cloud9 all the way.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see if they are able to recover. They did cite their series against FlyQuest as an indicator of like, okay, we reset our mental, we know how to win games. I do think they have the mentality to be able to recover. These are all very experienced players, and we'll see if they can do it.
All right, we are getting on to the rift here. Shopify Rebellion versus Cloud9. Kia, Cloud9 trying to finish off the sweep here and go back to face off against FlyQuest, where they narrowly lost them last week in a 5-game series. The season-long scoreline also very close between these two teams. FlyQuest just up 1 game overall. I believe it is 6-5 on the year between FlyQuest and Cloud9, as Shopify will invade and get this early ward on the Raptors, which will, of course, be spotted.
Shopify definitely came in as the underdogs with a ton of momentum. Seems like their momentum has been stymied here in the first 2 games.
Interesting to note, Thanatos is going to play Aftershock, so he's still going to play Aftershock, even though it is into the Trundle. You know, maybe wasn't worried about the interaction or just not thinking about the interaction, but of course, if you do ult during that Aftershock, you are stealing additional resistances, can make you quite tanky, and it is going to be something that Thanatos will have to watch out for.
Yep, as we see early wards going down to be able to track those junglers. Vulcan.
Vulcan is in a lot of trouble. He got handshook very far in. Those spears are stacking. He pops the heal to just get the move speed to be able to walk it out. But it's Contracts on the invade here. Gets nothing as he went to try to steal this away. They had that warded out. Blabber secures the Raptors. He gets level 2. And now Contracts is just going to keep the invade going. Looks like he wants to move in and try to steal away this red. Note that Blabber did use his smite on the last camp, and Contracts did not. But still, doing this in the face of a level 2 Maokai is going to be tough. But right now, Blabber's the one taking up the red buff, and it's Contracts pushing him back. But Contracts, he needs to finish this, where Blabber just kind of needs to buy time.
Yeah, Blabber needs to buy time, get a few more E's off. I think Contracts does get it, though. Press the attack Trundle is that strong early on, but nice job by Blabber winning the smite, getting all the small ones and getting level 2. Otherwise, that could have been really bad, comboed with the fact that Vulcan couldn't help since he'd been chunked out so early from the original engage.
Yeah, the big thing, I think, is definitely that bot side pressure, right? That Contracts was also able to play against, as you already pointed out. Vulcan was not able to help the invade.
Wasn't able to help the invade. Let's find out how DeMonte feels about this series. He's standing by with Raz.
That's right. Tanner, first question for you is like just that early game, level 1 play. Your thoughts on it?
You know, Blabber and Contracts, I think they're pretty similar players, so a lot of stuff always happens early. Thank goodness that we got the red buff there. So I think this is pretty even now. Everything that happened right there, now junglers are going to play out the game pretty evenly. Maybe something is going to happen in the topside jungle, but we'll see. Looks like Contracts might be going for something crazy.
And a quick question before I send you off is like, what's something that you tell, actually, you know what? For now, we're just going to send this one straight back to the caster so they can cover this one.
Contracts going for Vulcan. Vulcan flashes away, but he's going to get pillared back, and it's going to be first blood grabbed there by Contracts, but they are not satisfied with that. They're trying to finish off Sven. Sven does not flash the spear. Spear rend, torn in half. It's 2 kills for Shopify.
And why was that crazy? It's because that entire side of the jungle was empty. The counter jungle is there. If that doesn't work, Contracts is gambling the game on it, but he gets the double kill and it pays off.
And this is what makes him such an interesting jungler, right? It's like the fact that he is willing to play this risky and also, again, make the most of this Kalista Renata bot lane being able to chunk down the Ezreal and the Karma.
And look at mid lane, a 10 CS lead in isolation already for Palafox.
Can you pillar? I can catch. Here's that. I look at her. No barrier.
Oh, that's all I got. Nice job, guys.
Nice.
Okay, Maokai is going to be here. If you can...
Well, it's Loki now trading heavily here with Palafox. Palafox is going to have to try to jump back. The Q3 narrowly misses there. I don't think he would have killed him because Palafox leveled up right as he went for it to 5 there. So Palafox extending this advantage. It does have to go back to base pretty soon with his mana, though.
Yeah, Palafox going to want to have a good game here. This reminds me a bit of LeBlanc into Ziggs, where there's a pick you know the other guy has a preference for, you leave it up, and you're ready with your counter pick. So he needs to perform to not only win this game, but also keep Shopify's season alive.
Yeah, Loki going to be able to send him back to base. Palafox winning out in the trades, but just out of mana. The Fleet Footwork doing its work here, being able to sustain up enough. And of course, you are resourceless on the Yone, so going to be able to keep this push going. Palafox, though, going to be happy with how things went, and after he collects this wave, should be up, a good 9-10 CS and in a pretty solid position here.
Yeah, and Shopify are out to like a little tiny 1K gold lead off of kind of contracts plus bot lane early machinations. I think they have done a really good job playing around this lane, but as you already pointed out, this was Loki's game from last game. He had a phenomenal game, so shutting him down is going to be key.
Seos in trouble, gonna have to flash the tether there. Had he been rooted up, he would have definitely gone down. Blabber elected not to flash for the Twisted Advance there, just happy to take the Summoner spell and allow them to walk it out.
Now, contracts here as well.
This is Palafox. Palafox is moving down. They're going to try to pillar him in. Might have to just flash out. He's going to try to proc the phase rush and run to safety. Can Palafox actually close the gap? He cannot, because Blabber uses his own flash.
Contract's just been so active, but hasn't really been farming. So he's a level 4 Trundle. 6 minutes into the game. Doesn't have jungle camps either. And they're going to forego starting this Drake because the mid wave is there. They really need to make sure Loki doesn't get out of hand like he did last game.
And Loki's kind of rotating down, going to clear out this ward after pushing in that wave. And yeah, I think Palafox, again, having the Yone locked in, being like, okay, I have this Aurora counter, definitely shades of that Ziggs LeBlanc matchup. And then going forward, we'll see how important it is for them to keep this Yone down as...
Blabber has no flash. He's going to get pillared in. The Equalizer doing some work. In comes Galio to try to bail him out, but Fudge is there to cook him up. That tree's going to get burned down. They get the Galio ultimate too. They are going to be so happy with that.
And the kill going over to Fudge is just the gravy on top. Contracts so active, so effective in this game 3.
And if you're loving this finals weekend and can't wait for the next one, tickets are already on sale for the LTA Championship driven by Kia for next split. Join us in Dallas this September to watch the first ever LTA Championship. Visit Ticketmaster to get yours now. Those live events are a lot of fun. Definitely don't want to miss out on this one. Last time we went to Texas was the Danny Pentakill. Might have another moment like that, and you don't want to miss it.
September 27th, 28th, going to be very exciting. Shopify, though, 1.6 thousand gold lead. They did have a similar lead in game 1, but overforced in that one. Really love their setup in this game, though, with the Rumble and Trundle burning down, the triple melee. They also have the Callista Renata not getting pushed in by the Ezreal Karma. All the little gambits the Contracts has tried to do in this game. Even though the very first one didn't work, he just kept trying. The rest of them have worked and really put Shopify in a good position.
And while they don't really have, hard engage, they do have, the Aurora ultimate for slow. You get pillared in. There's the Equalizer coming over top. There's hostile takeover. There's all of these AoE tools that are going to be really difficult to deal with, especially because there are triple melee over on the C9 side. I think they're going to want to try to disengage the initial engage, utilize the Maokai ultimate, utilize, Mantra shields here from the Karma, try to absorb that engage, and then I think in the extended fight, they definitely could take over. So we'll see if they're able to pull that off, as it is Contract starting up the Dragon here. Blabber is in the area doing his red buff, but it does not look like they're going to want to contest this, as the Callista Spears definitely stacking up, and Blabber's just overdoing Krugs. Oh, they're going to look for an engage now, though, onto Loki. Loki in a lot of trouble. Lectu does proc. Has to use the Fated Seal just to retreat back to his turret. It is a 1-for-1 ultimate trade, but it's Fudge now moving in, trying to threaten a dive here, and they're going to look for an engage now. B-Boy flashes forward, but Blabber is here. B-Boy now could be in some trouble. He's going to get blocked up with the True Shot Barrage, connects on multiple members. Contracts now trying to turn this around. There's the hostile takeover, it only connects on a Blabber, but it's going to be Contracts getting knocked down, and now Seos is in a lot of trouble. C9 are crushing this fight. It is a 3-for-0 off the attempted gank from Contracts.
And that's exactly, as we see Fudge and Thanatos is going to actually have to flash out of this top side. But that's exactly what you were talking about, Azael, right? Where they kind of wait for them to go in, and then Blabber's there with the Maokai ultimate. They're able to absorb that pressure and then return it twofold.
What a turn here by C9. I mean, with the Kalista Renata, you know they're going to be looking to get aggressive, and Blabber is here for the counter gank. Since the Kalista flashed early, there's no true escape from this Maokai ultimate. He actually ends up getting rooted anyway, so they can't properly block the Maokai ultimate. The Renata ult ends up missing Sven and Vulcan, so it is pretty ineffective. That is the turn that C9 needed to take control of this game.
Yes, Sven going untouched in that was massive.
Kalista. Nice.
Nice.
Just calling out some plays. And that to me looked like Blabber just read that play exactly again, because they knew he was on the Dragon. As soon as their Dragon died, he finished Krugs and he just went and stood behind his bot lane. And Vulcan then walks up like he's playing almost a little bit stupid. Oh, I'm too far up. They engage in onto him. He flashes it. And the turnaround is perfect. That's a 3 for 0 that absolutely destroys the pressure this bot lane had, because not only did they go 0 for 3, Vivo used both his summoners to do it.
Yeah, use both the summers, and now, look, the gold lead is in C9's favor. They're actually able to swap their bot to this top side, get control to take down those grubs as well. What a massive, massive turnaround from C9.
And actually just had it confirmed by the producers. Blabber did actually call the play again, just like last game. He predicted that the play was going to happen. He called that it was going to happen and is there to respond. So definitely a great read on the game. And it is going to be Tank Galio, so it is going to be Blabber going for AP. He does have the Lee injuries being worked towards, and you can see Sven already with the Triforce in a great spot off of that.
Absolutely, and I also just want to call out the MR item completion already by Thanatos. This is another reason the Galio is so good into the Rumble and Aurora, because it's good into both of the side lane matchups that he would need to play against. What I sometimes see in these situations is the Kalista, rather than setting up on mid, will try and set up on the side lane, but you need to be very far ahead to do that. Another reason that that triple kill was so devastating for Shopify.
Yep, and as we see, both bot lanes just kind of trying to push out this mid wave. But yeah, that was, we can't underscore how important that was for C9 to be able to turn this around, right? Because up until that point, Shopify had done a really, really good job of playing around this Kalista Renata lane, and Contracts in particular had done a really good job of recognizing where he could be on the map early.
And it's even more devastating when you consider there's not really a fallback plan for Shopify's comp, right? Like their comp only kind of does one thing. It is engage. You don't want to play a long, slow game when it's going to be Yone in a side lane that is going to be so difficult to actually match after 1 or 2 items, and he has the backup of Thanatos potentially there. You know, they have, I think, a pretty heavy scaling advantage, and Blabber just going to use the ultimate here to lock up B-Boy. B-Boy in a lot of trouble, doesn't quite get finished off there by Sven, but the tower does take some damage as well. Now the heal going to be used, and flashes will be traded as Seos look for the heal flash handshake. Sven flashes away.
Flashes will be traded, but look on the bot side, right? Like, Loki has quietly been able to push that up, kind of getting, Aurora was getting the best of him earlier on in lane, but now he's able to get some side wave farm. C9 are able to push back up, get more plate damage onto this mid-tier 1. They're really, really taking over the game, and now they're almost up to a 1.5k gold lead.
Yep, good grub pressure. Will likely group before this next Drake as well. Cloud9 has had such good control of the Drakes throughout all of these games, and it's going to be made easier by the fact that they're pushing these side lanes so effectively. And yeah, Thanatos' Galio right now is just too much for these magic damage side laners to deal with.
And Palafox just came back from base. He just walked all the way back, you know, bought his injuries, then loses all of his health there as Thanatos just surprises him out of that side brush. So Palafox now in a bit of a tricky spot, because when those cooldowns come back up, you could just die in the next combo here to Thanatos.
Yeah, and you'd underlined how crucial it's going to be for C9 to kind of set Thanatos up as this huge pain point for Shopify in these side lanes, because he is itemized to go up against either the Rumble or the Aurora.
And it looks like he's going towards potentially a Seeker's second here, you know, maybe going to be going for a bit of playmaking. Does have the cloth armor, you know, has that amp tome as well. We'll be interrupted on the recall. Fudge should be able to collect this wave as Shopify trying to get some vision back around this dragon. They don't want to allow Cloud9 just continue grabbing
So
these
hard.
objectives. They are moving in, but there is the Fate of Seal coming across multiple members. B-Boy going in aggressive, Contract's already down. B-Boy trying to get in there, trying to make a kill happen, but he's not going to be able to get it. The bailout expires. The equalizer is good, but it is not good enough. As on the other side, Loki kills another. It's a double for the C9 mid laner, and we saw how that looked last game.
And C9 has been so decisive around Drake fights. That's the biggest difference I've seen from them. It's also incredibly difficult to move through a Leandri's Maokai and retake a zone. You see why there. They just one-shot them.
Again. Oh. Barely able to get out of the tether range. Palafox looking here, but doesn't even have the damage. Going to pop the ulti. Doesn't connect the twofold hex there onto Vulcan. Can only hit him with the weirding. Can't actually get it. Fist bump. Got out. Good job, bro.
Nice. I thought Fudge was dead there, to be honest. I thought they would be able to get in on him with poke damage. But again, the decisiveness from C9 that you point out, not just in the fight setups, but also in what they're able to get out of it, right? They seem to have a really, really clear idea of where they want to set up on the map immediately after winning these fights and skirmishes.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at the AD carry itemization, it's starting to feel a little bit rough. I mean, B-Boy has been flashing so aggressively, trying to make kills happen. You know, he flashed in the 0-for-3 bot lane where he was trying to set up that play. He flashed after his Ven, trying to make something happen here, and he still does not yet have that Blade of the Rune King, likely going back to base to buy it, but still, he is way behind the curve here against this Ezreal, and Kalista needs to be ahead because you need to be able to be in the mix, especially when there's this much CC, this much lockdown across all these melee champions. It is really tough. Like, he needs not only his damage items like the Rage Blade, but he needs to get to the eventual Jack show and things like this to be able to actually survive and not just get 100-0 to the Maokai W.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really tough for him, especially since Sven has done... I mean, he has had the Triforce for so long and has been able to do so much with it. It feels pretty bad to be in B-Boy's position right now, and now every single gold lead has ticked over towards C9 side with the vast majority of it coming out of that bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, Sven actually has 7,000 gold in this game, which is 1,000 more than anybody else on the entire map. No one else is over 6,000 yet, so Sven really able to take control of this game. And it's interesting because the side lanes are what's been so dominant in the setup, but then Sven has been able to actually push through the mid lane as well. So there's no lanes for Shopify to play through. On top of that, the AP Maokai saplings make it even more difficult for Shopify to retake. Like, we know Shopify needs to send it, but it's just so hard to do so in this situation.
And I love seeing stuff like this from Blabber, right? Because you can tell he's waiting there. He can send the ult to completely zone them off if he needs it, but he doesn't even need to do so. And then meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, Galio just took down the bot side tier 1. Loki is going to be able to chew through this turret soon. C9 are winning all over the map.
I mean, and just like that, they are now 5,000 gold ahead. And let's talk about this C9 playoffs timeline. Obviously, had dominated. If you go back even further, it was even more dominant. They've been making so many finals, winning so many trophies. It's been a bit of a dry spell for them, and they have, shifted through a couple different rosters to now end on this one, where it feels like they're starting to return to their former form.
They're already doing better than the last few splits. If they win this, guaranteed top 2, hopefully top 1. And Loki is just destroying people.
Yeah, Loki almost kills Fudge there, and that is problematic. Now Vulcan looking for contracts. He's going to get tethered up, and in comes the Maokai CC. Loki, though, backing off as Seo's going to get thrown in. True Shot Barrage connects on multiple members. There's the hostile takeover. Wow. Not looking that hostile. It's kind of looking friendly, honestly, as Sven going to face check Palafox. Does lose half his health for his efforts and will have to back off.
Loki's not, or Thanatos is not even here. He's Galio pushing the top lane, while C9 is also pushing them out the bot side.
Yeah. Oh.
Blabber going to be going in with the Blast Cone. Blabber has to flash out to safety, though. Was very aggressive. Now, in comes the Galio TP. Is he going to go for it? Doesn't have to, as Loki gets the kill on his own. Fudge is behind him, but he's going to get found out here by Thanatos. Equalizer drop behind them, but didn't even have to fight through it. On the other side, it's going to be Blabber and Thanatos winning this fight out against Fudge. We have to see the top side, though, as Sven is on a rampage. Sven gets a kill off of screen. Thanatos and Blabber do combine to kill one more. Cloud9 winning on both sides, and the Herald is going to get driven into the inhibitor tower here. Nope, he's going to take a little drift for the mid lane tier 2 instead. They are getting so much value out of this push. Non-stop kills, non-stop action, everything going C9's way.
absolutely phenomenal map play from C9, and also just really, really aggressive skirmishing.
Yeah.
I also want to shout out Thanatos, who I think throughout this entire series has done a great job of marking Fudge when he's able to come in, or marking Seos when he needed to in prior games. The equalizer goes across here, and watch Loki coming in. Okay, yeah, and then Sven just does the damage on the top side. They're able to crash the Herald in, and meanwhile, behind them, we did see that play out with...
Oh, maybe I'm dead. Oh, please, 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 please. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Could have given the kill back. That would have been the most tragic thing, but they are so far ahead in this game now after they're winning the front and the back of all these team fights. Objective bounties already turned on now, pre-20 minutes. So that would be Shopify's last attempt. Like, start sending it on these side lanes. Maybe they can get an objective bounty to get a little bit back in the game.
Oh, they're going to get spotted out by the True Shot Barrage, though. Ooh. And then you're looking at Loki's itemization. He has the shield bow. Zonius is done in top lane. Who are you supposed to kill? Like, that is the problem, is you're kind of running out of targets here very, very quickly. Sure, you can try to go for the Estral, but he's got a Karma, he's got a Flash, Barrier, he has so much mobility. So it is going to be very difficult now for Shopify. They need to find an angle for a perfect engage, but when you're playing this style of comp that doesn't have true hard engage, it is so tough.
You see Contracts maybe trying to find something here, but again, they just have so much map pressure on this side too, off of that play and that fight in bot that we just covered. They were able to get that Drake completely uncontested, and now they're on the Otacon, two-manning it, while Sven and Vulcan are here in mid lane, and Thanatos is holding off Fudge.
Oh, Sven is posturing very aggressively, will have to drop the barrier, and they get Thanatos' ult, but in the meantime, they took down Otacon with that two-member squad. The lead just gets even further ahead now for Cloud9. 36 of those flowers have been picked. Looking with the Maokai ult. Won't find too much. B-Boy does get connected on. Thanatos is going to get behind him, and B-Boy may have to flash now. He doesn't have to react to it. There's a cleanse, there's a flash. It just doesn't even matter. True Shot Barrage plus Loki is enough to get the job done. And now Seos is going to be spotted. Palafox is sent running. Everyone is scattering for the hills, but there's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide. Cloud9 is coming for this sweep.
This Maokai coming out of Blabber is so aggressive. I've absolutely loved his setups. I've loved the way he plays this. The rest of the team is following up so well whenever he's able to snag a member of Shopify. What a fun game to watch from Blabber.
Blabber wants to go back to the international stage. The last time they won in LCS, he always talked about how good his Maokai was, so he's returning to that comfort right here. C9 just looks so organized. That's the thing that stands out to me, and they're seeing these plays so well in advance.
This could be a final attempt at a play here. Fudge is going to TP and does have his second item. Contracts very ahead of the play, though. The equalizer does drop down. Contracts is going to fall. You can see Thanatos getting incredibly low. Goes into the stasis, though, as they get a kill onto Palafox. B-Boy has now arrived, but Loki is there with him. Loki is tanking up the tower. Loki is going to have to snap back into that tower eventually here. Fudge on the other side is going to get a kill. The bailout is there. Can he get the shutdown? He does get one. It is a reset, but it's not quite enough. They kill off Loki, though, as he snapped back into the tower. It is Sven and Vulcan very low. Thanatos TPing back in to join the team. Will they look for another aggressive play? Looks like not yet.
Loki lost his mind there. And he also took Blabber with him because Blabber tried to tank the turret at the back end of that fight to prevent him from the snapback. The overall look was okay, and they still get enough kills that Shopify doesn't gain a huge amount of gold from this, but this is just C9 just getting a little too aggressive at this stage in the game.
Yeah, this TP that's about to come in from Loki off the back half, and immediately, like, it looks like a really great setup, right? Because Contracts goes down, even with the equalizer going down, they're able to get Palafox, but then, he goes to B-Boy. He's going to take so many turret shots, gets hand shook, not a little bit over-aggressive,
Just a bit.
It's fine.
Maybe a lot of it.
Yeah.
I need to catch bot though, guys.
Oh, we're fine. We don't need you.
Okay. Then
Chen here, Chen.
Aura mana bot, but I have mentor shield.
Aura door.
We're fine, we don't need you. As he teleports into his death.
Sven now fighting here with Contracts, very unafraid. Thanatos coming on the side now. It's going to be Contracts taunted up as B-Boy is locked down. He's got no summoners this time, no way out. You can see that Maokai root connects into the back line, and there's Loki with the follow-up. They get a second. Seos is down, and Fudge is sure to follow. He is overheated, and he is dead. Contracts trying to hide here from Vulcan. Will get spotted now, though, as Contracts going to be able to get rooted up. Does pillar out Thanatos, so it's just Vulcan in 1v1 right now. Going to be chasing him down, though. You just can't get away from the tethers. The CC just doesn't ever end. Sven goes godlike. It's 18-6. It's an 11K gold lead, and Cloud9 are already in the base.
Yeah, I was gonna say, meanwhile, Blabber and Loki are just tearing apart their base, right? They're gonna be able to take down this mid-inhib turret, mid-inhib soon to follow. C9 just cleaning up everywhere.
They really are. They're looking to put this Shopify Cinderella run to rest, and this split 2 has really been about C9 and FlyQuest. They both won their group. They played that best of 3 to see who would be the 1 and 2 seed. They dispatched of their opponents in the first round of the upper bracket. They then went to 5 games in the winner bracket final, and it's looking like they're on a collision course to play yet another series.
Yeah, and they were both 1 and 2 in the positioning phase as well. It was a 2-1 series back in split 1 between them. It has been back and forth, non-stop. It has felt like these two teams definitely have been very close. Shopify trying to stay alive, but it's going to take a miracle at this point. They need a reverse sweep, and it's going to have to start with a Baron steal, you have to think. Contracts has no flash, though he does have the tied record for most Baron steals. It's going to be a difficult approach, and this one is going down very quickly. They see Contracts now, and Sven's just going to go over the wall right for him. Loki as well, in on Fudge. Fudge is taunted up, and he's going to be knocked down. Contracts is sure to follow. Sven legendary once more here. It's Blabber still in the pit, and it's Loki on the side here. Going to get some assistance from Thanatos. Palafox on the run, and so is the bot lane on the other side. Thanatos cannot connect with the taunt, but in goes Loki, and Loki with the soul unbound is looking to take down B-Boy. B-Boy down incredibly low, can't get the reset, and Thanatos will not stop. There's the tether, and here comes the ace. It's all done but the crying. Cloud9 march on the Nexus. They will not be stopped in the lower bracket. They dominate Shopify in games 2 and 3. 15,000 the gold lead. 23-6 is the kill score. Cloud9 are coming for that rematch. FlyQuest better be ready.
Blabber said he wanted to return to international competition. He's 1 series away from qualifying for MSI. What a statement victory from C9 in this match. People were saying maybe they look shaky coming out of that kind of dominating Game 5 win from FlyQuest. They'll have a chance to prove everyone wrong going up against FlyQuest tomorrow.
And the thing that I like to see the most was the performances from both Thanatos and Loki, the 2 least experienced members of Cloud9. Thanatos looked a little shaky in Game 5 against FlyQuest. Both Thanatos and Loki played with an extreme amount of confidence today. The veterans did show up, Sven, Vulcan, Blabber, all great series, but really the solo lane excellence from C9 helped them to this dominant 3-0.
Really impressive stuff. Game 1, very competitive, but even with the early lead that Shopify was able to grab, Cloud9 showed their dominance in the team fights, in the setups. We got to listen in on Blabber predicting some of those plays, on anticipating some of the moves that Shopify was going to be able to make. And honestly, it showed through in the gameplay as well. You know, we got to see Cloud9 feeling like they had Shopify downloaded. They knew what they were going to go for. They were better prepared for those plays, and they were able to answer them at every turn.
And that's what really has set this C9 apart, right? Like, I think they've done such a good job of coordinating around their younger players with their veterans. We've seen this kind of setup from rosters work out so well in the past in LCS, now LTA North, and it looks like it's working great for C9.
And I will say the carries alternated between games. Game 1 was Thanatos' Renekton. Game 2 was the Silas from Loki. Game 3 was Sven's Ezreal. He's just shifting onto the face of a Trundle melee range by the end of the game because he is so strong. And C9 with a well-deserved sweep and return to the finals.
Yep, Cloud9 and FlyQuest have looked a cut above, and now Kangas is going to be standing by at the fan zone for a winner's interview.
Thank you very much. I'm here with C9 victorious, as well as Blabber, their jungler. Congratulations on the win, first of all. 3-0, and I got to start there from your perspective. What was it that allowed you to dominate this series so hard?
I'm not sure. I thought it would be closer, honestly, than it was. I definitely thought we were the favorites going into this. But I think maybe they just played bad today, or we played really good. But yeah, I mean, it was nice.
Contracts had a lot of confidence coming into this series. He let us know on camera. How intimidated were you by the momentum that they were carrying?
I wasn't intimidated at all. From my point of view, like, this split has been a two-team split, and they didn't beat us or FlyQuest, so I didn't really care. So I wasn't too worried about them, but I did think that they were a good team. Like, I wasn't underestimating that at all. And I think it's cool that he was, confident, and yeah, we won though.
You did end up taking the win, again, 3-0, very dominant, as opposed to the beginning of the split where, when we were talking to you on camera last, you were saying you didn't feel like the team was necessarily at their peak early on. You've been scaling. So what do you feel about where the team is right now? Is this a championship winning form, Cloud9?
I think so. I think we're going to win tomorrow.
What thoughts do you have about FlyQuest and specifically your jungler opponent in Inspired?
I don't really have any particular thoughts. I think we just need to play a bit better than we did last week. I think last week we easily could have won that series as well. Also, obviously, easily could have, we did lose it, but I think if we just play slightly better than we did last week, we'll win this time around.
All right, any words of encouragement for the fans out there still cheering you on in your playoff run?
I don't know about encouragement, but I've never won from the lower bracket, so I'm hoping to be able to do it this time.
All right, a win from the lower bracket. We'll be cheering you on. We have a little tradition here as well, Blabber, from the crowd, in that we love our buckets. The fans chant for this all the time, especially during finals weekend. Would you and the team be willing to sign this bucket so we can give it out tomorrow?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, perfect. I have a marker right here. I'm going to let you take that one.
Right.
And we'll get the Blabber signed bucket. Perfect. We're going to get the rest of the team to sign this one as well. But thank you so much, Blabber. We just heard from him here in the fan zone. Now, let's hear in on the game-ending calls.
Nice guys, nice guys.
Please.
Nice game. Nice game.
Nice, I got 1 kill.
Nice. Oh, nice. I didn't get 1 kill. Can I get 1 kill? Can I get jungle?
No.
A rumble?
No.
Leave it to tie.
No.
Leave it to tie. Job's not done yet.
Job's not done.
Okay.
Today didn't matter. Tomorrow's all that matters.
Go Drake.
Oh, Drake. Base.
Drake.
Thanatos base. Hey! Drake,
okay,
Thanatos.
I died too. Cannon. Nice.
Huh?
No, actually. Yeah, they're objective-minded. We need Drake.
The dragon!
The
Freaking dragon.
So we get our finals. C9 versus FlyQuest.
Yep.
First of all, I'll ask you, gut feeling from just watching the series today.
I expected more from Shopify. I'm not gonna lie. I thought they were gonna beat C9, but unfortunately they didn't.
Yeah.
I think C9 played really well, so props to C9 for playing good.
Yep. I mean, at the end there too, their comms, they were just like, today didn't matter. It's all about tomorrow.
Yeah.
So looking forward to tomorrow versus FlyQuest though. Any predictions there?
I'm gonna go with FlyQuest 3-1 or 3-2. I think honestly, Bippo's just the GOAT. I'm gonna keep it a buck. He's like the top laner I struggle against the most, and I feel like he utilizes Thanatos very well. So I think as long as you can do that to Cloud9, you're gonna beat them. So that's why I think. Yeah.
That's true. And the drafting versus FlyQuest just has to be. Like, I'll get an aneurysm just thinking about what Whippo can pick. Suddenly, now Busio can play Janna into us. So, maybe we don't there's so much that you have to deal with going up against them. So that is a really good point. Any final note on Shopify? They've gotten 3rd place now, which is way better than anyone would have expected.
What do you guys think, honestly? I'm kind of curious to see what you guys think about that.
I'm super proud of them. They made a lot of adjustments. They brought in DeMonte as well, and Top talked about how much he's changed the mentality on that team and the good vibes. And it was really cool and exciting to watch them improve over the course of this split. So I'm excited to see next split.
Yeah, I want to hear 100%. From, just before we get to you actually, we have Kangas standing right next to Fudge, so I want to hear his thoughts.
Yeah, go.
Thank you very much. Fudge, tough series right there, 0-3. I want to get your first thoughts coming out of that one. I know it's got to be a little disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like game 1 was at least somewhat close. Like, we had some decent moments, and I felt like it was the most winnable game out of the whole series. I think that game, we kind of just messed up a lot of fights, and game 2 and 3 felt like we just got behind early game and couldn't play, honestly. I don't know, the game 2 and those kind of games are like the worst kind of games to play, where it feels like you're just slowly losing everything and you can't win a fight. But game 1, I think we actually could have easily won after they messed up the whole like overload situation in top lane and I got a triple kill. But yeah, overall feels pretty disappointing, especially game 2 and 3. I felt like if all games were like game 1 and we lost 3-0, I wouldn't feel as bad because I felt like there's like more of a fight, but it felt like we just got stomped in game 2 and 3.
Well, I want to talk about your individual performance because I really do feel that individually you were having a lot of really cool moments, big plays, specifically that game 1, the Cho'Gath, you know, getting that level 3 and push him out of lane. So I just want to give you a chance to reflect on your performance in this finals and also your journey all split because it really has been a long journey for the team and yourself to get to this top 3 position.
Yeah, I mean, game 1 I thought I played okay in the early game. I mean, my laning phase is generally pretty stable. I just neutralized Renekton, and then I felt like after I got the triple kill, I should have probably been a lot stronger in the game. I think maybe my itemization or just like the fighting in general, I could have played a little bit better. And just as a team, I think we didn't take good fights, to be honest, in that game. And the rest of the games, I felt like I was kind of just in like, I felt like every game was kind of just like a neutralizing matchup. It wasn't really like any carry, beat carry, like banger matchup. It was just like Sion, Aatrox, Galio Rumble, Cho'Gath, Renekton, like all these kind of like neutralizing matchups, which game 3 I wanted to play something a little bit more, you know, juicy, like something that I could like maybe win lane on, but yeah, it felt kind of bad because obviously the way the draft panned out, I should have taken Rumble. I felt like I performed not super well, especially in like game 1. I mean, honestly, game 2 and 3 I felt like was a little bit out of my hands. At least that's how I felt in the game. I'm not sure if I could have done more. I mean, I'm sure I could have, but didn't feel like I had a lot of say in those games at least. But game 1, I really felt like I should have carried. Yeah.
I gotta say, because you've been a champion, you've won championships, you've lost championships. How often do you find yourself going back into moments like that and rethinking? And if you do that, how long is that gonna last in the fudge brain, rattling around saying, "Ooh, I could have done this, I could have done that"?
I mean, it's gonna last for like at least a week, for sure. I'm gonna like rewatch the games. I'm gonna be like, "Oh, I should have done this, should have done this," and obviously, it really sucks to rewatch the losing games, but that's always like the most productive, for me at least. I mean, during the series, I didn't take it to heart too much. I just tried to move on and play the next game, because I feel like if you like rethink it too much during the series, you kind of just play worse. But yeah, I feel like we just kind of lost our confidence after game 1, and even in game 1, I felt like we just misplayed a lot. So for me, obviously, it's gonna feel bad. You know, losses, I'm right off a loss, so the emotions are higher right now in terms of negativity, but yeah, stressful.
Well, I want to focus on the positives because split 1, we had this line of the top 4 teams, the bottom 4 teams, and Shopify Rebellion was in that bottom 4 clump. You got to top 3 this time around. So talk to me about what the entire split has been like for you and the team, trying to get everyone on the same page and still making it to finals weekend, which is a pretty big accomplishment.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all proud of the fact that we came the longest that Shopify's ever been. Like as a team, we did well to improve a lot throughout the split. We were obviously really bad at the start of the split, and I think we improved to at least beat most of the teams. It's pretty clear that Fly and C9 are like a cut above the rest right now. And I mean, I'm happy with how we like improved. Obviously, it wasn't enough, but yeah, looking back on it, like we did pretty well to get to 3rd place at least, considering you know, early split was terrible. And yeah, it's not the end of the world, obviously, but still, for me, I'm always just depressed if I don't win, to be honest.
Well, hey, still top 3. Congratulations making it that far and making it to the finals weekend. I know it's a tough loss, but thanks for coming on and chatting with us as well. That's it from Fudge, so we're going to throw it back over to the lounge.
It is, especially immediately coming after a loss like that, very tough to see the positives, but also just kind of going through the games, and he was able to do that a lot. So I would ask you, Sniper, just like being in a position like that, like what are your thoughts if you come out of a series in general where you didn't feel like it was in your control at all?
Honestly, it happened to me like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I thought I played game 1 good, and then game 2 and game 3 like pretty bad. So I completely understand how Fudge feels. You just gotta move on, rewatch the games, and just like learn from your losses, you know, because that's honestly what life's about. So
yeah,
I just tried learning from them. So, yeah.
What's the lesson you say you took away from like those games that at least in your experience?
That I'm definitely like I can't like compete with like the top yet.
Mm-hmm.
That's why this offseason I'm like trying to work really hard to get to that point.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm like choking out here. So yeah, I mean, just gotta grind it out, you know, and just be mentally ready for the up and coming split.
Yeah, and know that you can get there.
Facts.
Believe in it.
Believe in it, yeah.
That's why, like, I really am excited to see, you know, what Shopify and what you guys can do for next split. Like Fudge said, this split though, Cloud9 and FlyQuest have been a cut above.
For sure.
So we get that clash tomorrow, Raz.
It's crazy, especially with Cloud9 looking as good as they were now. Of course, it was a quick 3-game series. It was tough to even think about who the player of the series would be.
Yeah.
Well, we got our answer. Congratulations to Loki. Loki had an insane series. Now you're surprised.
Okay.
You're surprised. Why are you surprised?
I just thought Blabber kind of enabled him to get to the point that he got in.
Yeah.
And honestly, all of these games. I think it should have went to Blabber. You know,
Thoughts?
like
I did really like the comms listen-ins, especially with Blabber as well.
Yeah.
But as we watched the replays of the Silas game and the Yone game, he did have some really, really big plays. So, Cloud9 had a lot of very good performances. Of course, this was a 3-0 stomp. Thanatos also was very good, another name in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, really nice performances.
Yeah, because even during the games, you were mentioning Thanatos quite a bit. I think you ended up voting Thanatos, correct?
I voted Thanatos.
Yeah, because like it's tough because in series.
I voted Blabber.
Hey, chill.
I voted Loki. So whoever voted on that one, we got the
Raz won.
Yeah, won that one.
You, bro.
But yes, they all looked very good. Loki just had some ridiculous playmaking moments, even in the Yone game where he was behind in lane, which is like natural, fair.
Yeah.
But like the actual moments stuck, and if he has moments like those again and again and again, they might be able to take flight. As you see in front of you, tomorrow is the split
Let's go.
final.
Let's go.
FlyQuest versus C9, the two top teams all split long go up against each other. Yeah. So crazy. Thoughts on the series coming up tomorrow? You're looking at the board.
Yeah, because you can see right there in the upper bracket finals where this is a rematch of, it was a full 5 games. Full 5 games Fearless that we actually got. And that is the only full 5 games that we've had for any LTA matchup ever. So I want another banger full 5 from those two in the finals. Should be super hype.
Yes, sir.
Sniper?
I'm with them as well. I think it's going to be very hype. It's going to go to game 5 for sure, I think. I'm going to go FlyQuest, though. I think FlyQuest is going to take it.
Okay.
Yeah.
The scaling has happened. I mean, like, positioning phase, C9 takes the win. And then, like, when they're coming into playoffs, like, obviously everyone remembers that C9 got completely stomped, like in the best of 3 to FlyQuest. And then you get the game 5 in the upper bracket. So it's like, it's been these two teams from the very beginning that people have been watching. So I cannot wait for tomorrow's games. But that's going to be it for us, everybody. That's going to be it for us. But be back tomorrow. We're going to be right here tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern and 1 p.m. Pacific. That's going to be it for us. Thank you, Sniper, for joining us.
Thank you guys so much. Yes, sir. Yes,
hell
sir.
yeah, hell yeah.
Let's
Thank you guys at home for joining us, and we're going to be here right back, same time tomorrow. Cheers. Have a good one.
Finals weekend is finally here. Today, we have a Cloud9 who narrowly lost to FlyQuest in a 5-game banger, taking on a Shopify Rebellion who's won 6 of their last 7 games. The LTA starts right now. Fudge flashes in and face on Loki, bites him in half. Blabber's gonna fall as well. Shopify outplay.
I'm all done. Panda. Nice.
Carry up. Let's go.
Logori. My W 1 second. Don't care.
Here's the bad news. Thanatos is behind you. You got no flash. You got no chance. B-Boy is gone. Palafox sure to follow. It's C9 crushing the fight. Next is Fudge on the chopping block as Loki's going to get in the backline. Steals the Azir. The Bard ult does not connect, but neither does Palafox's ult over the wall. Loki going to flash in, and he scoops them all in to knock them all down. What an ultimate from Loki. They're taking over the fight.
Slowly. Yeah, looks good.
Not that fast, kind of fast. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, maybe not. Did you guys see that? That was crazy.
No. Didn't see. Don't care.
Nice. Loki, nice. Nice, guys.
One more. They're all moving in, but there is the Faded Steel coming across multiple members. B-Boy going in aggressive. Contract's already down. B-Boy trying to get in there, trying to make a kill happen, but he's not going to be able to get it. The bailout expires. The equalizer is good, but it is not good enough. As on the other side, Loki kills another.
I'm tipping. I'm beyond tipping.
Yeah.
Looks good.
I have Jonya. I Q for you, Thanos. I can Q.
Jesus. Oh, look. Lumigas.
I'm fine.
You're better than us.
It's bad.
Where are you, Loki?
Loki's in their Nexus somehow.
I'm going to TP back. Careful, we're dying.
Okay, never mind. I might be dead too. I'm gonna roar.
I'm ulting here, Blyber.
Yeah, maybe we can kill.
Oh, I got him.
You got him? Okay. I'm staying up there. Can we go mid and end,
We're
guys?
still fighting, guys.
We can end. Yeah, you hurt.
Shield in 2 seconds, Loki. Yeah,
don't die.
I'm fine.
We can end. Go mid.
Go mid.
Nice.
Nice.
Nice, guys.
Nice. Nice.